Hello everybody and welcome back to the North America Last Chance Qualifier. Our players' literal last chance to make it to the NA Regional Finals in just a few weeks. My name is Necker and I'm your desk host this weekend, joined at the top of day number 2 by Crowan and Makes. Crowan, after an exciting day number 1, how are you feeling for day 2?
Oh, I'm feeling so good. We had some amazing action yesterday. Did say goodbye to 8 fantastic players and a lot of heavy hitters among them in the TFT NA competitive scene, but 8 remaining and only 2 can make the regionals, so I'm excited to see who it is.
Makes, what about you? What are you looking forward to?
Getting ahead of myself. It's definitely getting really tight for today. We had some treats yesterday already with quite a lot of differentiation in comms outside of the multicasters. You know, they're there. I won't pretend they're not, but I think we're gonna get some few more treats.
I think you're right about that, especially now that, as you mentioned, Crowan, we've whittled the competition down in half. Our players have 6 more games to get through, but the variance is going to be even less so because there's only 8 of them. There's only one lobby. That's just kind of it when it comes down to how this format is going to end up going through for today. And there are a few players that, based on their performance from day number 1, do get a chance to start out with bonus points for today, which could prove to be super influential in the overall standings. But it is about those top 2 spots, and everyone's gonna go home with just a little bit of that prize pool as well. But Crowan, when you take a look at not just how stacked the LCQ was starting off yesterday with 16 players, but also the regionals qualified players already, it's hard to not be envious to join this list.
Oh, definitely. Everyone's going to be looking forward towards the regionals with a lot of excitement, a lot of anticipation to join the ranks of these caliber of players, right? Everyone on this list is absolutely insane. And Kuramex from the mid-set finale already clinching that world spot, right? That's what everyone in the regionals is going to be fighting for. He's going to be able to kind of be safe there, but still, everyone's going to be looking towards that regionals as really good practice. Of course, a lot of that prize pool, but also just, you know, being there. There's still a few players left who have not made a regionals the first time in this LCQ, so they're definitely looking for that opportunity.
They are, and we were talking to the Gree yesterday in our post-day interview. He was leading a lobby after day 1, and he said he thinks it's every pro player's dream to play at Worlds and, well, essentially win Worlds. So this is the first step to do just that for all of them. Competition is going to be really close, and the LCQ that's happening today is just going to be a first taste of how that's going to go down.
North America's competition scene has just gotten better and better and more competitive every single set and event, and I feel like the LCQ is no exception to when it comes down to just how hard our players are really fighting. And there's a reason why North America is getting 5 spots at the championships this year, and we can thank Replay for that one, and also just how much the entire scene in North America for TFT has really helped each other to elevate that level of competition. But one of those players that we also need to kind of focus in on is maybe somebody that was in the conversation but also kind of not. I mean, Crowan, the floor is yours to talk about Lil Top to the Top.
Yeah, Lil Top posted yesterday, definitely felt weak going into LCQ due to the B patch changes, but God was able to clutch up and make sure your predictions come to fruition. Hopefully your predictions are wrong tomorrow and I go top 2, and this is in reference to Gangley's power rankings going into the NA LCQ, and it didn't quite go 0 for 8. Lil Top saved it, did put Lil Top in the top 8, but not quite top 2. But I think with Lil Top's performance yesterday, you know, I gotta shout that hashtag Lil Top to the top. I think he very well could make it into that top 2 spot, so hopefully feel more confident today going in.
Well, for sure. And I mean, when you look at just like how the B patch is really shaking things up, Makes, what were you kind of expecting out of the meta heading into this weekend for our players to play around with?
See, the thing is, normally, in a normal set, I'm not trying to play him here, but normally, the closer we are getting to the World Championship, whenever those finals are rolling around, we are seeing a lot of variety in comms. We're seeing a really great balance, and right now, it feels like we're boxing ourselves in to Twisted Fate, and unfortunately, not only on the playing field, but also in terms of legend choices, which I think is actually the bigger pain point for many of these players from everything I'm hearing. So that is not exactly what we expected going into this, but it is what players are dealing with. And yesterday we already saw a couple of variations on how they could avoid those multicasters.
That's true, but when we look at the overall compositions, I mean, Crowan, that it kind of is the big elephant in the room, isn't it? The multicasters.
Yeah, it definitely is, and it's almost like double the popularity of the second most popular comp. Sometimes we even saw 3 players all contest multicasters in just a single game. The win rate is solid, but because so many people contesting it, the top 4 rate does suffer a little bit. Sometimes we saw all 3 players actually going bottom 4 in those games. Overall, though, even with that in mind, still a great comp. And just looking a little bit down the list, second most popular, Noxus Mordekaiser Azir carry, doesn't actually get any wins, and that's a little bit surprising to me. I would have expected that comp to kind of clutch up and get some wins sometimes, but the top 4 rate is still going to be very good. But makes there's still another few comps in this list.
Yeah, okay, let me sell you on something that I've been not so secretly rooting for, which is the Ionia Vanquisher. I know in the previous patch they were very hot, everyone played them, now they've fallen out of love with this composition, but I believe it is one of the secret techs on how to dethrone the stack decks of TF, because the Vanquisher with that Xayah does have the backline access, and you have big tanks in the front line that allow you to buy the time to actually knock out these multicasters, and I think it's still very, very good so long as you can play around the 4 costs like Xayah and Nila. And then if you want a little bit more of a niche variation, you can pick up a Freljord emblem from somewhere. You can go into those 3 Bilgewater Freljords with the Nila carry, and you'll have your swipe, windshield wiper, dreams come through with a really, really good top 4 rate.
Gotta bring him through the car wash at some point, right? Sometimes it also requires a little bit of crowd control, as well as we saw just how impactful that aspect of these compositions can be, to be able to just stun the backline as well, make sure that they actually can't get their casts off multiple times. I didn't mean to go there, but I did. But another composition that we saw that's not on this list was the Ravenous Hunter. Makes, what do you think about the hero augments, and are those choices we could see these players lean into today?
You know, I've been bandwagoning for those hero augments. I love them. I love Riftwalk. I love Winds of Woe, Demon Flare, Ravenous, all out there. I'm down. I love them. Every time I see them, I'm rooting for that player. Doesn't matter if I go 8 as long as they do well. And I think they're in a great spot right now. It could be even a little bit stronger if you ask me, but we heard from Degree as well saying that he thinks they're all pretty playable so long as you recognize that spot and get it early on so you can actually play around them.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we even just kind of breached the surface of what might be to come when it comes down to those hero augments and their usage, and maybe we get a chance to be treated to some of more of those today. But Crowan, another talking point I feel like we have to hit about the meta is these more vertical compositions. We see the 6 Ionia here leaning more into those Vanquisher carries, but we even saw a few players yesterday go for like the vertical Shurima, 9 Noxus. What do you feel like they fit into the meta?
Oh, definitely. They 100% have a place. There's only a couple of Earth Legend players, which is why we don't really see it show up on that most popular play rate. But specifically David Ace, top 3'd yesterday, as we see on this list, picking up 1 bonus point right now, but played 6 Shurima a couple of times, played 7 Noxus a couple of times as well, and even in that final game, played 6 Demacia, or excuse me, 6 Slayer with 5 Demacia pairings. Yeah. Like, it's absolutely crazy what he's able to do with that Earth Legend. And going these kind of vertical play styles, they're not going to be as kind of front and center as just going your standard Mord and Azir and your standard multicasters, but they certainly do get the job done.
I'm really looking forward to seeing what all of our players decide to lean into, because that little meta snapshot is also a little bit I guess tricky to look at, because there was a small sample size and there were not that many games or players yesterday to really give us a great idea of where this tournament meta could really develop. And one thing's for sure, when you have 8 players in a lobby and it's the same lobby for 6 games, that's where you really start to see every player start to adapt and adjust just a little bit faster. But there is so much on the line today. It's only the top 2 players. How does that affect the playstyle or even the mental heading into today?
I think, well, first of all, generally as a TFT player, you have to have a really strong mental, because sometimes that first game of the day is an 8th and you need to shrug that off. I cannot overemphasize how important that is, but of course all of our players today have got that down. They know how to handle these games. More importantly, the cutoff is going to be rough. You also mentioned it already, with only 2 players making it to the NA finals. They need to play so well. They need to place in the top 25 echelon of players, and that is going to be a more 1st or 8th playstyle coming out of these guys, which means a little bit more risk-adverse gaming, which I'm always down for.
I can't wait to see more prismatic lobbies. That's where I feel like we get a lot of like the risky play styles, Cursed Crown, and just taking a look at, I don't know, maybe even just see more birthday present. I thought that was kind of fun to see yesterday too. But I'm just looking forward to that, because I feel like another big storyline we just have to keep following is multicasters. You talk about 1st or 8th play style. Multicasters had a really high win rate yesterday, but it felt like only when the dominoes all lined up. If you get the perfected repetition, that's really helpful. And then also, if you get contested, that just might be a quick 8th. Let's find out in this game number 1. Crone and Makes, take it away.
Thank you very much, Necra. Game number 1 of the final day of North America LCQ Makes. I'm hyped to see how it's going to start out here.
Yeah, me too. We're gonna start with a little bit of a region portal choice. Seems like we're evenly spread out somewhat. The Serpentine River not getting as much love, but we'll go with low impact for this one, Crone. Ecliptic Balls coming through. Talk to me. How do we play around this one?
Well, it's going to be pretty generic, kind of like you said. It's going to give a little bit extra econ to players. Every time you select an augment, you gain a bit of gold, so it's going to be ramping up those styles in the early game, which does give you those early econ breakpoints. You could be thinking about some 1-cost reroll compositions or 2-cost reroll compositions as well, right? Those do benefit from, especially the 1-cost rolling down at 3-1 right before you hit level 5. Getting your Cho'Gaths online, your Kales, your Samira Cassio, right? We saw all of those yesterday, and maybe some potential for more as well.
Yeah, I'd love to see a little bit more rerolling, you know, so long as we're steering clear of that Twisted Fate, although I'm sure that's not going to happen. Ishtal is going to be wind, not necessarily something where we see players go for the Ishtal. It's more so the wood one that really makes players go like, oh, Cho'Gath? Cho'Gath might be the one, especially in this lobby. I think that would have been a strong indicator for players to go for it, but for now we're going to hop on board with the Gree. Yesterday, he dominated the entire day, and I was really impressed with him, specifically because of the variation in his comps. He only, and I'm sure chat can love that, played multicasters once.
Yeah, I played multicasters once, played some Shurima, played Ravenous Warwick, played Aeonia Vanquisher, played Cho'Gath. Like, he kind of played it all, right? It was absolutely crazy the diversity Degree was able to bring to the table. And in the interview, he did say he was very confident coming into yesterday. I think he had a good kind of B-patch read. And obviously we know that comes into play because he wasn't just clutching on those multicasters every single game. Played them when the spot was good, right? And got a second with it. And now we get the augments coming through. It is gold tier. Looking at David Oss with the Earth Legend pick. Probably going to default towards that Ancient Archives.
Interestingly enough, he did have the Freljord Heart, which is often an indicator. We just saw it in the comps as well, where you can go for those 3 Freljord and comes back to haunt him here in the options. Of course, Strategist is something that you can flex rather easily, but David Ace going for the Demacia instead. Interesting.
I kind of like that. I think especially with the Renekton 2 online, you can put the Demacia emblem on that Renekton, have it be super tanky, put a Cassiopeia in for the Shurima buff. Like, that Renekton is going to be very hard to take down in just the early game, and people don't really have all their carries online yet. Not many items to slam. Absolute beast of a front line. I wouldn't be surprised if he is going to be able to win streak all of stage 2.
Yeah, me too. Just staring on the right-hand side, though, we are seeing gold totals, and I'm intrigued by Degree already having 18 gold in 2-1. That's a lot of money that you're having. On the other side of the board is a little top to the top, like you like to call them, and he picked up Dedication, which is going to be really interesting. What do you think is the game plan with the Dedication here?
Dedication go to a few different lines. You know, getting a bruiser emblem from that is super nice. I mean, honestly, even going any kind of vertical trait, we saw some success of like 7 Noxus, 6 Shurima, things like that. I don't know if we saw any like 9 Noxus or 9 Ionias, but if you're able to get that, that's almost going to be lobby winning. And what? Oh, okay, Unwolf already having 7 Cho'Gaths at 2-2, taking these Stars are Born to get some extra, perhaps econ, maybe buying the 2 costs and selling it. Maybe gonna be waiting for the vibe. I don't actually see any 2 costs in the shop, so might not have actually purchased one yet, but being able to pick up 3 Cho'Gaths for free is insane.
I'm so sorry, Crown, but there's the boss being picked up by Bosso nonetheless, and that is absolutely making my day in this very first game of the LCQ today. I love the hero augments, and they're coming out. That is a strong indicator for Bosso to go into those Vanquishers, to go into the Ionia. We're going to be seeing a little bit of Set re-rolling, and then probably also the Ashe being re-rolled. The big thing Bosso needs, though, is an Ionia emblem to really make this stream come together.
Yeah, the Ionia Ashe is going to be really nice in that composition, especially when you're going the boss and rerolling those 2 costs. The boss can be used just as, you know, 2-star him, a little bit of tempo to bridge that gap between the early and the late game, but you really do get a lot of benefit when you do reroll it set to that 3-star, have that tanky frontline, especially up against the multicaster meta that we, you know, kind of cracked the code of yesterday, Makes, or you more so cracked the code, with buying the time for that Xayah. Yeah, hopefully, buying the time for the Xayah to actually take out those multicasters, not having to worry about getting through the Galio first.
Yeah, I really hope that that is going to be the answer going forward against those multicasters. Notably, looking at those augment choices, we only, quote-unquote, have 2 players going for the generic Pandora's box coming out of that TF Legend. Everyone else is going for a little bit more versatility, which I really like. And we're going to look at Toronto Tokyo on the other side, who is still looking for that direction, is holding on to a spot where he could go for the Kale, which I think would be interesting with 4 Kales on the board. We're gonna, of course, keep in touch there and see how that one goes right after Crux.
Yeah, it looks like that's exactly the direction where Toronto Tokyo is going to be going. Has the 4 kills, has the Poppy and the Alawi as well. Kind of Bastion Kale reroll style, getting Alawi 3 and Poppy 3 as well. Super good. Once again, Makes, we have one singular spatula on the carousel. Love to see it. To see exactly where that goes in terms of those vertical compositions. Clear picked it up, it looks like, who started off with some Noxus and had the Noxus emblem already. So we're going to be seeing vertical Noxus shortly from him.
I was going to say, for sure, that is going to be your hope here with that spatula. You could even try and go for those very strong 9 Noxes. I'd love to see that. Maybe we can get there in the late game. But something that I did spy as we were looking at these different compositions during the carousel is that David Ace and Toronto Tokyo both seem to be eyeing that Kale comp. And I don't think that's going to work out well. So either one of them backs off, or we might be seeing a little bit of hand-holding going into this game.
Yeah, it's interesting because Toronto Tokyo is on a 3-loss streak. Otherwise, I might have seen him level up. But I think Toronto Tokyo is less likely to actually contest the full kind of Kale line. The items don't lean well into it. Doesn't have any components of Rage Blade. And the emblem is going to be on the Renekton, so that can just be a kind of vertical Demacia pushing levels. Maybe even a Kale 2 is going to stabilize, and then get your Quinn carry online and your Fiora a bit later. So while there is potential for it, I don't think Toronto Tokyo is quite as locked in as it seems clear as in that play, clear as in that play style. Or Toronto Tokyo,
that's definitely good. They cannot all go for the kill, but thankfully there's 6 other players in this lobby who are not looking to do that. They're racking up gold right now. Everyone is slowly but surely getting to that level 5 mark, and we already see David on that level 6, like you're saying, going for a little bit more of a stronger level push to get early in with these wins.
Yeah, David playing that. I mixed up the names, excuse me for that one. But yeah, David A is playing more so the vertical and pushing levels. Going to 6 pre-Krugs is absolutely insane for tempo. Still want to make 10 gold though, and making sure he continues that win streak. So it's really, I think, intelligent recognition of his spot in the game, as Toronto Tokyo does have the 6 Kales, does have 2 Rage Blades already online. shout out to those Pandora's items right on the bench. You're able to kind of just pick your best in slot. And he's just 3 kills away with almost 50 gold. That's really, really close to going to be really super strong, I think, going into stage 3.
Don't shout out the Pandora's bench, Crone. I don't think that's going to go
mind.
over well with the people.
Right now.
We did have Toronto Tokyo lose his streak, though. So with that win here, you are now in a position where, after losing a bunch, you are trying to stabilize now. And the roll down that comes right after this round is going to be the big talking point. He needs 2 more kills, and ideally you're also hitting some of that front line, like that Poppy that just came around. 1 more kill to find. Poppy 2 coming to fruition, perfectly fine. You're getting those frontline upgrades, and you're getting those backline upgrades as well. Kale 3 online with 45 gold to go. I think you're pretty happy about this one.
Yeah, definitely happy. And I was gonna say, is Toronto Tokyo going to roll even further to try to find the other upgrades? We'll probably stop after the Poppy 3. There it is. Perfect. Still able to make just about 20 gold. Maybe he can even sell up to 30 if he so chooses, but that is exactly what Toronto Tokyo was looking for.
I really love this spot. Every time the kill comes up, I think we kind of talk about how the big win condition for this comp is not only that you hit those golden units, those 3 stars, but also going to that level 9 where the kill power is fully unlocked. She had a little bit of a reputation at the beginning of set 9 due to that. Now she's more in line with how this comp should be played. But for Toronto Tokyo, that is going to be your big quest for this game.
Oh, 100%, and a beautiful spot to do so. Looking at these augment choices, healing orbs, very good generically, as well as long distance pals. And yeah, long distance pals is going to be the pickup there. Could be able to make it work out a bit later with long distance pausing a Kayle plus either a Quinn or a Fiora, but for now it's just gonna be giving some extra power to that Poppy and some extra tankiness to the Kayle in the backline. Even levels up to 6 just to play a secondary Sona, because it's okay, right? Your big power is gonna be in that Poppy and Kayle. That's all you need.
Toronto Tokyo even getting up there for a second, making sure, you know, all of the wiggles are out of the system and you can focus on playing this comp right. But somebody that is seeming to play this comp right is David. He's still streaking up there, and that is something you need to kind of fear. One player on 100 HP in round 3 too. That's always something I worry about when I see it, because everybody else naturally takes so much more damage throughout the game that we might be in a closer and faster round than anticipated. And on the other side is Bosso. Now, we were talking about Bosso, saying that he really needs an emblem to make this dream come alive, and guess what he picked up in the second round of augments?
Dedication there. As long as you're playing those 4 Ionias, you're gonna be able to get another emblem. Get that on the Ash. There's already 6 Ashes I think I spied on the bench actually, so that's super close to having a really powerful carry. Oh, David Ace leveled to 7 at 3-2 MIGs and still ended up losing the round. Such aggressive leveling and not going to be rewarded for it.
Yeah, unfortunately, but what goes up must come down eventually, and I think David is still okay up there. Fortunately, that he did invest his gold there, but I think he can handle it. Now, looking at those augments coming through on the left-hand side, David also on that dedication, which is going to maybe be his second Demacia emblem.
Yeah, seems like it. David is already being level 7, about 30 gold, really high HP as well. It could be going to that maybe 7 or 9 Demacia perhaps in that vertical kind of tree. Dare we see 9 Demacia? That would definitely, you know, wasn't on my bingo sheet. It was definitely going to be Ionia or Noxus first, but hey, maybe David can pull it out.
You know, the one thing that really surprises me about this lobby is that in this lobby we might not only see Demacia 9, but we might see Demacia 9 and Noxus 9. So yeah, there is potential for a lot of chaos coming our way as we are going to go into this carousel. There is Anila falling a little bit out of grace, but I think there's still players that would gladly pick her up for a little bit of Vanquisher bonus.
Definitely, even just a mid-game carry, right? That's gonna be really, really nice. Clear does, very importantly, pick up the belt, so going to be able to make that into another Noxus emblem here soon. Already playing the 5, but if he levels to 7 here, which he has a lot of gold, so I'm actually interested to see how this level 7 clear roll down goes in reaching the 7 Noxus breakpoint, and here we're gonna see it.
Yeah, finds the Katarina too. Mordekaiser just casually showing up for him here as well. Does keep going, of course, buying out the forecast in order to try and get that Morde 2 online,
Mila?
which would be so much power, but it doesn't seem to happen for now. 2 copies, kind of good still though. 7 Noxus enabled.
7 Noxus enabled. Edge of Night for the Mordekaiser. Sold out of unit just to replace some items, but the other Mordekaiser items aren't going to be great. There's no bows, which you really, really want, especially that Nashor's Tooth or the Rapid Fire Cannon, of course, but it looks like it's going to be melee Mordekaiser, Nashor's Tooth, especially because there's the Quicksilver and the Edge of Night. But even with all that rolling down that Clear just did, he's not strong enough to take down the multicasters of Spencer. This is really, really important for of a loss, I suppose, for Clear, because he's not going to be able to, you know, really bridge that gap that he needs to come back in this game.
Yeah, unfortunately there, I think the front line is just not strong enough on that board of Clear just yet. We are going to go to our beautiful faces for just a little second. There is a technical issue and we're figuring that one out for you, so quick game pause, don't worry, we'll keep you updated as soon as we hear anything. But kind of sitting back, Crow, and for top of the day, did you have anything like what we're seeing right now in your bingo sheet?
Oh, I mean, I didn't really expect to see as aggressive leveling as we saw, like the level 6 coming out on stage 2 from David Ace, the level 7 coming through on 3-2, and I think that kind of playstyle makes a lot of sense for a game 1, right? I know you were coming into the day being like, okay, players are really going to want to play that more first rate playstyle because there is that really harsh cutoff of only the top 2 gets qualified for regionals, but as long as you start the day off with, you know, a top 4, it feels pretty good, especially with that bonus point coming into play. It's almost like, you know, you got a first or a top 2 or something like that. But also there is 2 multicaster players in this lobby. We did talk a lot about that yesterday. That is the expectation, but now, you know, cracking the code, what can beat it? Is it going to be the Yagone Vanquishers like we're kind of theorizing, or is anything else going to be able to come to the table as well? Because I'm sure there are some comps that we haven't quite seen are going to be able to deal with those pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, talking about those 9 Dimosna potentially and also the 9 Noxus potentially, both of these boards are incredibly strong in power. You see them so rarely, so people often don't know the true power of those verticals, but they are incredible. So if we can get them, if we can get to level 9 for these players, I would be so down. I'd love to see that, and I think they have a lot to throw up against those multicasters. Now, to kind of give you a different side of the coin, I was casting a community event earlier today, and there was a Neela 3 who was taken down by a multicaster board, and that's not
Wow.
something I expected. So these boards are really strong when it comes to the sheer board power of really just exploding units. You need that massive front line. You need something tanky that survives the onslaught of multiple casts coming your way, otherwise your board is going to crumble.
Yeah, especially because we were talking about Neela having that kind of pseudo backline access. You know, depends on how many RFCs she has there, but usually it's going to get stuck in the front line, especially because there's so much distance between, you know, the multicasters and their front line there as well. And it is interesting to note that both of the multicaster players in this lobby have taken Silver Ticket as their second augment. So one of them, sometimes in a contestation kind of point, is going to favor leveling up to 7, maybe going for the Vel'Koz and Sonar reroll as opposed to the TF. But it seems like both of them might be still considering rerolling at level 6 and just kind of holding hands and saying, you know what? We're going to toss it up in the air. Whoever hits first, and the other one is probably just going to go 8th. Or maybe neither of them hit, right? And hold hands 7th, 8th, because we saw that yesterday at some points as well. I do think, you know, talking more about those vertical lines, say like Ionia or like Noxus, that Clear was actually in a pretty good spot to stabilize, but I think low rolled a little bit on the items mostly, and also just on level 7 roll down. I think found a lot of great units, but not really 2-starring them. And I think he kind of had to snap his streak right after that 3-5 carousel, moving towards the end of the stage, moving into stage 4, because I think he was on like, you know, somewhere in the teens in the HP. And we also know from the comp's kind of statistics coming into today that Mordekaiser didn't win any games yesterday, I don't think, or at least the Mordekaiser Azir setup. Maybe when you go vertical Noxus.
Okay?
Yeah, he tried. He tried his best. And again, it's good at top 4ing, just not really in clinching out that win, which was a surprise to me, right? And I think I expected to see Mordekaiser take some lobby wins, but yeah, just didn't quite come into play.
How do you feel about seeing this Kale come out of Toronto, Tokyo? Because he is on that Kale reroll right now. We're already talking about the potential power of other boards once they get to level 9. For him, like we've been saying, that level 9 is also really important. And I feel like the Kale reroll is good enough to get you a top 4, but in a lobby like this one, it might get really hard.
Yeah, it might. I mean, I think we kind of remember the almost miracle run yesterday of Socks with the Kale board, not even getting to level 9, but actually almost able to take the lobby win with just being on level 8, having that Kale. And I think Toronto Tokyo is above pace when it comes to that composition's power level. Unfortunately, we are getting back into the game. The issues have been resolved, Makes, and we see Clear hitting the Mordekaiser too as well. So that is what he needed. It might be a little too late.
Yeah, maybe not though. Mordekaiser 2 is pretty good. The thing that I'm worried about is the other stuff on the board, right? You're running a Swain one, you're running a Sejuani one, you're running a Neela one, Samira one, Cassiopeia one. All of these will instantly fall over as soon as any of the multicasters so much as look at them.
Definitely. You know, they have a bunch of HP just from the Noxus trait, right? But maybe that's not going to be exactly enough. And see how this Mordekaiser is able to deal with the Kale if he can get through the Poppy, because that Poppy is so tanky, Mix.
It is, but the Mordekaiser is trying his best. Kale found him first, though, knocks him down, and Clear is on 17 HP. Now, we haven't even reached the Wolves yet. I don't think this is enough to knock him out straight away, but it definitely is enough to knock him onto his last life. 5 HP remain, and from here on out, Clear needs to find something. Basso saying, I already did it.
Found the Ash 3 is going to be putting XP into level 7, so this is the boss kind of tempo play style. I would have expected Basso's skills to be preserving a little bit more HP than he is currently, sitting, you know, in 7th place. Clear being a very much an anomaly there, only on 5 HP. But yeah, I think he's going to have to push levels, try to find the 6 Ionia online. Finding a Zai at level 7 would be really important. And now there is a champion duplicator there, so Basso's skills can be really powerful if he hits on these rolls.
Yeah, we are far away from the Zet though, so that is, I think, the biggest pain point for this board, and also the reason on why Basso hasn't been able to get through this early to early mid game as well as we kind of expected him to. Having only 5 copies of this set is not a whole lot if you're playing the boss, and you can see that he has found another 2 cost as a golden unit on the Ashe, so really the shop's not going his way. You got the backline power, now you need the frontline power, and this is Clear with the potential 9 Noxes that we were talking about, but can he actually get there in the first place? 5 HP remain, fully upgraded. Mordekaiser is trying to make his way through the board. Anila escapes him, Edge of Night procking there, but he will still find her, and Clear hangs on for now and serves a loss to Lil Top.
But for how much longer? This is a 0 bow Mordekaiser. Lil Top, the person contesting the Noxus, and gets offered a Noxus crest on the 4-2 augment choice. Oh man, that's going to be absolutely crazy, especially when you find an Azir, which is already on the bench, can throw that one in soon, go that 7 Noxus. I think Lil Top is setting himself up very nicely, especially when Clear falls and he's able to find the Mordekaisers, because where's Mordekaiser for Lil Top? It's just not here.
So that's something that's really interesting to me. I would have thought with Clear this close to elimination, you'd maybe play it a little bit more greedy and wait out until he actually gets knocked. But maybe Little Top is recognizing that Clear in the back of that Mordekaiser upgrade is probably going to hang in just a little bit longer, and he doesn't want to stay that long without a board strength upgrade.
Yeah, I think Little Top rolled to 20 there, which is a little bit more aggressive than I think the kind of point that you're making here is maybe could have waited just one more round, lost one more fight, which would have been okay. Because it's almost like if you're rolling down that much gold, are you going to even win the fight anyway? If you're Little Top, right? You already had 1-0 on the bench. You could toss that in, have the Noxus emblem on it, but you're not really winning this matchup against a kill anyway, unless you get like a fully upgraded, you know, front line, maybe in a Azir 2. Clear might be falling here.
Mordekaiser, do your thing. He's trying. There's a little bit of a lift off. It's not enough. He comes back down and he's trying to make his way through. The Talia is able to do it, but this was much closer than I am comfortable with, Crowan.
Wow, that was super close for Clear. Just one more auto attack means that Lee would have got the cast, but Spencer has hit pretty big here. The front line is still just Galio 2 makes, but a 3-star Vel'Koz even came through before the TF while being on level 6 and still has Lesser Champion Duplicator to work with.
Yeah, that's really interesting. The only thing that I kind of hate about this board is that besides the blue buff, there's not really items on either of them. So Naked Vel'Koz 3, nearly Naked Twisted Fate 3, that is some strength that you're lacking right now, just in terms of sheer damage output. But I think it might just be enough against some of the other boards, particularly those who haven't found their upgrades just yet. And you can see it here against a Noxus board. They're strong, but they don't have a lot of HP to work with, so they fall easily.
Clear once again on elimination point, but does win this round with a little bit more ease as last time. And he's saving up a lot of gold, right? 50 gold. Maybe Clear's going to try to level up in the next round, or just roll it down to try to find upgrades. I think leveling is a little bit more likely mix, but what do you think of this?
It's interesting. Depends a little bit on what you're getting here. He was eyeballing that Heimerdinger. That surely would have been a nice upgrade whenever you go to level 8. But both Spencer and Yulwolf, they just steal his units. Clear has to think about them for just another second. Is going to be able to pick at least a different legendary, the Belveth here with the Chain Vest.
Yeah, getting the Chain Vest, maybe wanting to get some frontline online, perhaps a stone plate on the Swain or something, and yeah, Swain 2 comes through. Maybe some items on the Nasus as well would be great, but yeah, is going to level up, finds a smear upgrade, but there's not much gold to work with. The Belveth might just go in because that is one of the best holders of the Noxus emblem, I think. Belveth can get a lot of work done. There is a potential for another Edge of Night on her as well, which I think might be a slam, especially with that augment coming through. Giving some extra attack speed to Belveth is going to be very nice. Not slamming it yet here, though.
Nah, there we go.
There he is.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah.
I believe in Clear, and he says, yeah, I got it, but does he actually have the power? Once again, the multicasters are on the other side. This was the board he lost to before because of the power that goes out onto the Mordekaiser. You can see it here. He gets his shield back, is able to survive on the back of the upgrade. The Vel'Koz finally takes damage here, but it is so close. The Samira is going to take a hit of the Thalia, and Clear, unfortunately, is the first player to get eliminated in game 1.
Clear there has to be someone that's taken 8th place in game 1, right? And it just unfortunately happens to be Clear, but now that's big for Lil Top. But Lil Top doesn't have that much gold to roll with, only is on 1 Mordekaiser. Now finds 2 because so many of them are back in the pool. Not hitting yet though, and is stuck on level 7, rolling it all down. Maybe Lil Top could have been a little more greedy. The Azir too though is a big upgrade and surely has helped in preserving some HP, maybe helped in that last round win as well. We'll see how long he's able to hang on without that Mordekaiser upgrade though.
I think once again, a big point here is that you're kind of lacking the HP. You don't have that J4-2, which would allow you to easily get at least one really, really good stun off. With a J4-1, you might just have to see him die before the first cast comes. Hopping over to Yunwolf, though, going up against Spencer, there is one chunky Cho'Gath making his way through the backline here, and with a few really precise bites, he's trying to end the reign of the multicasters that Spencer is proposing. You can see so much health is getting regained by this Void unit here, but I don't think it's enough. One more Plasma Fissure coming out of the Vel'Koz will be enough, and Yun takes a 5th loss in a row.
Oh, Unwil finds the Heimer on 7, has a bunch of those Heimer upgrades as well, but the Cho'Gath didn't have kind of best in slot. It did have Dragon's Claw, did have Redemption, but a Protector's Vow instead of greeting out for a Bramble was the choice there. It's still not strong enough even able to get that job done. Degree, the other multicaster player, was the one who was, you know, kind of forced to level up. It seems like only as the 3 multicasters in, TF isn't even part of the board because Heimer goes in, but he's going to be leveling up to 8, I think, putting that TF back into play, hopefully finding some Jarvan upgrades and some Heimerdinger turret upgrades as well.
Yeah, let's see what comes around. There is a Talia too that's gonna pop up here for the Gree, but knowing that you kind of lost out on the Vel'Koz 3, on the TF3, because they're present on another person's board makes it so much harder for you to find them, so you have to rely on power like that Heimerdinger that he picked up. Goes for the component anvil here, trying to find a nice little upgrade, maybe a Hextech for that TF. You're not able to get a blue buff just yet.
Yeah, this is actually really interesting. What items Degree wants to make here is going to be some extra starting mana. I think Protector's Vow on the Jarvan, but looking at Unwilf, right, is the Cho'Gath able to hang on? Now there's an Azir upgrade in the backline as well for him.
Yeah, can he reach him though? There's a lot of units already fallen on the side of Wolf, and I don't think it's in this one. I think he might go out here. The Cho'Gath has fallen, and so will he. Goes out 7th, unfortunately, and that means we have our top 6. Next in line though is Little Top. Has finally found that Mordekaiser, but still not able to get any real good groove on. No wins in line just yet.
Yeah, not quite. Spencer rolling down very heavily, finally trying to find the Talia 3, but more importantly, the Galio 3 makes is going to end up just using that champion duplicator and roll down all of his gold until he needed exactly enough to level up to play that Swain for the 2 sorcerer, for the 2 strategists as well. But Spencer, Galio 3 is online.
I'm actually so surprised that Spencer lost to anyone here, but we can see Little Top spamming a sad little bee. He knows that he's in trouble. This Ionia board is strong, stronger, the strongest. 2 emblems coming through, the boss coming up as well, and with a few served boxes, he is gonna knock out Little Top in 6th.
Both Noxus players falling in the bottom 3 here makes just not able to be strong enough, contesting each other's on the Mordekaisers, and then Little Top just stuck on level 7 for a little bit too long. But the power of some of these vertical kind of synergy boards, and especially around those hero augments like I know you're excited about, are just so strong.
I'm really surprised. We're looking at Toronto Tokyo, and he is so close to hitting that level 9, which we talked about so often, and we rarely see it from the Kale players. Usually either the game is over before they can reach level 9, or they get knocked out before they can reach level 9. But for Toronto Tokyo, it is super possible. He has so much health, he has so much gold, he is going to reach it. I think even after this carousel, we're gonna get another rematch with seeing Basso on the other side with the boss augment, and I'm actually not too sure who wins this one. The Kale is going to deal a lot of damage, helped by the Mordekaiser, of course. Now that both of the Noxus players are out, you might even be getting another Mordekaiser upgrade for Toronto Tokyo. I don't think this one's decided just yet.
No, I agree with you. I don't think it's decided yet either. You know, the boss did have enough time to come back and clean things up, but as soon as Toronto gets that level 9, like you said, could even have gone level 9 last round if he wanted to, but would be left on 0 gold, and that's not going to be the playstyle to get first place in this game. Has a lot of HP to work with, right? As we get our stage 5 carousel coming through here, we see all the boards that we have to work with, and it just so happens that 2 Demacia players are still left here alive. And you know, I think with Toronto Tokyo and the pacing, yeah, is going to be leveling up to 9 here. Plays the Heimerdinger. Kale is fully online and still long distance pausing the Kale and the Poppy, right? I think is not going to be the most effective, say, as like giving, you know, Kale just like more damage, but it is still going to be nice just giving Poppy that extra little bit of stats and Kale a little bit of the extra tankiness, especially because multicasters are still in this lobby.
Yeah, I think so too. I think especially because of them. However, Spencer seems to kind of be struggling. We just saw an upgrade come through on his side with the Talia 3. His board is now nearly all golden units, and he still seems to not be able to stabilize. So we'll see how it goes for the multicasters. Massive stun coming out of that J4 here. This is David Ace's board on the other side. The vertical Demacia that we've been waiting to see in action, and seems like the Kale is just a little bit stronger for now, but Toronto Tokyo already went to level 9. We are yet to see that from David.
Yeah, David has, you know, a lot of gold to work with, so might be going to level 9 soon. After the next PvE round, it looks like. Might be rolling down for more upgrades, however, we'll have to check back in with him soon, as an Aatrox was found by Toronto Tokyo. Always going to want to put that in the board. Is going to provide that Slayer buff, as well as just being great to spread that buff around once he falls.
I just look at the gold totals on the right hand side. Spencer's board is 100 gold heavy. That is such a massively expensive board, and he still loses with it. I don't know how much more you need in order to see that multicasters aren't all that hot. There is solutions to this problem, and we're seeing them in action live. Toronto Tokyo with this Kale shredding through the lobby. Degree on the other side is going to take another loss despite having really nice augments here. It's not going to come together for him either.
Degree and Spencer both lose out another round. The multicasters, I think, have kind of met their match makes, it seems like, with all these other compositions. You know, the Kale running around, the other Demacia, as well as Bosso's skills with that boss on the set and the Ashe carry. David Ace, I think this is such a great board to look at. 7 Demacia, 4 Slayer, but having the Demacia emblem on a Mordekaiser, getting that Radiant Gnasher's Tooth, and the RFC is so strong. Once he goes to 9, this comp can still cap out a lot higher as well.
Do you think he's gonna go to the 9 Demacia?
He has 2 emblems, has a Poppy
He's holding on
the
to Poppy,
bench. Yeah,
Let's do it. Poppy 2 coming alive, gets moved in. That's 8. Let's make it 9, David. I believe you have the power.
There's the Fiora, I think. Fiora's the last one that he needs, right? Yeah, there it is.
There
9
we
Demacia
go.
online. Finally seeing
Wow.
the chase trait of 9 work out. Just going to replace that Demacia emblem for a hot second, but we have reached critical mass with this composition. Is it enough to take down Bosso skills?
I love how casual he's just looking, still thinking about what else to do. This is the board most TFT players will never see. That's how rare it is, and it's incredibly powerful. You're seeing it in action against the Ionias that have been having such a great time in this match thus far. But here comes David Ace with the 9 Demacias, and this is about to be bad news for everyone else that's in this lobby.
Oh, that is so many stats to just have pure tankiness, buying time for all that damage coming through. It is just a Fiora 1, right? But Mordekaiser 2, Quinn 2 doing a lot of the heavy lifting, rolling down for more upgrades. Would love to upgrade that Aatrox as well, especially with Radiant Bloodthirster. Gonna be massive. Not able to find the upgrades though, but it might not matter. That last fight just looked so scary. He was able to make it happen.
Yeah, and we might actually see players getting knocked out here, hopping over to Spencer with the multicasters with a massively expensive board. On the other side is Bosso. The boss has been triggered. Cetis in the corner doing some sit-ups, coming back though and serving some punches. First unit in line is going to fall. The Azir is no match for the boss, but the other two might be, and the Vel'Koz and the TF are going to take him down. Spencer able to hang on for just one more round.
Oh, such a close fight there. The boss having a Dragon's Claw I thought might have been too much power for the multicasters to deal with, but no, Spencer hangs on for another round. So does Degree as well. Multicaster is still alive and well. Bosso skills dropping dangerously low to 16 HP. A bad loss could mean he is out. David Ace really the only person safe right now. Toronto Tokyo level 9 with Kale. We have some crazy boards mix for just game 1 of these finals.
We do, and with Bosso now going level 9, there might be a chance that he goes for 9 Ionia. I'm not sure it's as strong as what we've been seeing from the Demacia. That truly is a rare sight, but we might see it regardless, so let's have a look at both of these players. Degree and Spencer are fighting for survival. Bosso also not much health to work with, but in comes the boss. He's making his way left-hand side through the multicasters, one after another is going to drop, and it's only the turret that is fighting Set on the left side. Degree is gonna get knocked out, and Spencer will as well. Both of these players were running the multicasters, and they're taking 5th and 6th place, Crone.
Yeah, wow, that's kind of crazy. I think we didn't really expect to see them be dealt with as easily. It is nice to see, right? Oh, you're not just going to lock in multis and go for the win. They still did get respectable placements, but now it really is up to these vertical synergies. Bosso skills and David Ace, both Earth players, right? Being able to achieve this, but Toronto Tokyo finding a way because of that great spot recognition of the Kale early. Very, very smart TFT being played, and kind of love to see that. Bosso skills is rolling it down, trying to find trying to find something else for this board right now, but is what on 7 units? What's he trying to go for? Oh, he's trying to look for the 9 Ionia. That was it, and he finds it.
Online, but is it strong enough? I believe the 9 Ionia is just a little bit worse than what's waiting on the other side. Also, lots of upgrades that he would still need to truly make this one strong. Maybe the QSS on the Xayah will help. It does help against the J4 that comes in on the left-hand side, but can she actually do enough damage to take down the units? It doesn't look like it. The Horde keeps running, and the Demacia 9 will take down, well, does it? He actually survives. 1 HP does not take down the 9 Ionia.
Yeah, 9 Demacia seems like is I don't want to say like a direct counter to that, right? But it's just going to be stronger, especially with all the 1-star units that Bosso was forced to run, right? It was like an Aurelia 1, a Karma 1, a Shen 1 as well, and that's not going to be enough frontline to buy enough time. Third might be the best that Bosso can hope for in this game, but all these players reach level 9. Actually, half the players in this lobby reach level 9, which is kind of crazy. David Ace going to be looking to be safe here, and Bosso skills is going to be up against the Ghost, but David Ace and Toronto on the right.
Yeah, this is a tough matchup between these players here. It is Bosso on the left side that is fighting for survival. The right side is a little bit of a showcase, but it's looking to go easily for Bosso. Takes down the Kale board with no match here. And of course, the 9 Demacia, they are so strong. And Toronto Tokyo knows that. He has taken one more massive hit, now also down to his last life. But we are going to go to the Dragon, and maybe there's another upgrade waiting for these players to change the trajectory of this game.
There could be. I'm not sure anything is going to be able to be enough to take down David Ace. I think it's kind of a battle for 3rd place right now, 2nd and 3rd. David Ace, especially with the support item as well. The Aegis of the Legion just giving more stats, and it's going to be giving attack speed to the units behind it as well. If there wasn't already, you know, David Ace clinching this win, I think that support item is just so good. The Aatrox too as well. David Ace wasn't even in final form yet, Makes. It's just going to be even stronger now.
Honestly, at what point point do you just look at this board and go, yeah, it's a first? I mean, I think when the 9 Demacia came online, we were already kind of expecting it. I love to see the approaches of the Kale board, of the 9 Aeonia, to try and stop this train, but I don't think it will be possible. Toronto, Tokyo, and Basso are going to go up against each other, so one of them will survive here, given the nature of the game, but who is going to come out on top? Neela finding that Kale right at the start might be a point, but she is taken down by one angry Poppy with a hammer, and this set does not know any boundaries. Taken down, the KLs, Toronto, Tokyo, visibly frustrated, but it's still a third place. We take those, and the Aatrox here, given a little bit of extra showtime, will also fall. Toronto, Tokyo third, Basso, I think second, but we're gonna watch it play out.
Probably second place for Boss. So Toronto Tokyo, I think, a little bit frustrated because the set found its way into the back line and got to the Kale. That was the major point there. So a kind of frustrating third with a board that capped. You would hope that maybe goes first in other lobbies, but the matchup of the century, it feels like the 9 Demacia versus the super capped Ione Vanquisher board that we've seen take a 50% win rate over the stats of yesterday. They're up against each other now. Can David Ace finish it out, or can Basso climb that mountain?
I don't want to hear any complaints out of Twitch chat for seeing the same comps in games again and again after this one. Check this out. The boss has been procced. Back left corner, trying to make his way through the tanky units, but the rest of the board is already gone. David Ace piloting this comp to an easy first place with 9 Demacia.
Oh, 9 Demacia Necro. We get to see those verticals come out here and do it in style as David Ace did.
Did you see David Ace's like smirk too? Like in the corner of the camera, he's like, "Ooh, I knew I had that locked." And I don't even know when, because I feel like as soon as you got the 9 Demacia online, like you didn't even need it. I feel like the board was already so strong. Taking a look at even where it was at 7 Demacia, but David Ace is just such an impressive player. We have seen him cover so many different compositions. He had a propensity to lean towards like the vertical Noxus yesterday, but it's all about that Earth Legend, because not only did we see the Noxus, but we saw vertical Shurima, 6 Slayers from him. Honestly, what can't this player do?
That's exactly it though, right? He is one of the players that is saying, I don't want to play Twisted Fate as a legend. I want to go for the Earth. I want to have these creative approaches. And of course, you could say having a Demacia 9 online is a little bit of a high roll, but it is kind of recognizing what you are able to find and playing with it. And it might not always go well. Recognizing that 6 Slayer spot yesterday was a 4th place, but that's still pretty good. So having the option to go for crazy comps, you can get that with the Earth. And I love that David is playing it.
Yeah, I actually even want to go back to the beginning of that game, right? David Ace's spot recognition of, this what are my trait tomes going to give me, right? Oh, I have Demacia. I have 2 other Demacias online. I have a Renekton 2 that can be super early, and he did streak all of stage 2 with it, right? Because that's just such a strong opener. It put him in a spot where he went level 6 even in stage 2, level 7 at 3-2. Even though he did lose that round, right? It still kind of set him up for that, okay, I'm going to be just pushing a lot of levels, saving the majority of my HP, and getting to that point where I could maybe get that 9 Demacia online. So from start to finish, I think David Ace played that game beautifully.
And Basso's skills too, like let's not count him out of things, because that was the other Earth player in this lobby. There's only 2 of them. They went first and second. So I feel like these other players might need to start looking a little bit at maybe changing up the Twisted Fate, because we saw basically everybody contesting each other, holding hands either in like the bottom 4 or even just the middle 4 and 5. So something to be said about leaving yourself a little bit more open to find these more creative lines, Crowan, and where do we see these players go? Because I know this is such a small sample size. It's the first game of the day, but it's still a litmus test for where these players are going to have to push the boundaries of their compositions. And like, is there more to be said about maybe just straying away from multicasters?
Yeah, no, I definitely think there is. I think the multis can work, and even they can, in one world, both reach top 4. I think one player rerolls at 6, one goes 7, and focuses more on that Vel'Koz and the Sona. But that's not the end-all be-all, right? While it's so popular, we get to see the power of Earth, right? and why I think yesterday we saw the change from the little legend, or from the legend, excuse me, from Lee Sin to Earth from Basso skills, and then went first and third in his next 2 games, right? Playing those kind of more vertical play styles, like there's something there, and players are starting to catch on to that.
But what about the boss? We got a hero augment right away.
Honestly, I know I'm not an admin, so I'm saying this for legal reasons. This is a joke, but I think the bosso should get an extra point for picking the boss. That's my favorite thing. I love that, not only because it's a hero augment, but of course also because of the name. And then similar to David Ace, recognizing that this is a spot where you can go for the 9 Ionia. And I love that we had players go to level 9. That's not something we're getting a whole lot of in the current patch with how rerolling plays out. So we, I think, had 4 players going for level 9.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, over the half the lobby, I feel like that is just absolutely nuts to just start off our very first game, and we still have 5 more to go. Like, this is just how these leaderboards look after this very first game. David Ace and Degree, like, they're both going to maintain that first and second place position, just also with the bonus points helping out there a little bit, but Basso Skills is hot on their tail, and I feel like Crowan, if Basso's able to keep this up and find these more creative spots, he has a great shot at making it into the top 2.
Yeah, definitely. Basso, I think, is really hungry to get back into regionals like he was in set 8. Has had a kind of rough set 9 so far, but looking in pretty peak form, I would say, in this LCQ so far. Even though he wasn't able to get any bonus points yesterday, he's still right up there, right? Bonus points aren't going to matter all that much if you're just playing as well as Basso is.
Well, one thing's for sure, we got a great treat for our game number 1, which means even more in store for us for our next 5. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game 2 of day 2 of the LCQ. Welcome back to the broadcast for the NALCQ. It's day number 2, and we're also welcoming back Azael and Boop. Azael, how are you doing after that first day?
I'm doing good. I had a lot of fun yesterday. Excited to see who's going to be able to actually take it today, earn their spots in regionals.
Booposaurus, what about you? How you doing?
I'm feeling great. I mean, we're themed on the dinosaurs right now. We got dinosaurs on our shirts. We got multicasters losing in that first lobby, though it did take a lot of work. But I'm super, super excited to be here. It's always fun. LCQ is always a good time.
It really has been so far, and that game number 1 was just so exciting to watch just based on the variance in the compositions that we saw, and it's not every day you get a chance to see 9 Ionia and 9 Demacia going head-to-head against each other for that 1v1 in the end. Azael, do you feel like that's something that we could consistently see moving forward for the rest of our games today?
Probably not. I mean, it's just really hard to hit those prismatic augments, right? You need multiple spats, from the same trait. You also need to be able to actually be stable enough to even get 9 to get it in, then hit the legendaries that fit in there as well. So I think it's generally pretty difficult. David Ace, had a really good game, a really high roll game as well, though. Obviously started off with the Demacia spat, then hit dedication as his second augment, and from that spot, if you can get to 9, you'll almost always win. But there was a lot of really strong compositions that we saw. Toronto Tokyo didn't even actually get top 2, and he had Kale 3 really early on, got to 9 with the Kale, playing 4 Slayer. So there were some really capped out boards, and I think in a lot of other lobbies, the people who finished 3rd, even 4th, might have actually been getting a 1st place.
Yeah, for sure. What I'm hearing you saying, though, is maybe we need a little bit of Mortdog blessing for these next few games to maybe get treated to some of these more higher capped out boards as well. But Boop, I think there's something to be said about HP preservation, because we saw that really come into play for that first game, where if you're able to get a strong start, maybe you're able to go on a win streak, that could just help propel you into a top 4 situation. So do you feel like there are that's going to be more of a necessity for these players? Because yesterday also kind of seemed like HP totals were lacking in some places.
Well, I think some of the best TFT players know how to lose well, right? Because in TFT, it's not about winning each one of these rounds, right? A lot of people, lose a round and they're pissed about it, or win around and they're upset about it, right? So it's about, those 1 or 2 units in the early game coming back and haunting you a little bit later. We'll talk a little bit more about it when the game goes up.
Oh, well, here you go. As you call it, here it is. So, Boop and Azael, go ahead and take it.
All right, are we going back to school, Azael? We're going to Rat Town, or we're going to eat some food at the cafeteria? We'll find out soon. Azael, you look great in that sweater, and I'm so excited to see you again today for Day 2 and Lobby 2 right now for the LCQ. It's going to be at the University, so Prismatics once again for us, and let's see where we're going to go at first. But seeing what we saw in the last game, do you think we're going to see any type of carryover, or is this going to be a little bit more par for the course? Because we talked about how high roll 3 of those comps were in the last lobby.
Yeah, I mean, maybe people are going to feel that that's what they actually need to play for. I think David Ace, starting off a lot of points already, especially when you're trying to catch up to some of these people who already have bonus points, from day 1. Maybe some of the players will be feeling a little bit of the heat, trying to play very aggressively, to try to get those top positions, because, we saw already, the total David Ace is at 9 points because he won that game 1 and he had a bonus point from yesterday, right? So already he's out to a pretty significant lead. So if you're someone like Clear, you're already 8 points behind that first place, and maybe going to be feeling a little bit more pressure to play aggressively, play things like Earth. David Ace has been playing Earth, though, the whole tournament, right? And he has just been playing Earth, popping the tomes right as soon as he gets that augment, and just kind of using that to give him direction. And I do think in this set, there's a lot of valuable tomes that you can actually get, a lot of valuable traits and emblems that you can get. You can play the Demacia lines for high roll. We've seen him play a lot of Noxus. We've seen him play Shurima effectively. So those are the ones that I think most people are going for. And when you're willing to bounce around between a few different angles, there's a pretty high chance that you're going to get at least one of those directions.
Totally, and it's not like you have to know how to play 10 different directions, right? It's kind of like the 3, right, with the Noxus and the Demacia. If you get a Rogue or a Slayer emblem, right, you don't need to know every single one of those. You just need to know, a handful, so when you do open up these tomes, you have a couple directions. But the thing with David Ace, you mentioned it earlier, is he's been opening up his tomes first round and getting exactly what he wanted. He's got 2 Noxus, 2 Shurima before. This is almost assuredly going to be Ancient Archives. That's exactly how David's been playing this whole week, and it's been paying off. But Double Trouble is also pretty good good when it comes to things like Nico and Rogue.
Yeah, exactly. You know, we did see it be pretty effective in the Noxus Cup last week as well. You know, some of those kind of like Soraka Bastion type things, like Soraka Nico and so on. Double Trouble, you can play Double Trouble Rogues, you can play, I've even seen some like Double Trouble multicaster variants. I've seen Double Trouble Quinn. There's like a lot of different lines that you can play. So I do think he's thinking about this a lot more heavily than he normally does. Almost every single time we've seen the 2-1 pick here for David Ace, he just, no hesitation, just slams down those tomes. He's going to pop. So can choose between Bilge, Rogue, Slayer, and Gunner. And he's going to go Bilge. So he's looking for just pretty much the most high roll style of play that he can go for. And he's going to take Bilge and Gunner. So if he got double Bilge, you could actually push for that 9 Bilge. Doesn't mean he can't find another emblem later on, but Gunner can work reasonably well along that line also, since obviously, you know, both GP and Graves are Bilge and Gunner. So it'll be interesting to see where he wants to go with this.
Yeah, we might see like a sneaky Jace or something on one of these comps, because with this emblem combination, you actually, I think, make the game a little bit more difficult for you at the early game as you kind of decide who's going to fit in here. But Bilge and Gunner are definitely the least amount of direction David's gotten from these archives, right? I think the last 3 times we've seen it, it's been the same emblem a couple times, and it's been a super easy direction. So really curious to see. I think David's going to have to really we're going to really see how David plays TFT in this particular lobby, because there are a couple different ways to go. We can push into Gunner. We can even move into a little bit of Zon. We can do winning Piltover even if you're feeling spicy, right? So we'll see what happens. We're going over to Bassa. We're seeing the Bruiser emblem, and this is actually something we saw a little bit when we were watching some Chinese TFT before coming in today. Bruiser emblems on the backline.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, people do like kind of Bruiser emblem on backline. We've seen like Kaiser Bruiser to get Void in with those Bruiser comps. You can obviously just play it on Emilio or on a Cassio as well. Some people do like playing for both the Cassio and the Emilio alongside these Bruiser comps, and then you can be re-rolling, you know, for 4-1 costs basically. Re-roll for Cassio, Emilio, Renekton, and the Cho'Gath, and basically just try to hit all of those on your roll down. So there's a lot of different variants that you can play, but we can see he's also holding his second tome, so wants to try to cater that tome specifically to what he's going to need. Obviously, the more traits you have active, the more catered traits you do get when you pop those tomes. So he's going to hold the second one at least for now and see if he can't get exactly what he wants later on. But some different interesting choices as well throughout the lobby. I saw someone, I think it was Lil Top, had taken Birthday Present, which I always find really interesting. You know, that one can really help you push tempo early. If you're pushing levels, you can get some really powerful gifts from that Birthday Present. And when you're getting up to the higher levels, you know, 7, 8, 9, you start getting really valuable gifts. But there's no guarantee that they're going to fit into your composition. So it is really high variance, and it requires that you play a pretty aggressive game, you know, where you're really pushing the pace. You're trying to get levels. We can see he got a Galio too, I believe, you know, from that Birthday Present. And, you know, that is a really heavily upgraded board. You know, and that's what you can sometimes get when you are playing this augment, right? And it's not necessarily super synergistic, but Galio 2, Alawi 2, Cho'Gath 2, and a Jhin 2 this early on is not a board that's easy for most people to deal with.
Yeah, the synergies don't even really matter with this kind of board right now at this stage. They will particularly in Stage 3, but right now this is what we would consider best on board. And Birthday Presents is kind of like, hey, sir, go ahead and just start 20 feet ahead of everyone else sometimes, right? When you get that lucky, you need to be able to maintain that lead and advantage. Something else I also wanted to point out, Azale, is we have a bunch of TF players, but only one person picked Pandora's items, and you actually mentioned this yesterday when it came to it being prismatic, so that augment actually becomes a little less valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the thing that I think is tough with it is, you know, when it is silver, you know, you're just getting that one, you're not giving up a lot of combat power basically to choose it, and you're just getting that one component that you can be re-rolling. It's a lot easier to find a component than the specific prismatic item or radiant item, excuse me, that you do need. So sometimes you will, you know, have a good time with it. You grab it, the exact radiant item that you want right off the bat, but other times that radiant item is kind of stuck on your bench for a long time, re-rolling, trying to hit that exact thing that you need, and that basically means you're just playing kind of without an augment at that point. You don't have that additional power, and that is the difficulty of it. We can also see buried treasures here for clear, so he's going to have a tremendous amount of components. And does have the option of grabbing an early Fiora here, but right now, you know, playing Bruiser Sorks, it'll be interesting to see where he wants to go from this. I don't think it's going to be any sort of like a Cho'Gath 3 roll or anything. He's obviously pushing levels, and his itemization is speaking more towards, you know, playing maybe a more around heavy Sorks.
Yeah, whenever you see that Crown Guard, you're kind of seeing someone who's going to benefit from that AP and that extra shielding, and so that's going to give a little bit of a hint on that direction. We're going over a little top right now. And what the coolest part about this is we get the same 8 players in every lobby, so we get to see specific changes between each of these players. And so far, the comps are already looking different. We haven't seen a Kale just yet. We saw 9 Demacia, 9 Ionia in that last lobby. So this is moving a little bit more on the traditional direction, I would say, in terms of tempo and what you're seeing. With David, once again, leading the charge, getting the Renekton 2 early. Renekton, very good early game unit, is going to be able to take down a lot of that front line, and it seems to be helping us streak into a pretty good position. 4, 2, and 3 at the top. And if you're wondering what these graphics are, just going to tell you what they are real quick. Let's go look under the university, which is our portal. The first number you see is going to be gold, and then the number you see with all the friends there, that's going to be the total value of the board that you see right now. So Toronto Tokyo, you see it has a total of 4, and that's the 2 from the Kiana and the 1 each from the Graves. And how that's going to interact a little bit later on is very, very fascinating. Folks will definitely be talking about that.
Yeah.
That's going to swap into streaks, and then the last number is their total health. So if anyone's wondering what that all means, that's what it is.
Yep, and you can see that Lil Top had by far the most valuable board. Doesn't always mean you're going to win, because traits are obviously very powerful and synergies are very powerful. Itemization is very powerful, and it's not really taking that into consideration. But Toronto Tokyo going to be on a full 5 loss streak here. Obviously, he was trying to maintain that. Elected to actually sell his extra unit, so he's only playing 3 units at level 4 to maintain the 40 gold for maximum interest. But because you're doing that in a prismatic lobby, often the board states are really, really strong. And it can be pretty painful to do that at times. When you are in these prismatic lobbies, when you're potentially running into someone like Lil Top, who's already level 6 this early on, you're going to be taking so much damage. And, Toronto Tokyo down at 62 HP here already, is playing Golden Ticket, looking like he wants to play a rogue line. And I'm going to be interested to see, how heavily he rerolls here. Very quickly hitting that cat too is pretty nice. And I think he felt he needed to at least roll a bit to make sure he didn't die to Krugs.
We've all been there. When was the last time you died to Krugs, Azale?
Oh, I don't think I have this set. I feel like they made the PvE phases earlier. I don't know if it's just me, but I've definitely had it happen in the past when I'm playing some truly terrible Piltover boards, and I'm like, I don't need to upgrade anything. It's fine.
Yeah. You have like 4 1-cost units up there. You're like, everything's going to be okay. The last time I think I was playing Dragon King, and I was just trying to open for it. Same kind of thing. It was like, I'll be okay.
You're open for it against the Krugs.
Yeah, open for it against the Krugs, I don't
strategy.
like, completely breaking the streak, right? Consistency is losing to Krugs. Anyway, but let's go back to this game, folks. And going back to this board, Katarina is actually one of the rogues that we've seen, I feel like, get leveled up the least. It seems to be in some of the other Noxus comps, so it's not something that you can tier 3 as easily as some of these other rogues, particularly something like the Graves, but we're further ahead right now. Is this something that we should invest in at this point, or should we go a little bit more traditional as we move forward?
I think hitting the early cat too, that it does make sense, right? He can slam down Spark, and you can kind of play more heavily towards itemization, alongside Echo. Generally, if you're going to be building Spark and you're going to be itemizing your cat, mostly you'll see people then itemize along that line, right? So if they're either going to do like Graves and Kiana heavily itemized, or they're going to do the Katarina as well as the Echo heavily itemized. Toronto Tokyo obviously was not staying super low level, so he's not going for Graves reroll or anything like that. So I'm expecting it to be more itemization around the cat as well as that Echo. But we'll have to see. I mean, Katarina has kind of fallen out of a lot of the Noxus comps. Obviously, if you're going for like 9 Noxus or something like that, Katarina needs to kind of just be a trait bot. But it's no longer the days of 3-star Cat and Darius that people used to play. So I do think you can often be fairly uncontested. And with Golden Ticket, you can go for that full hit comp. And we see that this is going to be that kind of Bastion Invoker reroll. And that's going to be with Golden Ticket as well here for Unwolf. So both of these guys are going to be playing, that same style with, Golden Ticket, and really trying to fully kind of 3-star your entire board, because that's generally what you need to do to be able to kind of get the most out of Golden Ticket. If you're not 3-starring your whole board, if you're just sitting on 2 stars, you're going to lose so much combat power compared to a lot of the other prismatics. So it's almost a must that you fully 3-star your board.
100%. It's not a combat augment. You're not going to be working with the same stats as some other people are, and so you got to find that power by upgrading your units earlier. We also can't underestimate like the ice here when it comes to the Ishtal. Being able to get kind of like a free life, and then especially with items like Hex Tech or anything that does HP regen or Omni, right, is going to help out a lot, because you're going to get put in the ice, you're going to potentially get to another ultimate and then regain all of that HP. Also want to mention, Azale, that this comp destroyed Nox's Cup. It was super successful all through. It did get hit with a couple nerfs, but I don't think it's anything that makes it so if we provided the opportunity, we should not play it, because it was probably the most consistent comp in Noxus.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's one of those things. I mean, both Soraka got nerfed as well as Nico got nerfed, you know, so there obviously are some hits to it, but it's kind of funny. I often like playing those comps that were S tier and then get a little nerf and then everyone kind of drops them, because sometimes playing an uncontested line is just a lot stronger than playing, you know, the S tier meta comp that is going to be more likely contested. The other thing that I always find really nice when you get the Ice Ishtal, like when you have this little ice block thing, is when you're playing Titans, you know, your Nico is getting the Titans very heavily stacked up, the ice block procs, and then with this positioning, when you have solo frontline for the Nico, often what happens is the frontliners from your opponents actually move past the Nico, and it lets, after the ice block procs, your Nico just walk straight in the backline and kill the backline. So I do think it's one of the absolute best things that you can actually hit for this comp and for this setup. So we'll see how how Unwolf is going to do and how Toronto Tokyo is going to do with those golden tickets, because these guys, you know, definitely want to hit full 3 stars, and sitting on 2 small Nikos on your bench is actually pretty crazy. So we'll see if he's going to be able to get that pretty quick.
Yeah, the Nico 3 is super important for that particular comp, but so is the Soraka in the backline, as you've already mentioned. But, you know, the other thing, we saw the ice worked out. It wasn't for, you know, a defensive, but for an offensive reason. The ice went through, we got to go to our ultimate, and the way that Nico's ultimate works, it jumps to the person that they're auto-attacking. So if they're auto-attacking someone in the middle of the backline, you're just going to get destroyed, right? No one's going to survive, and then the Nico's going to heal up after that. Looking at these augments now, a lot of re-rolls. What do you see, Azale?
Well, I just saw that David Ace hit another Gunner emblem, so this man is just the king of the emblems, it feels like, this whole weekend. He's always able to just double up on them, and that means you're going to be able to get to a 6 Gunner like relatively easily. So, you know, you could play 6 Gunner with a couple of builds mixed in. He could also do 4 Gunner and more heavily into builds, but I think we're going to see him go towards 6 Gunner, you know, almost certainly. And this is going to be interesting to see how that actually performs, because I don't feel like we've been seeing much of the Gunner line at all. I do think it can be really strong, and especially if you can actually, you know, hit the high roll variants where you can get GP in, you can get 6 Gunner in, which is going to be pretty easy, you know, with double Gunner spat. And sometimes when you get the double Gunner spat, it allows you to just stay at 7, stay at 8, you know, make sure you're getting that 3-star Jace and not having to actually push to be able to get that GP where you normally have to go to actually, you know, get that 6 Gunner trait.
Yeah, and then I think the Gunner trait can definitely help a lot of our, like, you can put a Vanquisher in there instead, someone who's going to get value from the same stats that Gunners get value from, but increase their opportunities because you have the second Gunner stat, for example, or the emblem, for example. It's going to be Void on the other side. And look at this Renekton Gulp, trying to cull as much of the Meek as possible. That is the fastest attacking Renekton I have ever seen in TFT, and it seems like it's going to help win this round.
Yeah, Rascal's Gloves is really strong, but is just barely going to be able to take that round. And the Radiant GA there is so nice, or Edge of Night, I guess I should call it. It's really, really good. You get so much attack speed after it does proc. Plus, you had a Radiant Nashers as well, so you get additional attack speed after you actually cast. So, was definitely swinging really fast. Here is Little Top's board. So again, just pushing levels very aggressively. He's on an 8 streak. Does have that 2-star Quinn that he would have gotten, I think, from his birthday present at level 7. And it looks like he also took Lucky Gloves, so just going to be kind of slamming down clubs, looking to pick up as many of those as possible. You know, when you do play Lucky Gloves, I think it's really, really strong alongside Birthday Present, because you're kind of just picking up strong units and you're just trying to itemize them effectively. It also allows you to be way more flexible with whatever you hit, right? Because if you're playing Birthday Present and you itemize, okay, I'm going to build double rapid fire and I'm going to do this, and you're kind of specifically catering your itemization to one line, if you don't get that from your Birthday Present, then it's pretty useless, right? Whereas if you have something like Lucky Gloves, you just have ideal itemization for whatever pops out of the Birthday Present.
That's again, trying to make things more predictable. It took 2 augments to get there, right? You picked an unpredictable augment, and then your second augment makes it so you can predict at least some power on these units, right? No matter who pops out, you're going to find some value out of it. You still need to find another glove real quick. But the other thing I just want to compliment Lil Top for is having that win streak, 8 win streak. Lost the last round, but being over 50 gold in first place and win streaking at 3-7 is really, really strong, and not something you see all the time. A lot of times you have to invest a lot more money to win streak. streak at the early game. So interest is getting you to that 50 gold, but we're already there. So Lil Top is chilling, in my opinion, right now. As we move on over to Spencer, and I'm actually not seeing a ton of multicasters. Maybe we just haven't been on that board, any of those boards just yet, but definitely seems like we've moved away, at least for the time being, away from that here in the early until stage 4.
Yep, does look that way. I haven't noticed any multicaster boards either. So we do have a Nila board here. 3 builds, 3 strategists, and it is the Rascal's Gloves. It does have double rapid fire, so pretty good itemization. We'll see where Spencer wants to go, as he is getting relatively low. Going to be investing pretty heavily on this roll down. It does have a pair of Jarvans, has a pair of the Azirs. Would really like to get some sort of an upgrade here, but he's just not hitting, unfortunately.
Sometimes, the answer is just to hit, and as simple as that sounds, sometimes you're unable to do that as well. These upgrades aren't going to push super far, but hey, we got some really good items on this Nila. That Nila's going to be super scary once we upgrade even more, but we got to get there first. Spencer is already under 50 HP, so we don't have a lot of room to go. So any of these unit wins or any of these round wins is just going to squeeze a little bit more time out for this Nila to get upgraded. And we're going to see how good this unit is, right? It's just tier 1, and it helped eliminate most of the board outside of these 2 units.
Yeah, but he's kind of in this dangerous situation now where basically all you can do is just full send it every single round, right? Like you're low on econ, you're low on health, you're losing rounds, you haven't broken that loss streak, so he has to keep rolling for these 2-star 4 costs that Spencer's digging for, and if he doesn't hit them, then it's kind of just toast. Toronto Tokyo here, looking through his options. What is he going to go for? So Cybernetic Bulk is he going to be the option here. Does hit Graves 3, so he already has the Echo 3. He's 2 off the Cat 3. There's a Cat in shop, so 1 off Kiana 3. He is really close to having that fully upgraded board. He is likely just going to have to lock here, unfortunately. Can't use that free reroll because he's out of gold and there's nothing on board he wants to sell. Is going to be adding in Slayers, it looks like, as well. Oh, interesting. He is going to sell that. That's actually surprising to me. But he finds the Cat, so it works out.
Yeah, I guess doesn't think we need that upgrade as much as the other ones, which, I would tend to agree with. Kiana's probably the weakest of those rogues, right?
I agree too, but it is really interesting, right? To me, this speaks to the fact that he feels like he needs maximum power now, because there's a Cat in shop, you're 1 off, and you have Golden Ticket. You're likely going to hit that in the next round or 2 anyway, and so now it kind of says that he's probably just fully giving up on Kiana, whereas I think in a round or 2 he would have had both 3-starred anyway. So it is really interesting that he does elect to do that. He's also decided to move his itemization off, so maybe he regretted actually itemizing on that Kiana and wanted to have it more over on the Graves instead. So interesting decision there from Toronto Tokyo, and is going to be able to push levels at this point. Now that he has basically all his 3-stars that he needs. Looking over here at Degree's board, who's sitting down at 40 health. Doesn't have too much gold, but he's playing Golden Ticket as well, and this board is honestly not looking very good for a Golden Ticket board. It's one of those things where, again, it's like you really have to have a really impressive board with Golden Ticket for it to be worthwhile, and he is just not close. It looks like he wanted to go for a Quinn reroll angle, but sitting on 4 Quins at 20 gold when it's 4-3 is really, really rough. I mean, you compare that to the spot that Toronto Tokyo is in, yes, who hadn't leveled up yet, but he had basically 3-starred all his carries already, right? And Degree is pretty low on econ, so if he's not winning rounds at this point, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, he might be able to sneak this round after this Quinn ult. Yes, but I mean, you're already seeing that the tempo for Degree is very slow, particularly for that augment, especially in a prismatic lobby, right?
Yeah.
Like if you're going to pick a reroll augment for a prismatic lobby, you just have to hit, right? Or else you're going to start falling behind. But he's decided to push a little bit more power into those 4 costs and potentially take advantage of rolling into those 4 costs, because when you roll once, that 4 cost is effectively a 6 cost at that point. So maybe saving some gold in the later game that way, investing it another time, but we don't know that until it happens, right? But again, unlike some of the other games that we've casted, the rerollers are hitting right now. Basso, tons of frontline right now. We got the tier 3 Soraka already for Unwealth. That's a huge get up for that Bastion comp, and now we're going over back to David Ace, who has probably, in my opinion, been the one who's hit the most often over the last 2 days outside of 1/8th place, going over with these gunners, and we do finally see a multicaster. It's the TF though in the gunner formation, in the back line.
Yeah, and I'm really interested. Right now he's playing 5 gunner, 6 build, so is he going to be I'm assuming he's going to be pushing for that 6 gunner still. But he is playing more heavily into builds than I was expecting. You know, this is kind of like a really interesting variant. And there he actually does hit. So he has that 6 gunner now. He found his Aphelios that he needed. So he's playing 6 gunner, 6 bilge. And this is pretty interesting. You know, when he does actually hit GP, he could shift some units out. I have not really seen this comp at all. His front line looks pretty pitiful, and I think that's going to be the struggle for him, as we're going to see him get kind of run over here by Basso Skills, who has a very strong bruiser comp already, has already 3-starred out most of his units, is playing Rascal's Gloves on that 3-star Renekton as well, and that is going to be the trouble for him. And Clear also sitting in a pretty tough spot, you know, still sitting on a pair of Azirs, you know, so would love to pair that up, but you know, searching for these upgrades, his board is just looking really weak, and he doesn't have great itemization either. You know, maybe if he 2-stars that Mord, you know, he could get a little bit more time, but he's got no items on his Azir. He's only got the 1 item on the Neela, and it's looking really tough for him here.
And Clear also looking pretty tough, very close to getting eliminated in 8th place again. 2 8th place means that this might be a 7-horse race by the end of it, right? We definitely need to try to raise above our current position. Do we have the capability? It does look like we got the Noxus Spat, but again, you know, every time we've seen an Azir so far, it's been an Azir 1, right? And it's not done that well outside of the one time we saw it win yesterday. So in terms of, you know, the hope of getting this through, it's going to be resting on this Neela that doesn't have any vamp on it whatsoever, so it's just going to depend on the shielding. The Giant Slayer is definitely going to help on this particular comp, because look at all that beef, but beef is coming for dinner, my friends, for Clear right now, as he's going to lose out on that. That Renekton, one of the strongest ones we've probably ever seen on broadcast.
Yeah, hitting that 3-star Renekton, does have the Bruiser Crest, has a Rascal's Glove, so sitting pretty at this point. Lil Top, 70 gold, level 8, still quite healthy here also. You know, 42 health, so he's going to be able to get 9 for sure, and then we're just going to have to see what does he get from his birthday present. Again, he is playing that Lucky Gloves. Unfortunately, he hasn't picked up another glove. You really want to have multiple gloves here with this augment, so we'll see if he can actually get some from Raptors. You get 3 from the augment itself, but if you don't pick up another, you're feeling quite sad. There it is. So at least he gets a second, and I think that is going to be pretty big. We're going to see him push towards 9 here, and then we have to see what is the present he gets. 2-star Scion. So he gets the 2-star Scion. Honestly, because he already had the 1 Scion, it kind of sucks because he couldn't put the Thieves Gloves on it. And I think he would have wanted to put the Thieves Gloves on that. I don't think he was hoping for a Scion in that position, but that is kind of the hit or miss aspect of this, right? Sometimes you're not going to get what you need. Ari is a pretty good pickup. You know, we'll be digging for Belveth as well, but he has pretty good AP itemization. If he eventually hits that RE2, you know, he could swap things over from the Silco. I'm going to be interested to see where he puts that second Thieves Gloves, though, because yeah, unfortunate that he actually already had a Sunfire Cape on a Scion and then gets the 3 Scions, so wasn't able to actually slam down the Thieves Gloves on it with Lucky Gloves.
Yeah, and just for folks at home, if you're ever in that position, yes, it's a tournament setting. I think Lil Top's pretty nervous. What you can do is swap a Scion in that doesn't potentially have the item, because you know it's going to be a 5 cost, right? So there's actually a way that you can cheat that out to make sure that the Thieves Gloves potentially can stay. But, you know, it really stinks too, because it eventually just ends up being like a help with a tier 2 plus 5 extra gold.
Yeah.
Right? So, and this is a recombobulated comp, by the way, which means that this was not initially what we started with, but we got there anyway. Oh, man, it'd be super curious to see like what the decision making was at that moment in time and what this board looked like, because we were winning super hard in the early game. We had over 50 gold and an 8 win streak at one point, and that was the first round that we won from that moment. So recombobulated looking like a pretty good choice so far.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes a lot of sense. Again, like his augments are very synergistic, right? You have birthday present, so you're not really sure what you're going to be hitting. You get Lucky Gloves, so you're going to have good itemization for whatever actually pops out of those orbs. And then Recombobulator, with birthday present, you're going to have a lot of 2-star units that are relatively high tier as you're pushing those levels. So if you get a late Recombobulator, it definitely has a lot of value, but this is really unfortunate for Degree, as he's going to run into the Rogue reroll here, and I don't think the Jarvan's going to be able to get it done. Oh, but it's close.
You know, it's the worst, especially when you're going up against people like Graves, because they attack so slowly, right? So you just like know it's coming, and it's coming in slow motion. But you know, the death is imminent for that Jarvan. Unfortunately, it does take it down. And Makes actually just told us when David went Gunner Emblem last time, he went 8th. So this is already better than the last go round when it comes to the Gunners. But you know, visually, this comp looks really weird.
It looks
if
really
you're just
weak.
like looking at it.
I'm honestly pretty surprised that he kept this invested into builds. I feel like the build crest almost kind of baited him into playing heavier builds, because his front line is just pathetic, right? And that's one of the things that is tough with Gunners, is Gunners need time, right? And that's why sometimes you see people playing variants, especially when you're playing Aphelios carry, people play variants along the lines of Aphelios Bastion and things like that to buy time. So maybe he should have just sat on 3 builds and not, you know, committed as heavily towards it and tried to have a bit of a stronger front line, something along those lines. And then you could drop things like the MF and just put the Gunner emblem on a frontliner as kind of a trade bot. But oh no, okay, barely gonna be able to actually take this down. So it does stay alive for now, but I don't think this is gonna be one of those games where he's able to actually pull it out, because I just don't think his board's gonna get much stronger.
Yeah, that front line is huge, and I just want to piggyback off the idea of time. That resource is essential when it comes to Gunners. I mean, they don't develop all of their AD until a couple more auto attacks, right? So they need at least 8 to 10 seconds to get going and then keep going, right? Yeah. And so hopefully, I think the way that you kind of time that is you time it 5 to 10 seconds. If you still got front line, you're probably going to win out. If not, then it's going to be pretty close. But the amount of damage that you're gaining through it is huge. That's why you actually see Gunner stuff. I've seen Echo Gunner a lot as well, to go with the Jinx as well, so you can get the Zon. I don't remember what Zon augment is here right now. It's definitely going to be on the Echo, but this has been pretty much this comp for a minute. That Cat's actually been here for a little while, and it doesn't seem like Noxus was hyper contested this round. He's to multicasters. Noxus having a little bit of an easier time getting to their golden units. I actually don't know if any multicasters are here.
No, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any in this lobby, which is pretty interesting. And Toronto Tokyo just goes 8, and he did hit Ishtal, and is the ice block Ishtal, so he's going to be able to actually get that Echo with that ice block available, so that is really big. The Echo does not get bursted down, and this is going to be likely the end of David Ace. Oh, just barely survives, actually. Down to, I think, probably 1 HP. Yeah, survives with 1 HP. I thought he was dead there for sure.
You know, 1 HP in a dream is all you need sometimes to win these lobbies.
1 HP, a dream, and a new comp, I think, is what
exactly.
need to win this lobby.
That's like one of my favorite stats about Last Stand. It's like it's only got like a 30% top 4 thing, but like a 15% win rate or something like that. It's a wild statistic. So maybe David will fall into that as we get into 1 HP. We're getting to see some of our tier 2 5-cost units pop through. That's going to be a Rise.
Yeah, Rise, Ari, he already has GP2, he has Heimer 2, he has Scion 2. It's definitely looking like a pretty scary board, especially if you can actually get that Ari, because a lot of his itemization is on the Ari. If you could hit the Ari 2, that would be really, really big. Pretty strong board. Would love to get some more upgrades in, you know, from that Heimer. It's a little bit lacking on kind of like single target damage. It's very AoE and it's very kind of slow, but it does have a pretty powerful front line, so we'll see if Little Top can actually kind of last long enough to be able to actually take down this board. I think David Ace is going to be in tough here.
All right, let's see if this Aphelios is going to be anything close to a unit. Aphelios has definitely been one of the ones that have struggled the most throughout the weekend. I thought we would maybe see a little bit more with some Bastions, but that's just not been the case. I mean, these rounds have been going by lightning quick. Even that one was quick with the Gunners. The Gunners do end up taking it down. It's going to be an Echo versus an Aatrox. That's going with the Echo. And Little Top loses, but hopefully is not going to lose as quick as a David, who wins that last round. So curious to see what would happen if they actually went up against each other in that last one. I think that was a Ghost. Yep. For David on that last round. And Unwolf just sitting at the top with a nice, I think he's running the Nico Soraka comp there at the top, substantially winning way more than everyone else.
Yeah, he is in a really good spot at this point, you know, very far ahead as far as HP is concerned. It's likely going to be between him and Toronto Tokyo, who have been looking really strong, unless, you know, Bosso skills can kind of improve his board a bit. Little Top is mostly just losing. David Ace, you know, did beat that Ghost from Little Top, but he's been mostly losing as well. So those guys are really kind of fighting out, I think, just to get that 4th spot. Very likely, unless they can kind of get any sort of a big hit to change things around. Like maybe the RE2 would make a difference, but it doesn't feel like his board has really been, you know, strong enough to actually be able to get things done against these top players.
All right, folks, if you're wondering why they like pick up the 5 cost and then sell it, it's giving them a higher opportunity to see the 5 cost that they want by taking a 5 cost out. So if you're ever curious as to during a roll down why they pick up units they don't need, that's a big reason why. But yeah, now looking at these items, Spark would be super nice, especially with all the AP in the back line, but it's going to be a Giant Slayer instead. There is a lot of HP in this lobby.
Yeah, there absolutely is, but I'm just kind of curious. Hey, well, I guess he has to put it on the Rise then, right? But yeah. We'll see how much damage it gets done. Yeah, he has so much AP. I'm really surprised he didn't actually go Spark, but feels he doesn't need it. Is running into this Nico comp with that 3-star Nico. And we'll see if the Nico can actually even get the Ice Block fracting and get into that backline. Well, it's off looking pretty good so far. It does have good backline access, and that Soraka's getting low, but now his front line falls, and it's going to get close here. But he will be able to take him down. That is a big turn for Liltop. You can see him get excited at his share.
Yeah, I would be wiping the sweat off my brow too, because that was an Ahri mana debuff that I think got us out of that situation. The Nico was on the backline in terms of auto attacking, but the debuff hit and was unable to get there. Because remember that Nico is going to jump to that Ahri when that ult happens and develop a lot more HP. Was able to make sure that that resource was unavailable for the Nico. Now that we're here, a little top. We still have a top 5 though, Zale. Look how close it is.
Well, and I can't believe David Ace is still alive. You know, so he has really just been barely hanging on. Bosso skills now down to 1 HP as well. So both those players barely staving off elimination. We'll have to see who they're going to run into. As these points are going to get critical, these final rounds could mean so much. David Ace is going up against Toronto Tokyo, and I think that's probably going to be the end of him, but we'll see if he can get it done.
All right, let's see if they're going to have that access to the back line really quickly. It's going to go onto the Jinx. That's actually really good for our Gunner player, but the back line is all left is the Neela, and it looks like that's going to be just fine. Eat your words, Azale. You were wrong on this one. Toronto Tokyo is going to take the L on this one. But yeah, that Neela, not just good on those Vanquisher comps, but also finding some value here on this Gunner comp. Is it just because, you know, it's kind of we get to kind of work with the Neela in a Vanquisher aspect, increasing that damage, and so every time we get, you know, a shield or some resource, we get more of it later up in the game. This is really fascinating, especially with the Edge of Night, making it so we get kind of like the full Gunner buffs with this Neela.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I guess I'm just really underestimating this comp. It's not a line I've ever really seen. People playing, you know, this heavily into builds Gunner. You know, I thought that he would have just played full Gunner and kind of just played 3 builds and played more heavily for frontline, but it's actually working out really well. As you say, the Neela getting a lot of work done, getting those full Gunner stacks. It does have the Edge of Night, so it's not actually just getting burst down by the rogues, and it's getting a lot of work done. So credit to David Ace. I think this is a pretty hard line to play and a pretty unique way that he played it, and does end up getting himself into the top 3.
I'm looking back over to David. I'm super curious how this is going to go with the tanks on the other side of the equation with the Soraka and the Nico. The Gunners do seem like they're having a much harder time with this particular comp, which makes sense because it is a defensive-oriented comp. I also think Tarek might be a little strong right now, especially at Tier 3. Looking on the other side, it's going to be the Ghost board, and, you know, I say it, Tarek's over there as well, barely going to take any damage, eating those rockets for breakfast, but it's going to be Tarek versus the Echo. Thank you to overtime. The Tarek does go down, and that's going to be a tough win against the Ghost, but we do have a top 2.
Yeah, we have a top 2. David Ace does go out in 3rd, but again, another really good finish for him, you know, finishing up towards that top. It's Unwolf going up against Toronto Tokyo. Unwolf with a very big HP lead. We'll have to see how he wants to try to cap out his board, because he does have 84 gold here, so expecting him to likely push towards 9, and you know, maybe look for something like a Rise or whatever to try to get in there and cap it out more heavily. He does go 9 now. Let's see what he can actually find. He's rolling down. Does have the option of actually playing Aphelios for an additional Targon, which can be quite effective when you have so much healing and shielding. So is going to elect to play that. Is sitting on 2 Aatroxes, but I don't think he's going to want to put those in. The Rise is a really nice hit. The Heimer 2 is a really nice hit. And you can obviously put that Rise in for the Karma 1 that he had, and he's now going for this kind of rogue positioning here with his Soraka. So the rogue shouldn't be jumping to that Soraka unless the Aphelios is a little bit too close. I'm not sure.
Yeah, but this Targon healing is going to be a huge deal. I mean, a lot of these rogues might get stuck on our Tarek, which is just walking to the back line, I guess. Instead, they're going to play a little bit of a rogue game himself. But look at exactly what you said. The Soraka pretty much untouched. Not enough damage, not enough throughput. These Bastions are going to hit hard. And, you know, we talked about it once we saw that comp initially, Azale. Like, this is a comp I'm surprised we haven't seen more of, and it takes the dub on this one. No multicasters in this lobby, but it still takes the dub.
Yeah, it's been a really unique couple lobbies, honestly. The first game was very different because it was all about, you know, these kind of super high roll comps with, you know, multiple prismatic traits coming through. We still had the multicasters in there, but they weren't doing as well. Game 2, no one played multicaster. Maybe everyone was just assuming everyone else was going to play multicaster and thinking they were going to be contested, so they just kind of didn't go for that line. But it was really interesting. You know, David Ace to me played kind of the most interesting line, like this heavy bilge gunner style. I thought was really cool. Unwolf with a really good game. You know, playing a comp that was super popular in Noxus Cup last weekend, but has gotten some nerfs and still showing the value of it. You know, especially in conjunction with Golden Ticket, being able to kind of 3-star almost his entire board and playing an uncontested line. Like he just had such high board strength.
So interesting to see that juxtaposition of like, okay, well, if you're uncontested, you can really fully cap out the board, but there's no multicasters, so it's kind of just weird to see that, Boop. I'm not sure. I don't think anybody really did have that on their bingo card, and I feel like we are just seeing, again, sort of the meta evolution that we typically see in a tournament, but in a very unique way. Like, what is it about these prismatic augments that you feel like tends to move players towards these more obscure lines?
Really great question, actually. So when prismatic augments come, I feel like they affect the early game more so than any other part of the game. I think, you know, secondary, you can talk about power levels at the end, but it just pushes the early game. And a lot of players, you know, look at their early game as kind of like, all right, A plus B equals C, right? I got to get my units. Let me just get them on the board real quick. But when you have those prismatic augments, you have to make substantially more choices. So I'm going to bring up David on this one. You know, he pops his archives and gets the gunner emblem, right? Which is something we haven't quite seen from anybody so far. And so all of a sudden, the whole plan that he might have had going into it, oh, I probably want the Noxus, I probably want this, just needs to change, right? And that can be kind of assumed for a lot of the other players. And secondarily, something that is just kind of an observation I've made is TFT players make the same decision so many times, right? Like 3 players will play multicasters and then everyone decides, you know what, they're all going to play multicasters, I'm not, and then no one plays multicasters instead, right? So, you know, you find those two things, I think you get an effect like this.
That's true. I feel like when we even just saw like the initial options of the prismatic augments, Aziel, I want to like touch back on something that you had brought up towards the beginning of the game, which was the birthday present choice. We saw Ramblin actually pick this yesterday as well, and like we need to see players go for these like 1st or 8th, like very risky play styles. Where do you feel like birthday present kind of fits into that?
I mean, I think birthday present is pretty interesting. It is, you know, really high variance, right? It allows you to push tempo, have a really high board value. You know, you just focus on leveling, knowing that you're always going to be getting these 2-star units kind of just dumped onto your board every time you level up. But there's a lot of variance in that you can't control what units you're going to get, right? So again, you know, I talked about it in the cast, but if you're going to be focusing on, okay, I really want to play a Slayer line, or I really want to play a Sork line, or whatever, you don't know what units you're going to get. So I thought it was really cool, the pairing alongside Lucky Gloves. And even, you know, recombobulating his board to be even higher tier was really cool. So you got to play kind of this Fast 9 style with fully capped legendary board. That was really fun to watch and ended up working out quite well for him, you know, compared to Ramblin', which I think that game didn't go as well. But it's definitely a fun style. It's high risk for sure.
I want to see if there are more players that go in that direction, especially with the Twisted Fate Legend choice. I feel like there is a very interesting discussion being held right now about, you know, Twisted Fate as your option and then kind of pushing you into some more narrow lines of thinking, and then birthday present kind of swings that door wide open. So we'll see where that goes in terms of control, but David Ace is in control of this lobby right now. Boop, this is just looking like a stellar first 2 games from him so far, and even though that board looked really funky and maybe he high rolled a little bit in that first game, there's still something to be said about just being able to find those lines in the first place.
Yeah, I also think they're the only 2 players that have top 4'd both lobbies so far today as well. So like we're seeing consistency. We're also seeing the effect of just 1 bonus point, right? That's going to be 2 extra spots that someone's going to have to take over David, right? So even though it was just the 1, we're seeing the impact there. But yeah, this is a great actually window into successful TFT, right? You have to play super well. We've got a 1st place and a 2nd place on the board, and both of them getting 3rd in the last 2 games, right? And it's just consistency and high placement for the last days, and that's why you gotta really go for it. You gotta go for the capped boards, because for 2 of our players, it's definitely for Clear, you just gotta play 1st or 8th at this point. At this point in time, Clear's either gonna finish the day with like 6 6, 7, 8 points, or will like really push for the top 2 by pushing first or 8th comps. And at this point, you got to pull the trigger.
Yeah, it's time to go Earth, and it's time to risk it all. Take the riskiest line, look for the highest possible board cap, fast 9, do something, because yeah, I just don't think playing middle road is going to work if you're down towards the bottom of the table, especially if you don't have bonus points.
We saw Bosso Skills do it yesterday, switch from Lee Sin to Earth, and then ended up going top 4 in both of those games. So it is a great shout for sure, and maybe some of our players are going to pick up on that. After this short break, we're going to come back with game number 3 and see where our players take us. Hello everybody and welcome back. We are 2 games down, 4 more to go on our journey to see which 2 players are going to be able to make it into the final 2 spots of the North America Regional Finals just in a few weeks. You've got Crowan and Makes back on the broadcast. And Crowan, I'd love to know your thoughts about that second game because I feel like we were treated to yet another fun one.
Oh, definitely. These 2 games in a vacuum were actually super interesting to see back to back, seeing all the vertical traits come out and the success, and then seeing that kind of try to be chased in this game, but with 2 less success, right? The Noxus took an 8th again, you know, the 7 Demacia from Degree went bottom 4 as well. But even another strategy that can cap out boards highly that Lil Top went for, the Legendary Flex, didn't end up as high as I would have expected, actually, only placing 4th. Maybe the Legendary is not quite as in a good spot. I know he was missing out on that RE2, but especially interesting that he was even outplaced by David Ace's kind of, I would say, stumble into that top 3 spot mix. I know you had a lot of thoughts about David Ace's playstyle in that Bilge Gunner game.
Yeah, you know, we've been bandwagoning the Irv Legend, and I don't want to interrupt that. I still think it's excellent. I still think it's really, really good. But it goes to show how difficult it can sometimes be. Yesterday, David took an 8th with that same Gunner emblem. Now, granted, here it was prismatics, and that's a little bit of a different beast for you. But still, some of these lines are just not as easy to kind of get through. And the fact that David was able to get a 3rd place out of this is really, really crazy to me. And goes to show just how difficult it can be to play this kind of Earth Legend. And if that's not something you're super comfortable with, then I see why players would rather go for something more easygoing than the TF.
You could even see his decision-making process, though, in real time. He thought really hard about whether he actually wanted to take that Ancient Archives too, and that is also a big difference maker. You had 2 emblems to work with rather than just getting stuck with the Gunner emblem and having to work through that entire game with just that to go off of at the very beginning. And he seems to also very much thrive in those situations where he gets to play in those prismatic lobbies. Can he keep it up, though? We've got another game ahead of us, so Crowan Makes, let's see what happens.
Thank you very much, Necra. Into game 3 we go, Makes, and like I was mentioning earlier, I think those 2 games were very fascinating in a vacuum, but what else can we see still pop out, right? I think there's still more to be shown, especially the dynamic of the meta evolving, and we're actually gonna be on Slaughter Dogs. Okay.
I'm surprised so many players were voting for it, to be honest with you. I always had the feeling that players don't, at least in this Halo, don't like it as much. But this means we're going to get a little bit of extra rolling at the beginning of every stage, which means we might be seeing some of those upgrades come through earlier rather than later. And I think that's maybe a sign for more players to go into rerolls.
Yeah, definitely. I do think there is potential for it to be playing in a little bit of a tempo style, but it does very intuitively line up with these kind of lower cost rerolls. Like we've seen a decent amount today. We've had 1 Cho'Gath per game. They both actually went out in the bottom 4 though, so Cho not finding as much success as we've seen in day 1. But there's still, like, you know, the rogues with the Graves, the Kale online that we have seen a lot of success in, and haven't quite seen the Samira Cassio reroll come out quite yet, like Yunwoof actually specifically did multiple times yesterday. But with the Slaughter Dogs pickup, definitely going to be considering it, especially with 2 Cassios, and yeah, instantly buys that and slams 1 onto the board.
Hold up, on the right hand side we are seeing Legends, Crowan, and if I see correctly, Clear picked up Pengu. That's one of the ones where at the beginning of set 9, you know, I always thought, oh, everyone's gonna play Pengu in comp because it's rather safe. Like there's a lot of augments in there where I always feel like, yeah, you know, you don't mind having this one. And it's really interesting to me that we're seeing this pivot into the Pengu here.
Maybe Clear's like, okay, I went double 8ths. If I'm going to have a good game, I need to play Pengu and play Piltover, try to high roll a game like that. So I guess that's the decision making point there. I think if we're not going Earth trying to contest all these verticals, might as well just try to high roll.
I like it. I'm down for a little bit of high rolling. If that's the angle that we're playing here, I'd love that. Like you're saying, 2 8s down, though, Clear is in a position where it really needs to pay off. He needs those firsts, really, to come through because of how rough the cutoff is going to be at the end of the day. Only the top 2 players can move on to the NA finals, and there are some players in this lobby that have done really well in the last one. Yunwolf, one of them, won the last LCQ, and David also performed incredibly well throughout the entire last LCQ. So both of these players doing well right now. now might be a strong sign for them to actually take it again in game number 3.
100% it is. And looking at Clear's board, right, maybe the early Piltover, it's not going to be that specific play style. Does have one vibe, but didn't find any of the other two. Did take Magic Rod, that's not slamming any items, still playing flexible. I think a lot of players will be kind of grading their items and see, okay, do I actually need to slam these items for the 2-1 fight? And against Unwolf, who is only level 3, right, didn't have to do that. So might consider that in the next round, but especially getting a lot of that AP value with the Magic Rod augment.
Well, somebody else that seems to be on a fictional Pengu is Basso, who has picked up the metabolic seemingly naturally here from the augments, but we're seeing something else growing. I am so excited once again.
Oh, Demon
Spencer
Flare!
Pioneering the Demon Flare, the Swain hero augment. Talk to me a little about that one. What are we going to expect out of him?
Oh, we're gonna expect to see Swain be absolutely massive a terror. It was such a strong augment that I believe it's been nerfed for 2 patches in a row, or at least it was nerfed 2 patches ago and then nerfed coming into this one. But we even spoke to Degree at the end of yesterday, and Degree said, yeah, Demon Flare is still good. So we're gonna be seeing some Noxus playstyle, gonna be seeing Swain 3 potentially come through, and that's just gonna be a massive frontline beast, and it'll deal a lot of damage as well.
So similar to the Ravenous Hunter that we had on broadcast yesterday, I think one of the I want to say augments, one of the arguments in favor of re-rolling Swain, and he gets a Swain 2
Wow.
and 2-3. That's so strong. But one of the arguments that speak in favor of this particularly here is how strong the Twisted Fate reroll is, and then the other one is the Ash set. All of those are 2 costs. So getting those out of the pool is going to make it so easy for you to hit something like a Swain. So we're seeing it on Spencer here already with that massive unit. I think we might even expect him to just streak throughout the entire early stage on the back of this one now.
Yeah, definitely. Did lose out in 2-1, unfortunately, but with the Swain 2 upgrade coming through and having a Cassio 2 and Oriana 2 in the backline, right? That's still a lot of support, a lot of great damage, but the Swain does go down very quickly, actually. David Ace getting 2 Edge of Knights and the Edge of Knight kind of support augment there. It was, wow, I did not expect the fight to go that way. I thought Swain 2 would be well good enough to streak. No, I was with you, but we're both proven wrong.
Yeah, we're just speaking nonsense apparently. No, wow. The Swain, I really expect it to be much, much more tankier than that here, but David seems to be on it again. He has the power with him, and he's not picking up the Ancient Archives augment here in this round, which is really interesting to me. So going for the Edge of Night rather than that is a little bit of a change in pace for David.
Yeah, a little bit. I suppose having already a sword and a vest to work with, to be able to already slam 2 in the early game with the upgraded units, right? That's very, very strong. Even strong enough in hindsight to take out the Swain too. So I wouldn't be, faulting David Ace for that decision, even though he's had so much success on that vertical trait playstyle with the Earth Legend. Is being contested, right? We saw more players maybe going towards that line of the extra traits, even if they're presented them without the Earth Legend, but have to see how that does shake through the rest of the game, as we see Degree going for an RFC after the TF Legend pick of Pandora's items, probably going once again for that Neela.
I am very, very curious to see this one play out because the Neela is so here and there. It feels like in the Bilgewater comps, when you can get a little bit of extra pizzazz into the comp like that Freljord that we were talking about at the top of the day, she can be so good. But then other times she just falls off incredibly because she cannot reach the actual carries of other comps. You were saying it's a little bit of a pseudo backline access, and I do agree with that. So I'm very curious to see what Degree actually plans.
Yeah, pseudo backline, a little fake, but can get the job done, especially with 2 RFCs. That makes it a lot easier. Did see some success coming in today from the comp sheet of that kind of Neela Flex 3 Bilgewater. Maybe sometimes you get that Freljord emblem, to fit into that play style, but today ran by Spencer in the last game. Unfortunately did take a 7th there, so not finding the success, having to settle with not perfectly best in slot items. It was a double RFC and then a Radiant Hand of Justice, which is pretty good. Just there are too many other strong comps in the lobby. Degree gonna be looking to cap out a bit higher than that, hopefully high roll a bit more on level 7 to get that Neela comp actually online. But Next, taking a look at the streaks here, Clear and David both gunning for that 5 streak in Toronto Tokyo, trying to preserve the 4 loss streak into a 5 as well.
I am so confused that Spencer is not up there. I know the Demon Flare has been nerfed, but still, having that 2-star Swain with the Demon Flare should be so much stronger than what we're seeing right now, so I'm quite confused at that one. But we are going to be moving through the lobby here, and David, like you're saying, seems to put pressure down to the rest of them. Together with Clear, they want to keep this win streak going for as long as possible. We might need to check in with Lil Top after this one, because I think he might be on a Kale.
Yeah, good call out. Yeah, Lil Top is on the Kale. Has 3 already, has Rage Blade Slam, so could be going for that reroll style. Looks like Clear and David both able to preserve their win streaks, both about 30 gold as well. Toronto Tokyo able to preserve the 5 loss streak. Basso on a 4, so the econ of this game is still very, very high for majority of players. No one below 20.
Yeah, that's really, really crazy how close everything is here, but we're going to be looking at the roll down of Lil Top right after Crux, I believe, to make sure we catch whatever is going on there, while David and Clear will try to keep this win streak going. They might even be leveling aggressively, which is something we have been seeing out of David before. Didn't really work out when we saw it, but he might be tempted to just do it again. Here's Lil Top, though, rolling it down.
Yep, the free rerolls from Slaughterdogs coming into play here, makes just like you said, but how far does Lil Top roll? Only at 4 Kales and 36 gold. You are on average not going to hit at that point. I think Lil Top has to recognize this spot and say, no, I don't think I can go that aggressive. I have to just push levels and try to play a tempo style of Demacia, especially with that Gallo 2 in the front line. It is still pretty good if he can continue this win streak, but isn't even leveling up, is continuing to stay on level 4 and not rolling, so maybe he's just gonna slow roll this Kale instead.
That's really interesting to me. You're not even close to this Poppy either. Like, you're holding on to the Sona for the Demacia, of course, but it's a little bit of an awkward spot for the Kale comp as we know it. Now, he might be banking on getting 2 Demacia emblems later down the line. I wouldn't say we haven't seen it before, but that's definitely not something you can kind of plan for, so we'll have to keep our eyes open for whatever Lil Tops decide to do. But first, here come the augments, a little bit of a shift up in that middle field of the lobby, and it's going to be low impact silver augments coming through.
Indeed, just silver augments, going to be perhaps tempted by the army building. Toronto Tokyo looks like playing the multicasters. Tiny Titans, however, going to be a fairly tempting pick, and yes, is going to go for that. Has the Twisted Fate 2 online. I thought there was some kind of glitch in the Matrix mix with seeing no multicasters last game, but you know, they are still allowed in tournament play. Players just maybe not wanting to contest each other and still maybe go bottom 4.
Oh, Lil Top picking up
Ooh.
missed connections here. That
Okay.
is such a good augment, and every time I see it, I think like, no, that's so bad. But you get so much gold, and if you are looking for those 1 costs, then you're also getting them, and you're getting them guaranteed, which is why sometimes we can see players leave some of the orbs on the field here, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Lil Top leave open that Kale, leave open that Poppy for now.
Yeah, definitely leave the orbs there. There's so many. It's about 13 gold. Lil Top doesn't need the gold to make any econ breakpoints, right? So they're going to be kept in the orbs, make it just a little bit more likely to hit the units that he wants. But yes, this all but confirms that Lil Top is slow rolling the Kale. I don't think picked up the Poppy orb to get Poppy 2 because
Nope.
he's already on 2 Poppies, so maybe could have done that one. It's the same kind of spot, like where all the orbs are, so he could theoretically always be picking up the Poppy there.
Yeah, so like you're saying, the orbs have a designated spot. For example, the Tristana is always, was always the top one. Now it changed, but the Poppy and the Kale, I believe, are still in the bottom right. So those are designated, and they will be picked up eventually. We just saw that Poppy 2 come up for a little top on the
Okay, there
right-hand
we go.
side. I don't know if it was by the orb or naturally. We'll have to wait and see eventually. But hopping over to Basso, who might be going for that Void reroll, which we saw a little bit yesterday.
Yeah, I did see a little bit of it yesterday. It kind of feels like it's one of those comps where if you hit decently hard, average, or a little bit above, the comp can do really well. But if you're missing these units, then it's gonna kind of fall to the wayside, especially because the multicasters, you know, might be contested, and so it's hard to find those Vel causes. A bunch of Castans already cast in 2, however, not strong enough to go up against Unwolf and the Nico 2 that is online. Especially, and I want to call out real quick, Unwolf's first augment choice was Rejuvenating Flames, and that's going to be such good kind of synergy for that Bastion Invoker line, especially for units that are on that Ishtal Hex, getting an additional amount of healing from that. So I think really good recognition of that spot, saying that's not really going to be likely to be contested. My Nico is going to be an absolute beast in that front line, and it's working out really well so far.
Looking at the forecast and the carousel here, but unfortunately nothing that is tasty for the players right now. You really would have liked a Mordekaiser here, you know, maybe even like a Nila, but not coming together is going to be Azir, and we'll see what players go for. But at the bottom you are seeing comms. And I'm really surprised that just looking across the board, I can't see a single Ionia comp.
Yeah, which is a little bit interesting, right? Especially with we talking about how that's a good matchup into the multicasters, but maybe just not what players have kind of fell into in this game, unfortunately. Degree with this kill early Demacia board, not really finding much success here as we move over to Little Top and this roll down. He's rolling very heavily, needs to find the Kale upgrade very soon. One more left to go after he picks up the orb one, which he might have already done.
Okay, I just looked up the correct one for 9.5 because I cannot remember them for the life of me.
I couldn't either.
The orb that is up there should be the Kale or the Rennick, depending on it. So they're both in the top right
Probably
corner.
the Kale.
Poppy definitely has been picked up, and looking at the board, I'm pretty sure it's a Kale too.
Okay, so just needs to find one more, and Omar Galio as well, but Little Top's board strength is still strong enough to keep winning. Won the last round, won this one. That Galio, as soon as it's 3-starred, is going to be an absolute beast in the front line. So watching that right-hand side to see when exactly Little Top hits and is able to push level 6, because he's kind of behind on Econ right now. Being level 5, 12 gold, still one Galio and one Kale away. A little bit behind pace here.
Yeah, you haven't even leveled to 6 yet to upgrade your Kale. But you also haven't found your Kale 3, your Galio 3, your Poppy 3, and you can see Little Top is this. He's been hovering around that ball for a long time, but it was the Renekton just toying with us here. I wasn't sure because it's like right on that border, but yeah,
I wanted to give him the benefit of the doubt, but no, it was
not a Kale. Question is, you already invested so much gold. Do you go down? Do you ruin your econ essentially to try and get at least that online? It's not going to be the case. We're holding on, trying to hit it naturally. We're also definitely trying to make levels.
Yeah, I was thinking if that was a Kale in the orb, there's a lot stronger of an argument to roll down because you only need to hit one more, right? But hitting 2, a lot scarier to try to do. A Little Top clapping in the bottom right. He feels good about this matchup, and it's good that he's continuing to win, right? If he snaps his lose streak into Wolves, that would be really detrimental. But fortunately, that isn't going to be the case. That healing orb's really paying out huge here in this game.
It is. Hopping over to the
3.
Demon Flare, though. It's an upgrade. It's a golden unit. It's not the one you were looking for, though. Is 3 copies away from that Swain. Really like to get that together, but Spencer having a little bit of a rough time with the Sork Swain board. And you were thinking, we're saying now we might see a Noxus variant. With that Sork card, we're seeing the Sorks come out, and I think that's really interesting because you know that Vel'Koz is going to be contested by the multicaster players and also by the Void reroll players, so it might be a little bit of a rough spot.
I guess as long as you hit Vel'Koz 2, it's fine. With this many rerolls coming through, especially once again from the Slaughter Dogs, it's going to be likely to hit that. I know we were talking about 1-cost rerolls yesterday and how Orianna, you know, she's been buffed. Maybe Spencer's going to prioritize putting items there, but Lil Top over here on his board has hit the Kale 3 and the Galio as well. Looks like has sold out of some poppies, but is trying to save up gold to go to level 6, but at least he hit.
Yeah, I want to love it, but I don't,
Yeah,
I'm
with
so
you.
sorry, but This is not great for Lil Top, and I'm pretty sure he knows it as well. Having spent so much gold just to get that Kale and that Galio, it might save you for now, but you really need to level with the Kale board in order to do something against the late game boards like the multicasters that are inevitably going to be waiting for you.
The Galio is buying so much time. Imagine if this was level 6 Kale though, this fight would have already been over, right? But she has no cleave, just single targeting everyone down, but it looks like it's fine, right? The Galio just cannot get taken down. Double redemption means Lil Top is buying himself the time that he needs. HP is still decent, and he's on a 4 streak somehow at this board.
Oh,
Prismatics.
it is going to be Prismatics for our last augments in this game here. And I feel like we've been getting treat after treat after treat, Crowan. First, the 9 Demacia, 9 Ionia, then double Prismatic, now Prismatics at the end. Surely somebody has pressed the right buttons for today, but this is going to be transformative for the game. It is going to tossle some of the boards over. I'm really curious to see how this one plays out. How are you feeling about the tactician tools for Lil Top? Do you think we're going to go into the Demacia?
Yeah, I mean, I think there wasn't any good choices there that Lil Top was really excited about. Having a tactician's crown here is going to be okay, allow you to play some extra traits, right? With it looks like the Targon Invoker here, which is good for the Galio, but I think other players might have gotten a little bit stronger comparatively to Lil Top in this game. It's not the worst, but certainly not exactly what he was looking for.
Yeah, I think so too, unfortunately, but we'll see how he does for now. I think he's definitely okay, and he's trying to make back some of that money. On the other side, though, is Claire. Had a pretty bad start into the day, but seems to be doing good so far. 83 health, lost this round. Not too worried about those. Has been looking down on the lobby thus far, and he'd really be good if he could take any of the higher spots. Now that's a Demon Flare Swain for you.
There we go. Now we're seeing what we wish we could have saw in stage 2. Now it's still a Swain 2, but in stage 4 has a couple of items though, so is seeming pretty good. But now we've reached the point with Degree where he's forced to roll down on level 7, just has a Neela 1, and this is where we see those boards really fall off and go out in the bottom 4.
Yeah, we might see the first elimination soon. Degree is definitely the one that might be up for it rather sooner than later. 21 HP, and the board that we're running is very interesting. We saw the Freljord Bilgewater yesterday. It did pretty decently into the top 4s, but the Neela is not coming around. He needs one more copy in order to actually have board strength here. For now, she might be able to choose through some of those boards, but I don't think the Galio one is one of them. He's just too tanky. Double redemption. He's gonna stand there forever. There's nothing you can do about it. She's trying to ramp up, but the Situani, I think, will fall first. Rage Blades on the Kale will do the worst of it, and that is going to be it for Degree. Another massive loss is gonna come out of this one.
Honestly, the Kale was really low, and the rest of the backline was taken out. So talking about how that, Neela has pseudo backline access, we kind of saw that in action there. Just unfortunately wasn't quite enough. If that was a Neela 2, or if that was a Neela with a Giant Slayer even, that would have been around to win. This Johnny was super tanky, but a great call out by you as well to notice that the Freljord 3 is coming out online, and when that comp does find success, it is with 3 Freljord. It's very, very good to get that shred coming through, to get that CC as well effectively. So see if Degree can find those upgrades here soon.
Yeah, we are seeing some upgrades come through here. I'm just staring at the streaks thus far. Lil Top, on the back of those upgrades that we were talking about, has been able to capitalize on it, but the gold division is not as strong as you'd really wish for. 23, still more than he had last time, so we're gonna take it. Toronto, Tokyo, looking for the multicasters. No perfect repetition for this one, but we've seen multicasters do well without it as well. He needs to find that TF3 though.
2 away from TF3, just 1 away from the Sona. The front line was not a Galio at all, but it was a Jarvan 2, which, hey, if you got a Jarvan 2 on 6, great, right? That's going to be able to probably get multiple casts off, and Degree has found the Neela 2 mix. That is absolutely fantastic, and I think he can do a lot more work now.
I absolutely agree, especially like non-upgraded boards like the one of Clear on the other side. She is going to have an easy breezy time just swiping through them, and I think we might be seeing Degree for a little bit longer depending on who he's going to get matched up against. I think if Lil Top is in the match pool, might get close.
See how also is taken out in this round by Unwilf. Unwilf, it looks like, is still a few Nikos away from Nico 3. Toronto Tokyo, again, like you mentioned, needs to find that TF3, needs to find the Sona as well, especially because she is starting to be itemized with that Morello's. How far does Toronto Tokyo want to roll here, though? One away from each. Is it going to come through?
Is the question, hitting. But all of those rolls are disappointing. Not gonna see those golden units come to life for Toronto Tokyo. You still have HP to fall back on, so it's not the end of everything just yet, but it definitely is a little bit frustrating when you're rolling down your gold and you just cannot find that last copy.
With the loss streak in mind, maybe in some other worlds it could have been, theoretically correct to just wait until after neutrals, be okay with the 4 loss streak. You are getting down to dangerously low HP, but if you hit everything with an amount of gold to be able to, level up, maybe cap out your board even higher, that could just be the winning condition that Toronto Tokyo needs, especially because this Jarvan, look at him go. He's getting, what, 3 casts off here? It's going to be, here's the 3rd. Whoa.
I love it. I was thinking the same thing, just looking at it. Degree taking a lot of loss here, but this J4 is looking kind of good. Yeah, that's a unit I'd like. So we'll see if the upgrades come through naturally still for the board that we were just looking at on Toronto Tokyo. I still think he has a little bit more health to work with here, so we shouldn't count him out just yet, but definitely a little bit of an unfortunate roll down. Raptors, though, are going to give everybody some upgrades, and we love those. Some extra components, an extra anvil. Going to take them up, and you can see a little bit of holding on the side of Clear.
Yeah, Clear wants to... Ooh, okay. Isn't able to get the... Okay, he does hit the Morello's. Really wants a... Actually, has the Ionic Spark, excuse me. Usually you have Shiv and Morello's on the Sona, but Ionic Sparks actually are already built for both of the multicaster players on their frontline units. Toronto Tokyo finds the Sona 3, able to build a blue buff as well. Has not hit the Twisted Fate yet, though, and that is the big one. But, hey, if that Jarvan is anything to show for the last fight, I'm not really worried.
Yeah, he is the main character now. Look at him. Some other players are rolling, though. Clear, trying to stay above the 50, has a lot HP to work with as a resource as well, but is also looking for those upgrades on the multicasters, and we are seeing the Nico board on the other side. Nico 3 has been found by Yunwolf, and he is one of the players that is one of them to watch. Doing really well throughout today. Has won before and is looking to do it again. The Nico coming into the backline, and look at this damage. She's such a massive unit.
Yeah, I think with as intelligent play as that, with Unwolf taking that Rejuvenating Flames, the first augment pick, kind of sailing very easily into this Bastion Evoker board, Unwolf could be a back-to-back LCQ winner, but still got a little bit to go. But makes we're seeing the upgrades come through.
Upgrades are coming through. Toronto Tokyo has hit. It's not the Galio 2 that he's also still looking for, but it is the TF3, which is a ginormic upgrade to this board after the Sona 3 he already found. And together with this J4, I think this is really good. This might be one of the boards to go really high in this lobby today. But on the other side is Degree trying to hold on the back of the Freljord. Stun is going to come in just a little bit, but is it enough for Daniela to actually reach anything? She is getting stuck on the Jarvan, misses out on the CC. Really good for the board of Degree, who's now making headway towards the backline. Can she reach the Twisted Fade? She can, but does she do enough damage? She does not. Aatrox coming out, trying to deliver a last piece of damage to the Sona, and he can do it. Degree breathing a sigh of relief here with this Aatrox.
That was way too close for comfort for a Degree. They're coming down to a Sona 3 versus an Aatrox 1, but Aatrox able to get the job done. That's the power of finding a legendary on level 7, especially one that is as effective as the Aatrox here. But still a long way to go for a Degree to win this game, right? Still being on level 7, halfway through stage 5. The front line is good. The Sejuani doing a lot of heavy lifting. We do have anti-heal on the Ashe as well, but for Degree, still every single round is going to be a really, really tense one.
It is. Degree needs to hold on tight and hope something happens here. You can see he's even saving
Flare.
some of the gold to try and make it to 8 somehow, and that is maybe in the cards. Demon Flare, like you're saying, on the other side, Spencer wiggling from left to right, saying, I want my Swain to carry this one, but can Anila take him down? She is charging up, and she's not reaching the backline just yet. They come closer though, and that is going to help, but the damage is too much. Degree is going to get knocked out here in 8, I think, unless Basso has something to say about that, but he is going to follow suit in 7th.
Basso with the voids from earlier, not able to get the comp online. Degree either. And while this kind of TF get your RFCs playstyle is very rampant, you still are going to need to hit, right? It's not just a guarantee top ticket to the top 4 or first place. So unfortunately for Degree, does go out here. But bring our attention to the rest of the pack mix as we get our stage 5 carousel coming through. No one running Noxus really, so that emblem is not going to be taken. Actually, David Ace does. Okay. I guess he is
So
the one running Noxus.
David is the one to take it. It's like, oh, an emblem. We take those. Has been running comms on the vertical of emblems for the entire day, and of course he picks up an emblem whenever he can get it. For now, it is going to allow him to wiggle in this extra unit here and slam the Noxus emblem to still keep the 5 Noxus without having to run some of the weaker options here.
Yeah, having those Edge of Knights on the Aatrox now with that Noxus emblem, it's actually going to be dealing a lot of damage, even just being in that 1-star. Have the great Heimerdinger support as well for the anti-heal, the Shred, even though it's only a Heimerdinger 1, that's all you need. Just a death cap on it as 0-1, but see if it's able to get the job done versus the multicasters.
And those multicasters are pretty stacked already. Check out how much damage they're doing in the backline. The TF and the Sona working side by side, but the Mordekaiser has taken down the Sona. Can he do it alone? The answer is he cannot, and that's a lot of power coming out of David Sport in a very short time.
Well, Unwolf barely winning that fight against Clear. The Nico was so low, it could have gone the other way if she just take a little bit more damage, but wait a minute. Clear, this is a lot of forecast that we're not playing on the board, but on the bench here. What's going on here, Mix?
Well, Clear has identified his win condition clearly and has said that, yeah, it's a 3-star forecast and some of them are coming around. G4 is one of them. He finds another Saya here, and one of them is going to go in eventually. I don't know what the plan here is. He's essentially on 6 Aphelios and 6 Saya.
Right.
It's a little bit special.
Hear me out. He has to buy this Zaya somehow, hope to win this round, or at least lose well enough to survive just one more fight, and then run out down. But from Liltop, these Demacias, they're pretty strong here, Megs.
They are, and Liltop is also fighting for survival here. Both of these players are really low, and Clear is going to stay alive on 1 HP. That's the 1 HP buff for you. 6 copies of both of those forecasts, and he's saying, yeah, I got this. The dragon, everyone's coming onto the board to look at what Clear is cooking up. Dinner is served.
Okay, so I think he actually does need to open cell here. I think this is exactly Clear's 1 out, is going to be utilizing that golden ticket with the free rerolls that pop up next round from the Slaughter Dogs, and has to hit either 3 more Aphelioses or 3 more Zayas. It's really funky, right? This is not your standard TFT right now. Avert your eyes if you want to make sense of the game, but this is Clear's 1 out here.
I love that. This is really crazy, but it could work. He needs one. Both! He finds both. One Aphelios, another one. He needs one more Aphelios to make the dream come alive. He doesn't want to lose out on this one. Come on, one more. Just one Aphelios. He's rolling so fast. The APM surely is there, but is it in the cards? Nobody else is playing this unit. Why does he not show up? There he is. This might be the win con of Clear. You can see other players are pinging him. He has some items to slam. Of course, the rest of the comp is not online yet, but it might just be enough.
I absolutely love this. Isn't enough makes Aphelios 3. There's 2 gunners in with the Jinx, right? So he's going to be stacking up that AD against David Ace's Noxus board. When the Aphelios casts some through, is it enough? I'm not sure. All the front line is down already. The Aphelios got stunned up. He's dealing so much damage. Tries to get through the Azir, but no! Clear! That was
Shout out to Clear for that one. I was ready to eat whatever he was cooking up for us. It was not in the cards, unfortunately, but I loved it. That was so crazy.
Man.
Even my cats are yelling what is going on. Young Wolf out, Lil Top out. The lobby has been reduced to the top 3, and some of them are happy about that. Finding a Taric 3 here for Spencer, but still also looking for some of the other upgrades, and we might be seeing one more 4-cost turned Golden Crone, 1 copy away from a Silco 3.
Man, there's so much action. I'm not over the Clear thing right now, but 3 people eliminated. Clear out in 6th, Unwolf in 5th, Lil Top out in the top 4. But Makes, there's only maybe a couple more rounds left of this game. Toronto Tokyo rather low facing Spencer here. Multicasters versus that Demon Flare, and Demon Flare is much too powerful. Toronto Tokyo going out.
That was a really rough hit as well, but with that, we're going to be down to our top 2, and once again, David is in that top 2. This time, not even playing around the Irv augment and still making it in here. This guy is on another level, but let's see whether or not Spencer's multicaster swordboard, well, actually not multicaster, it's mostly swords, can do anything about it. He needs more Silcos. He spread them out as to not tip off David, but I'm pretty sure he caught on. One more Silco for Spencer, and both of these guys have a little bit of life left. I'm not sure David would get knocked out here right away on 18, but we're gonna see how this fight plays out.
Yeah, he still is very healthy, unless it's a big wipe. That Demon Flare does do so much damage, but the Mordekaiser is tearing through the left side of the board, Makes, but can it take out the Swain?
Can it is the question. The Aatrox raining down on the right-hand side, the Mordekaiser on the left-hand side, but that is so much damage coming out of the Swain. And you doped it, the Demon Flare, chat, but he is here, and he is happy and strong and healthy. We're going to be moving into this carousel, and David needs to find something to turn the trajectory around.
Happy, strong, healthy, moisturized in his lane, just vibing as that Swain right now. Stage 2, you know, nah, that's not where Swain thrives apparently. It's going to be in the later stages of the game when he's tier 3'd. One more Silco, like you're mentioning as well, could spell defeat for David Ace and put the nail in the coffin. So many rerolls coming through with that golden ticket, but the Silco 3 isn't here. It might not even be needed though, as the 13 win streak, Spencer looking to make it 14 in just a few seconds. What can David Ace do to try to turn this around, Makes? I'm not sure there is anything that he can do at this point.
I mean, really, you need to somehow get past this Swain, which I'm not sure he will allow. There's a Taric 3 in the mix, there's a Shen 2 in the mix. That's a massive front line you're looking at, and I'm pretty sure David knows it. One unit has dared to make the way on the right-hand side and reach that Vel'Koz, but unfortunately, it's just a Darius, and he's not going to be able to do anything here. You're powerless with this board against a massive Swain. Spencer, with a 13 win streak, turning that to 14, is going to claim the first place in game number 3, which is going to bring us to the half checkpoint of today.
Oh my goodness. Wow. What a game. I feel like I just went on a roller coaster of emotions, like sadness, excitement, Clear. It's like so close. Like, Crowan, though, can you just like break down that game into just like a few simple sentences? Like, what were the highlights, the lowlights? Give it to us.
That's an impossible task, Nicker, to break that game down in just a few concise sentences. There was so much going on. I'm not over that Clear roll down. It was the APM on that roll down. First of all, let me take a step back. The decision making to be running multicasters. Say that, okay, Slaughter Docs is here, golden ticket. I'm not going to be hitting multicasters. I'm going to hit an Aphelios or a Xayah and be rolling into those, open selling, going into stage 6 and trying to hit. Did actually hit the Aphelios because the APM was so insane, hit it with just a second left, and then still losing. Like, Clear played that so well. Actually, like, that's one of the most impressive moments of TFT I think I've literally ever seen. And it just didn't matter in the next round, which is so unfortunate. It just didn't quite come up big, but nah, props to Clear for that one, even still, regardless of that result.
I absolutely agree. I think that's a clear 07 moment in chat. He did fantastic. I was so there for it. I was so ready for this to do well, and it just didn't, unfortunately. But the plan was good. The math was mathing, and hopefully it will math for him eventually later down the line.
I know, like Migs, you were saying, this is the halfway point. You don't have a whole lot of games to really step it up and get back into things. And sadly for poor Clear, like he went 8-8 at the very beginning of the day. This is going to be a 6th place for him, and he's still just so on the outside looking in. But I like the gumption and at least the direction that he's going for, because I thought that Pengu legend choice was just honestly like so out of left field, but felt like the perfect call for the situation. But Crowan, as you take a look at the actual scores here, there's starting to be some clear favorites.
Oh, definitely. Unfortunately, one of the clear favorites is not Clear, even though, you know, he had such an impressive game there. But yeah, I had to. It was there, Necker. You set it up. I'm sorry, Clear.
I didn't mean to.
David Ace and Toronto Tokyo top 4ing yet again, definitely solidifying themselves ahead of the rest of the pack. But Unwolf there, especially with those 2 bonus points, definitely in the conversation as well. Just 3 points behind Toronto Tokyo. There is still 3 more games to go, right? We're at that halfway point, so I wouldn't be surprised if those things would shake up a little bit. But huge props to David Ace, Toronto Tokyo, top 4ing those 3 games in a row. They're playing so well.
Oh my gosh, they really are though. And I feel like if it were any other tournament, even just looking at trying to get into that 3rd or 4th place spot, there are so many players that are set up for just that. But it's just top 2. That's why the stakes are so high for the LCQ, and that's why we are seeing every player just give it everything that they've got. They only have 3 games left, so we're going to take our halftime break, and when we come back, we've got our back half of the games for day 2 of the LCQ. everybody, welcome back to day 2 of the North America Last Chance Qualifiers. This is the halfway point, which means it really starts to become even more do or die for these players as they look at their last chance to make it into the NA Regional Finals. Azael and Boop are back on the casting desk, and Azael, when we look at now just like the 3 games that we've had so far, are there any surprises that jump out at you in terms of what these players are leaning towards?
Well, I feel like Multicasters definitely hasn't done as well today as yesterday, so that's been kind of interesting, and we've been seeing a lot of more kind of creative lines. David Ace is at the top of the table as far as points go right now, and the last 2 games he played pretty interesting stuff. Playing the Edge of Night augment last game as his first one, and playing double Edge of Night was really, really interesting. Playing this heavy Bilge Gunners game the previous game to get a top 3 was really interesting. So I do think we're seeing people be a little bit more flexible, and a lot of the multicasters are not going uncontested, right? So they're ending up kind of struggling to really hit their full board, and oftentimes they're not being able to have like the full luxury board, right, where it's like they get the front line 3-starred as well. And I feel like when you don't have that 3-star front line, a lot of the multicaster comps aren't able to challenge for that, top 1, top 2 type spot.
Yeah, for sure. I was seeing like a lot of leaning into like Soraka. Invokers seems to be also a very popular AP line for a lot of our players. And even just kind of looking over to the other side, Noxus is still very strong, Boop. I feel like we still see a lot of Noxus starts or Demacia starts, and then trying to branch out into these other units and lines. And like, is that right for this top 2 spot? Is that enough tempo for these players to really try to navigate their way to those top 2s?
Well, one of my favorite things to talk about when it comes to TFT in general is the concept of opportunity meets preparation, and how training affects the opportunities that you can see, right? I think we're seeing, especially with David Ace, someone who, when presented with a scenario, might see a couple more outs. They might be a little bit lower percentage, but might end up with a higher percentage at the end of the game. And just being aware of these options is something that some other players just don't have. So as we move forward, that's going to have to become really, really important. We're going to see a lot more risks as we move forward as well.
Talk about that, and then you look at how many players are playing Twisted Fate, which I feel like is, again, like maybe a conversation we'll have to revisit at some point, because we have started to see some players stray away from that. Clear was somebody in that last lobby that decided to go towards Pengu instead, and so as we head into the next game, maybe we get a chance to see a little bit more of that. So let's find out. Boop and Azael.
All right, it's game number 4, and we got some friends on Stillwater Hold. Some people just don't like the current version of TFT, so they're going to play another one
don't
instead.
Like fun.
Serpentine. Yeah, exactly. Valor's Hollow, Serpentine River, and is it going to be Stillwater? It is not. We're going to see some support items today.
Okay, so Valor's Hollow is going to be the pick here. And we'll see, are people adjusting their legends at all? Again, David Ace, as always, staying on the earth. It has really done well for him. TF, I do think it's interesting because people are playing TF multicasters, and people are playing, TF for the rapid fires and so on. But the reality is, if you're playing for that 1st or 8th style, it's going to kind of cap out lower generally than some of these other type of legends, because if someone just kind of high rolls and naturals all the items that they need, plus have combat augments, of course, that is just going to be a lot more power. And the highest form of power that you can really get in TFT right now is very much just about getting towards these prismatic augments and some of these unit traits that are really, really high tier, the 7s, the 9s, etc. And that is kind of what we've been seeing David Ace play towards pretty much the entire tournament, right? Like, I can't remember him playing multicasters at all. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I can't remember him playing a single game of it.
I think you're right. Yeah, I think you're completely correct. And, we also have to remember that in the second lobby that we casted, there were no multicasters, right? So it's definitely been a fluid kind of experience so far with that particular comp. Super dominant yesterday, but we'll see if it's going to be the case on this one. I think there's a specific perfected repetition might be kind of like the crux of what we're seeing with a lot of these multicasters as well.
Yeah.
When it comes to not pulling off these victories. So we'll, I'm assuming that we'll probably see it on this particular lobby, probably contested a little bit. But this this particular comp with these items can go a couple different directions. So like, oh, this is a really good one for some of our friends who've kind of just started that are playing right now. Why not pick up the Gen 3 or Gen 2 here?
Yeah, I mean, I think he's just clearly not interested in playing kind of Vanquisher Ionia line, right? So
Yeah.
He's not going to play that line. He's not going to pick it up. Early education has some merit if you have like early, AP that you can kind of stack. But I think he's just always going to go towards Ancient Archives. That is what he's shown us that he wants to play. Jin 2, I think a lot of people would play for kind of a stable early board, but he doesn't have a lot of Ionia units to go with it. And it's going to be Shurima. He is basically almost exclusively gone for Shurima, Noxus, and Demacia as kind of the ones that he really wants to go for. And so it is going to be another Shurima game here. And likely will still be playing the Shurima Noxus variant. He hasn't been playing a lot of like full vertical Shurima. We've seen a few players do that, but it hasn't really worked out for them when they've looked for it.
100%. Azir, I think we've kind of said a couple times already, has been just generally underwhelming so far in a lot of these lobbies. It seems like we're actually having a hard time finding Azir too in general, even when it's uncontested. Moving over back to Degree, looks like we're going the Demacian angle. We are trying to get best in slot items with that particular augment. And let's see if this Kale is going to be able to push through anyone here as we start. Looks like we're definitely going to be able to take out a unit or two, but the Swain should be good enough as we're going to take that L Degree. Coming in with the #1 amount of points in Azale, you might not know this, but there's a little bit of a curse. If we interview you on day 3, you usually don't play well on day 4, and it seems like it might be happening at Degree right now.
Does it still count if it's day 1 and day 2?
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. I mean, I think it does. I think I think the Venn diagram's the same.
Okay. Yeah, it'll be interesting. He's already committing to the Kale reroll pretty much. When you're playing Demacia and you slam the Rage Blade, you kind of just know that's what they're going to be going for. Bosso skills also with a Shurima emblem here, but he might be playing the Bruiser Shurima variant. This is something that some people were playing even previous. I kind of see the Shurima emblem on the Shogath as a replacement for Redemption, because once you ascend, and you're obviously getting the healing coming through as well from that Shurima trait. So it does kind of work out pretty well. Sunfire slammed early, doesn't necessarily have to go that route, but could possibly be playing more heavily towards Bruisers. Could also, of course, just be playing for tempo and, looking more towards kind of the more standard, like full Shurima or Shurima Noxus that we've been seeing.
Yeah, I'm sure these Kale players are all remembering. I think someone in the first lobby was able to get Kale 3, Poppy 3 at like 3-1.
I think it was Toronto
got
Tokyo.
Third? Yeah, was it? Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
That was a hyper top level lobby. Ended up getting top 4, but not winning. That was also the 9 Demacia and the 9 Ionia lobby as well. So in terms of tempo, not the quickest so far, but we're definitely going to be seeking after it. As we're moving back over to Spencer now, we've got our Gunners. Gunners was a little underestimated when David Ace was playing it, but this is just the initial package for now. Let's see what we commit to as we're swapping some things around, maybe looking for Piltover.
Yeah, I mean, he has Metabolic Accelerator, so he was really hoping for Piltover. He's sitting on the Jace and the Ori. For sure, he was praying that he was going to find a Fire and Echo there on level 4. Unfortunately for him, he did not. But when you're playing Metabolic Acceleration, you're almost always going to be just trying to lose streak early. So Piltover just works really, really well with that, even if you're not going to go like super deep Piltover, trying to go for 30 stacks or whatever. But unfortunately for him, he's not going to find it just yet. I would be interested to see if he's actually willing to play it, even if he hits it on like 2-5 or something like that, or if he's just not going to be playing it whatsoever now.
Well, that's kind of like one of the cruxes of this particular comp, right? It's on a timer. If you don't get it in enough time, then is it ever going to be worth it? I think a lot of people would rather just push a different angle. I mean, winning Piltover is a thing when it comes to the Gunners in the backline, so we could potentially still see that, but the chances are lower. But yeah, you're right. There is an Echo, so if we're able to get it off of the carousel, we're going to be... We're chilling, and so we're going to go for it for Piltover. So what is the give and take now that we've gotten it after the carousel?
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be 2-5, so I don't think you're going for one of those giant cash outs. What I think you can do, especially because he has Metabolic Acceleration, is you can still go for a more like moderate cash out, right? You don't have to go to a full 30 stack or whatever, but even if you get a 10 or a 15 cash out and you just play that Gunner line, you can hold these units and play them as a part of your composition that you're going to be playing later anyway, and just use that as a bit of like an injection of gold, right? So I think it's actually still absolutely reasonable to play it from that spot. He was clearly keeping that line open, and he is going to go for it. So it will be really interesting to see where he goes. And the other kind of thing with that is if you happen into hitting like tiny titans or something like that as your second augment, then you can actually still go for that huge cash out. Obviously, you're starting it later. You're not going to be able to get as big of one as you would have otherwise, but I still think it has a lot of value. And this is an insane board this early on for Clear. He has early education, and he has 2 TF2s at level 4 on 2-5. That is ridiculous. And
And to make it even better, Azael, just 1 second, right? I think is also the only one moving into the multicasters.
Yeah, and that makes it that much better if he's going to be uncontested. But it is interesting, his board state is pretty weak, but as long as you're actually getting some kills here, that is really what is most important. With early education, you have to be farming up that AP. It gives you 1 additional AP for every single kill you get permanently, plus the 15 flat for your whole team. So that is a really nice hit when you have a good multicaster start. Like if you have a Vel'Koz start or a TF start with good items, that is one of my favorite things to do.
All right, we're going to see something else that's been pretty popular so far, and that's been the Ashe. So again, multicasters, I think, is only going to potentially land on one of these one of these players, and it looks like it's going to be clear. In the Vanquishers, with Lil Top looking at this augment is definitely going to be that direction as well. Crown Guard on the set, I think a pretty underrated, valuable item for set. Gives you some shielding, gets you a little bit more damage on that ult, and set 3 is absolutely very strong. So one of the best parts of that front line. Let's see if this Jin's going to be able to sneak some kills with this ultimate. Definitely looks like he's going to get 1, potentially 2 of them to keep going, but the Alawi is going to be able to survive the first one.
Yep, he's going to be able to survive for now. Has that early Ashe too. The Orianna 2 plus the Soraka actually making this front line way tankier than it normally would be, so definitely difficult to push through. Looks like he will be able to eventually get that win. That is a big win for Lil Top to be able to keep that streak going, because he has been kind of pushing a bit more aggressively. One of the things I also really like about the comp that he's playing, when you have Stolen Vitality, if you can actually play for that Ashe 3 set 3, your set 3 becomes that much tankier, because every time one of your Vanquishers crit, you're healing the ally, with the most missing health by 1% of their health, right? So when you have a lot of Vanquishers, you're playing that full Vanquisher comp, all of a sudden your 3-star set that's sitting alone in the front line is just getting chain healed by all these crits that are coming from your back line, and it makes him that much more durable than he normally would be.
Yeah, 1% of a higher number is going to be more valuable, right? At the end of the day,
Quick
and that's
maths.
going to be what you're going to be offering here, and you're going to be getting it from multiple of those units, and you can get the 2 and 4 in there as well, and it's 1% every time. So it seems like it might be a lower affect, but at the end of the day, it's going to be 1% every time those crits. So it's going to be a good amount of healing, cannot be underestimated, and it's one of the better performing augments just in general, because that comp is pretty standard and is something that you can drive into a top 4. Are we going to win? We'll see what happens, especially since some of these players, we have to remind them that it's now or never, right? If you're Degree, for example, you got to push for the dub, and this is a comp that can potentially get you there.
Absolutely. I mean, you have to be kind of high roll, though, I think, with the Kale variant. This is a comp that I actually really like playing, but generally, I feel like to go first, you kind of need to be really lucky with your Kale. And you need to be hitting like 3-star Kale on 3-1, 3-2, hit it early so that you can push levels. Because the Kale 3-star, it's not this crazy massive spike until you actually get some levels under it, right? You need at least level 6 for the passive on every 3rd auto, but really to get a first with this style of composition, you generally need to hit 9 with Kale as your main carry, or at the very least, get towards 8, get like Mord 2 or Aatrox 2 or something if you're trying to get first place in a lobby. So the fact that Degree rolls to 30, only has 5 Kales and not that many Poppies, doesn't have a lot of extra Gallios, I don't think he's in a good spot so far.
All right, someone else who's in the standings is actually in a pretty good spot. It's going to be Unwilf in the 3rd place. Unwilf, I think, the only person in this group that has qualified through to LCQ before, so has been here. And I think on final days and in situations like this, that actually definitely matters with that experience. Like we said before, Degree sitting in 7th place right now, looking at a silver augment. I mean, if you're a Degree right now, would you rather have the lobby be a little bit more crazy with a prismatic, or is this going to be a little bit more predictable and better for you?
That's an interesting question. I'm not sure. I mean, I think that, when you're already kind of in the lead, when you're already up towards the top of the tables, I think you probably would rather it not be prismatic and be a little bit more predictable. You can try to play a little bit more conservatively if you're already up towards the top and just make sure you're maintaining those positions. Prismatic lobbies have way more high variance, right? So I think there's more of a chance, even if you're playing well, to maybe kind of get a bag string of luck in a prismatic lobby and pull an 8th, which I think is kind of the way that a lot of people could potentially catch up.
All right, let's see if this is going to be a good round for Degree. Remember, we're still searching for those Kales, and we've seen Tier 3 Kales already at this point in time in previous lobbies, so this is already pretty slow. And that was also a Tier 3 Poppy, I think, by 3-2 last time we saw this. So definitely feeling a little bit behind. I would say if you don't hit by 3-5, you're really behind on this. So we do have a couple more rounds. Unfortunately, we don't get like the extra percentage because we're not level 4 anymore. But at level 5, we still have a good opportunity to grab it. But we're going to be seeing a little bit more Gallios than Kales potentially potentially when we do roll. That's a lot of stacks on that Rage Blade. We steal another unit. Potentially that might come in handy a little bit later. Say if we lose by a couple HP, we know exactly where it came from. As we're going to be moving on over to Unwilf right now, is playing Bruisers. And, you know, this was something that we noticed that the Chinese meta seems to really, really like so far. Just tons of tankiness in the front line.
Yeah, absolutely. And he does have really good Cho'Gath items. You know, those are basically like best in slot Cho'Gath items. You know, getting that Anima Visage is super, super nice. And this is an interesting choice, right? Because Chalice, I think, gives your backline a lot more oomph. You could go, you know, Aegis or Locket if you want to just beef up your front line that much more. I think Chalice is pretty nice because generally I feel like, yeah, Chalice to me seems like the pick just because Bruisers really struggle to push damage. And this is going to make your backline a lot stronger. So I do like that choice from him here. I think it makes a lot of sense. And he is getting really close to that Cassio 3. So if you can itemize the Cassio 3, have the additional AP coming through from that Chalice, then all of a sudden you have like a really legitimate kind of backline threat that is helping you to punch through. Because Cassio is just so good at actually single target downing a lot of these units and saving you HP until you can get that full board.
Yeah, I think the majority of the Noxus units are single target, which is interesting. I think only one of them isn't. But Cassie, I think last patch's Cass maybe wins that. It was super strong, but this patch is going to be a little bit more likely with that 1-star. Orianna also going to win the 1v1 versus the Cassiopeia on that board as well. Let's take a look at everyone else right now. Not seeing a ton of re-rolling getting completed on those tier 3 units, but a couple of us are starting to get pretty close. Cassiopeia pretty contested as well as we're seeing some items get taken down.
Yeah, and I just noticed Spencer TFT actually hit Tiny Titans. So he hit the kind of dream that I was talking about on his augment that I was saying, you know, generally, you know, when you start a late Piltover, you can't go for a giant cash out. When you hit Tiny Titans, you actually can go for a giant cash out. That is literally the best possible augment you could hit when you're playing Piltover, is that silver Tiny Titans. That is the dream, and he already has metabolic acceleration. So I really want to see Spencer and see how many stacks he has at this point. We're seeing Clear, you know, rolling down for some multicasters, trying to stabilize his board. Does have that TF2, does have the early education, really good items on that TF as well. So he's not playing Twisted Fate Legend, so he's not going to be re-rolling those items on the sideboard. Or rather, he at least didn't pick that. He picked early education instead, but he still has really good items, and he got the Chalice for the backline, so going to be a ton of AP for his multicasters, and I think he's sitting in a pretty good spot with 6 TFs as long as he can keep farming up this AP.
Yeah, he can be a little bit more patient than some of the other multicasters comps that we've seen today. I think he's still solo on this comp right now, so we'll get him when we get him. Level 6 is going to be where we roll for a lot of these units. We do have a couple Demacian comps, so Sona might be a little contested. We don't see a Vel'Koz just yet either. Definitely want to try to get on that train here very, very soon. Is going to leave the Soraka on the board so far. Yep, and ends up selling it for Econ as we move back on over to Degree. And we got a Shroud on this board. So Mana Reeve with the multicasters. We saw this yesterday and it was like not that effective, to be honest with you.
Yeah. Yeah, it can work sometimes, but I mean, especially it's like you need high mana units. It's way better against like Jarvan and stuff like that than TF, right? Because TF just casts so fast anyway. I don't know. I mean, yes, he hit the Kale 3. Yes, he is on 6 Demacia right now, but he's broke. So I feel like when you have to spend this much to actually hit, and he didn't even hit the Poppy 3, and he's not close to the Galio 3, I feel like it's a pretty terrible spot in the game, because generally what happens is you start to win some rounds, but this board gets outclassed pretty quickly by a lot of people's level 7 boards. And, you know, in my experience at least, you end up in this position where you kind of just end up having to roll. You can't just push levels for as long as you'd like. So we'll see if other people's boards are going to be strong enough to kind of put him in that difficult position, or if he is going to be able to, you know, cruise for a while and really just start to push levels and look for those super capped out Demacia boards.
Speaking of cruising, I think Unwilf is doing a pretty good job doing just that so far. As we go back over to our Piltover player. We're going to see it in the next round, I think, after Wolves. But I think if we do the math, there's 3 rounds that he don't count because it took him that long to get there. And I think this is 8 or 9 rounds in a row on the loss. I think we can see
he's on 10 loss, yeah.
So it would be
7 loss.
14? Yeah, I think
20,
it would be
he's on 20 now. Yeah,
he's on
it
20.
Goes up over time. You get 2 in the early ones, then it goes up 3, and then 4, and then 5, and I think he even gets 6 eventually. So, and he is still sitting at 51 health, so he can even go. If I'm him, I go 2 more losses. I think I go 2 more losses, and then you're over 30, and then you go for the 30 cash out with this much gold.
Yeah, I think you have to take the risk, right? This is do or die, right? We're running out of time. There are only 3 lobbies left to qualify for a mid set, right, for these players. So if you don't do it now, like, when is it going to happen? I mentioned this yesterday. The last thing these players want to do is say, I could have made a better decision there. You want to leave everything on the table and make sure that you gave it your all. You don't want to look back on a thing like, man, if I just did this thing that I thought about, things might have been different. And you definitely don't want to do that.
He's just on the outside, right? So if he gets the first place here, he can catch right back up. He's at 14 total points. Top 2 right now is 19 and 22 respectively. So if he could get a massive cash out, get a first place, that is what he's going to be looking for here. And when you have double, HP augments, you have got to get a fat cash out to kind of make up for that, right?
Yeah.
Because you have no combat power from those augments. It's just buying you time, basically, to get that cash out or to build that economy. But he is going to be in a pretty incredible position. And his cash out and roll down is going to be really exciting. I'm going to be interested to see, does he go 8 for the roll down because he has so much gold, or does he actually try to roll on 7? Is he going to be going for 3-star Jace or pushing more for that kind of higher capped out board at 8, where you have a better chance of getting GPs and Scions and things like that in? Looks like he's thinking about just going unified resistance here. But he instead goes Martyr. So Martyr is a pretty good hit, and he is just going to push now. So it looks like he's at least going to go 8 to try to preserve some HP. We'll see if he full rolls. No, he's going to send it right now.
I think you can. There's a little bit of a timer, right? Especially with Piltover. Sometimes you do everything correctly. Okay. You try to win a round and you just don't, right? So let's see if this is going to be close enough. We have time, right? I think we should be pushing. I honestly think we should be pushing for maybe a 30 cash out as well. If anything higher than that.
Yeah. So he didn't
because
roll
we have the economy and ability to do it, right?
Yeah. I thought when he went 8 and started rolling, he was going to roll all the way. But I guess his thought process here was he just wanted to get strong enough to actually kill some units, but he's hoping to still not win. So he's still going to be looking for that 30 cash out, but just wanted to save a little bit of HP. Does kill a couple units. We'll see how bad of a loss he does take. He's at 39 right now. And what will he get hit down to? We'll have to wait till that updates. So hasn't come in quite yet.
Perfect loss.
Yeah, that is
39
really
to
good.
34. Yeah, so
okay,
that is
26.
Okay, 26.
Yeah,
all right.
That seems way too low. Just an update. So
yeah, doing math on stream even for the graphics can be difficult.
But now it's time to roll down and hit, right? So now this is the really scary point because he decided to go 8, so he doesn't actually have that much gold to roll with. So that is the risk of going 8 in this situation instead of hard rolling at 7. Is his board does not actually look that good, right? And his items aren't really that good either. So yes, he's trying to actually send it from this point, but he's got to start winning. He did hit Sedge 22, but he doesn't have a Jace 2. He doesn't have any of his gunners at 2-star. He's not full slamming his items, so I guess he actually still wants to go for one more loss here. He's just trying to at least preserve some HP. Now he's going to put the Giant Slayer down, but like this is going to be another pretty bad loss here for Spencer, and without a lot of gold, it's going to be tough. I mean, going 8 is definitely risky in this spot before rolling because you don't have that much gold to play with, right?
Yeah, I mean, we technically still got one more round if we want to push it with the TX at 16 HP. Let's see if this carousel is going to be a bigger deal. I mean, itemization was definitely a little bit of a troublemaker there. But yes, like you said, there is a gangplank. And one of the best parts about playing Piltover is you get to pick here first. And we're going to get that GP anyway. So what does that mean for this Piltover Cup? That means our top level going into the next round is going to be better.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think if I recall correctly, let's see, he has a couple tiers on his bench. And that's one of the things is that GP is the only gunner that actually really makes use of mana and AP itemization, right? So that's one of the things that always feels really nice for me when I'm playing this gunner line and I hit a GP is it's like if you're stuck on broads and you're stuck on tiers, you can now do something with that and feel good about it, right? So
yeah, very good point.
Yeah, and so it really does kind of fix a lot of your itemization issues a lot of the time. So we'll see what all he's going to be able to hit and what he does end up slamming down. But board's still looking pretty pitiful at this point. He is going to put in the GP. It does have some 5 costs, but his front line has no itemization, so it's pretty weak. His back line is not very upgraded, so it's pretty weak. So it is a bit of a tough spot here for him, and it feels like he's not sure if he wants to slam all his items, but I don't know. It's dicey, man.
Yeah, we're on a tightrope for sure.
Okay,
I mean, maybe we were hoping for the Clear matchup. I mean, Clear has the same amount of HP and isn't playing Piltover, so we can almost assume that that's maybe the comp that we want to see here. But we're already doing a little bit better on the front line now. Are we getting close to that cash out? It's all about that Kale and getting up there. The Fiora as well doing a ton of damage, and we walk diagonally to Jace to get right up to him as well. The ship comes through, and it's a 2v2 right now. I think this Kale's going to fall, but hey, with 16 HP, we lose by a couple units. We still got another round to go, but it's all or nothing on this one. Are we going to get to the end of the tightrope?
I mean,
we'll see on the next round.
It's like you're telling yourself, "Oh, not a bad loss. No, not a bad loss. It's
Yeah,
good.
no,
It's good.
right?
It's good." But it's just like
fine, it's
such
fine.
copium at this point, where you're just gaslighting yourself into thinking it's okay that you're still losing on a 14 streak. So, you know, good loss. Gonna get a bigger cash out for sure. But we'll see if he actually does cash out or if he's just dead, because that is that line you're walking now at this point, right? And it gets really, really dicey because there are some very strong boards. And sure, maybe he could beat Little Top or whatever later if he fully caps out his board and gets a cash out. But you're on a 50 cash out. If you get that, you could get first, but you could be dead. Let's see what Clear's board looks like. That's a 3-star early education TF, so we'll have to find out if he can actually get a win here.
Yeah, won that last round. Clear did. Oh, no, and then the jump forward for the Jarvan baits the boat into Jarvan only, so we didn't get the full effect of that, but we're getting into the backline. Are we going to get that 50 cash out? It is TF versus the world. One more unit is going to be the turret. I don't see this happening for Spencer, but it is just a 1-unit loss. Are we going to stay around? Looks like we have one more to go. At least we get to develop economy over an extra round, but it's still looking pretty bad.
We did say, you know, you got to go for that first or 8th playstyle, so...
Good loss, good loss, good loss.
Good loss.
Yeah, good loss.
It's definitely all intended, fully planned.
Man, I thought he was going to be able to win, but that just shows the power. That TF3, early education, he's got so much AP stacked up. I'm really curious to see how much actually free AP he's gotten from that augment. But he had about 4 or 5 units left at the end when it was just TF +1. So I thought he was going to be able to get that cash out. Some pretty good item pickups here. You know, could be Gunblade to play around the rod. You know, we'll see what he gets from that anvil. And now you have to make the choice. He does have a Heimer, but like, I honestly from here would probably be pulling out my Heimer to actually not have the extra reroll slots unless you want to fully upgrade. So he's going to spend the gold. I'm kind of surprised he's actually spending the gold to upgrade the Heimer. But maybe he doesn't feel he can hit some of these other things. So... will be interesting.
Oh my god.
It's, I mean, he does have a triple upgraded Heimer, and now what is he going to actually slam? So Rage Blade, and then does he go Gunblade? No, he's going to go GS here. And he's going to put GP frontline, which is always risky because GP might just die. I mean, that is just a level 1 GP. If GP gets the cast off, it's really big, but he needs to get that cast off before he dies.
I think he's going to be fine because... oh, we get CC'd, though. This was the risk that you were talking about. We do get it, and Jarvan's going to eat the ult. Oh, we're going to pass right by the Jarvan once again, but this is looking all right so far. Unfortunately,
on his
Jace
Jace.
is
He's
being
dead.
targeted by, the Nasus. Azir's on him, too, and this is going to be it. We don't get to see the big cash out, unfortunately. I mean, we saw an Aphelios 3, like, fall down like tissue paper earlier, so I don't think that Aphelios 1's going to be fine, and that is going to be... it feels like the slowest lead out of a Piltover player we've seen so far in competitive TFT. And Azael, the hard part is, right, you know, good loss, good loss, good loss. We never got that win and with the T-Hex like that, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's, we got to turn it around. And that's the thing with these augments, too. You're saying, hey, I'm going to take the risk and go up against stronger opponents that I'm going to have to cash out about, and that never happened.
Yeah, I think what he's going to be kicking himself for, and I could be wrong, maybe he has no regrets and he's just living life. But, you know, when you're in 4th, I feel like you would be kicking yourself for not rolling at 7. I think he should have rolled hard at 7. He was on 90, maybe even 100 gold. And I think he should have rolled down at 7, tried to actually 2 stars full board, you know, get a stable board, get the cash out, then go 8. I fall into this trap, I feel like a lot of time where I always want to go 8. I'm like, oh, you know, my economy's pretty stable. I got a lot of gold. I can push 8. But, you know, you push 8, you have that higher chance to actually hit the 4 cost, but it's offset by the fact that you're spending 80 gold to level, right? So you spend all that additional gold, and if you don't hit quickly, then you end up kind of just between a rock and a hard place, so you don't have anywhere to go. So Spencer, I think, really going to be regretting that one. If he was able to cash out, there was a good shot he gets first, and then he's really in the running for one of those top 2 spots. But this could be that difference maker between him getting top 2 or not now, because he was sitting in 4th, and he got 1 point for this game.
Yeah, I also want to point out that he had, 20 gold or so and then spent 18 of it on Heimerdinger.
Yeah, I was surprised
on
with that as
next
well.
round as well. Yeah, so getting those augments for the Heimerdinger turret instead. I'm not sure I would have done that myself, but I think that goes to show the mindset that Spencer was in at that time. Just, that was not a confident roll down, you know what I mean? We got to level 8, that wasn't the case. And sometimes, like in those Piltover boards, you don't win that round and it's over, right?
Yeah.
Like, you don't really have any other opportunities. But hey, we got our first Azir versus Azir on this particular board. David Ace still in the running here. Everyone really wants David Ace to do poorly on this particular lobby, so they're looking for the L for David here. It's going to be Azir Azir, like I said, one though is going to have a little bit more attack speed. I really like the shield breaker, and it was a little bit nerfed on this last patch, but it's already into the back line. The Hextech Gunblade not pushing enough health. David going to be falling down. And Clear, who had a rough board, had 18 health, the same as our Piltover player, while not playing Piltover now on a 5-game win streak. And look at these power levels, all pretty even. 46
Demacia
being
spat.
the lowest and 63 being the highest. Yeah, the Demacia spat. We have a couple Demacians. And putting that on like someone like Mordekaiser, right? The Zale is a huge deal.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting too, because we do have some Demacia players, if I'm correct. Okay, yeah, so Degree would have really wanted that, but Clear actually took it. So Clear, I think, took it as a basically a denial from Degree. And with multicasters, you can actually use that okay, because you generally do tech into 3 Demacia, so it allows you to drop something else, you know, and have something else in its stead. You know, maybe you have like a better frontliner. You can drop the Galio, play like Sejuani or whatever, you know, things along those lines. So it's not that it's useless to him at all, but it was interesting because if Degree gets that, it's obviously a really big deal, because he's the only one, I think, playing full Demacia, if I recall, in this lobby.
Yeah, I think so too. And this comp, I mean, Golden Bruisers in that front line. Bruisers again, even with Giant Slayers, even with Last Whispers, it's just so much HP. Really curious to see how this TF is going to do, because it has a lot of extra AP. It's pretty much been a Viger from Summoner's Rift on the board right now when it comes to developing all of those kills, because it is going to be the one executing most of these units too. I mean, Talia and Sona can take down a unit, but who's going to kill it is going to be the TF, as the other two kind of butter them up so they can get taken down by the Twisted Fate. And David also losing out on that round. It looks like 1 HP and a Dream. The rest of the lobby is celebrating definitely that David is potentially going to have the bot 4, opening this up for a lot of people on the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Lil Top sitting up towards the top of the table right now. He's in 5th. Spencer is above him, just got an 8th. You know, Unwolf's still in there. Toronto Tokyo went out in 7th. He's in 2nd. So Toronto Tokyo was in 2nd. He went out in 7th.
Point.
Spencer was in 4th. He went out in 8th. David could potentially get a 6th here, and he's in 1st, right? So that's a lot of the people that are up towards the top of the standings here going out, and it opens the door for people like Unwolf and Lil Top, who are just kind of on the outside really looking in right now. You know, Unwolf is sitting in 3rd with the 2 bonus points from yesterday, and Lil Top is in 5th. So he could really jump up. Either of those guys could really jump up into those top 2 spots. Oh, that sucks. That sucks so much.
I know. That is one of the worst feelings. It's like losing to Krugs, Kazante taking out a Bruiser. Kazante going to play for the Phillies later, try to win the World Series. That's what that looked like. And we do lock for the Azir. This is one of the first times you've actually seen Azir, and it's a popular pick, finding some success. Azir 2 is finally popping up too, but with this board, it's because we haven't seen Azir have time, and if there's a board that's going to give the Azir time, it is going to be this one. And Unwolf, again, we said before, in 3rd place, ready to benefit the most potentially from this wild lobby in terms of placements.
Well, and also, I mean, he's on 5 Bruiser, right? He has Bruiser Heart. He wants the Sejuani or the Scion so bad. 6 Bruiser is actually such a big deal. So yeah, he's playing 4 Shurima. That's not bad, but by no means would he rather have that than a Sejuani or anything. And he's staying on 7. He's just been rolling down, so he is praying for that Sejuani or a Scion. He really needs. There it is.
Oh,
so that's actually such a big hit. 6 Bruiser. Is really going to make his front line that much more powerful, and it's going to buy time for that Cassio, for that Azir to actually do their work in the back line. Now, this is an interesting choice. You know, does he itemize more towards front line? Does he go like adaptive or blue buff and just throw that on the Azir for a little bit more damage in the back line? And that's a choice that he really is going to have to make here.
I wonder if it's going to be adaptive.
I feel like
in the back.
I feel like adaptive backline was what I would do. I don't know if it's actually correct, but that's probably what I would do. I think, you know, Protector's Vow makes some sense as well. But back over to David Ace, who's on his last legs. We'll see if he can stay alive.
All right, is that going to happen? We're looking at the backline already. Some CC hitting our Vanquishers in that backline. Jin's going to ult and actually take down our Redemption Renekton there, but it's all about Azir. How much time can we get? This Crown card in the front line is absolutely making this super hard. The Azir is not doing anything right now. It's going to be eliminated.
Yeah, even with that was actually really interesting because Lil Top had his Vanquishers in the back corner there to try to actually hide, but then the turret, I think, got pushed back by K'Sante and locked in the Xayah. So the Xayah was actually out of range of people and couldn't move forward because the turret had gotten pushed back against her by that K'Sante. Didn't end up mattering, but Azir was bought a little bit of time. Unfortunately for David, he is going to be going out in 6th place. So as you said, going to be buying
some opportunities here for new players to be able to jump up towards the top of the table. People are going to be really happy that Spencer couldn't cash out, that Toronto, Tokyo, and David are out in 7th and 6th. Those were the top 2, so getting a first in this lobby becomes that much more important. And now we're looking in over here onto Unwilf. He did just hit that 6 bruiser, and we'll see what it's going to get done for him.
Arguably the most important player that benefits from this is the one we're watching right now, which is Unwilf. So every position above David Ace in Toronto is just going to increase that point differential difference that he's going to be able to make through this particular lobby. And he's going to have to finish it out, really push that top 4, right, get really into that top 2. That would be best case scenario, but that's not going to be a win here. Is he going to get eliminated even? Yes. So, yeah, it looks like we do. So our top 3 all finishing in the bot 4 in this lobby.
Yeah, that's kind of crazy. And Spencer was 4th. So our top 4 is the bottom 4.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's insane. So everyone making up a ton of points right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Clear obviously is by far last right now, so he really needs a first. He is really far behind, but you know, after that, it's everyone's kind of within striking distance, right? Because Toronto Tokyo was in 2nd. He had 19. He's 7 points ahead of Degree, who was down in 7th, right? So that is something that you could make up. If you can get a first here, you're not that far behind going into these next games. And Degree, you know, I didn't think had a very good roll down early on, but has made it to 9 with this Kale, you know, has been able to stabilize, has the Fiora 2, has all his upgrades, and is looking like a pretty frightening board, but we'll see if he can actually get it done.
Yeah, it's a good thought to try to not give up. You know, we only had, I think, 4 or 5 KOs at 3-1, but we've gotten here. We've gotten to the top 4 opportunity, but whoever wins this particular lobby gets an insane advantage because, again, I just have to emphasize it, the top 4 in the standings all in the bot 4 right now. Don't remember the last time that happened. I'm looking at Clear right now because that is the multicaster comp uncontested, and we've seen that comp uncontested. That's when we've seen it do the best. We're picking up some emblems right now. We got Shurima, and we got another spat as well. Are we going to invest in augments here too? Degree could definitely benefit from this, especially since he's sitting in the 2nd to last position, and we have another unit to get on the board right now. What are we going to choose? Are we going to switch some items? Is Fiora even going to be good anymore? We'll see on this next round.
Yeah, he's trying to find some sort of like a trait bot, but I mean, I think GP makes sense from this point. And we saw that the Shurima spat actually got denied from the full Shurima player. So we had 1 full Shurima player, and if he got that 2nd Shurima spat, it could have actually been a 9 Shurima angle. So we saw someone just kind of denying that, you know, taking it away so that their opponent cannot get it. And we're getting down to these final rounds. Degree, you know, on his last legs. We'll see if he can survive.
All right, is he going to survive? He's not going to... Oh, the ship's not going to be doing that much, but this is a pretty good moment for Kales. TF versus Kales, there going to be enough damage on those Rage Blades? The answer is yes, and Clear is eliminated, it looks like. And no more multicasters for this lobby either. Everyone finishing... I think everyone else is going to be finishing in the top 3. How did Basso finish out? And that's going to be the top 2. Lil Top finding himself in the 3rd place position. Just 1 unit. We said it earlier, right? Maybe one of these units in the early game, just that 2 HP in stage 2 might be the difference, and it was between 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, and Basso now being able to level to 9 there. So it goes 9. He has a Shurima Rise 2, as well as his Azir. He has that Zeke's for the support item, so the additional attack speed for these guys. And this is going to be really tough to deal with because this is Freljord Rise, which is really, really strong. And we'll have the Ascended bonus as well, so he's going to have a lot of attack speed between the Zeke's and that Shurima trait from the emblem. So he's going to be casting a lot, and we'll see with that Shroud if it's going to make the difference here, slow him down.
Okay, and so let's see if this front line is going to be able to last through this Azir. Looks like Azir actually got a sneaky backline hit there, and we're starting to stack this Seraphs as well. But again, these Azir's just not doing enough damage quick enough, it seems. Even the ramp on the 1-cost unit here, the Kale, seems to be doing much better and more consistent, especially since it's single target damage. You also have to wait for the ult to hit for the Azir as well. So there's a lot going up against it, but we have seen Azir's pull it off as we get into the Dragon round. What is best case scenario for our 2 players here, Zale?
Honestly, I mean, you know, for Degree, you're just looking to cap out with 2-star legendaries, right? You know, he's playing the GP, he's playing the Aatrox. That's kind of what he's searching for. I think for Degree, he'd probably love, you know, an additional item for the Quinn, or maybe even for that Aatrox on the other side. I think you're probably just looking for more frontline, trying to buy more time, especially for the Rise, because the Rise got shrouded in that last round, and I think that he's going to have to try to dodge that shroud because it was a Jarvan shrouding him into that Jarvan ult onto the Rise, which really slowed you down. And you need to get multiple casts from that Rise to really get the value out from it. So we'll see if it's going to be kind of that positioning battle. as a GP2 going to be hit for here for Degree, who already won pretty comfortably in that last round and now has the choices of itemization. You know, does he want to throw something down here on the GP, or is it going to be, you know, just for this Quinn or Aatrox? I feel like
let's see if this Rise is going to disrupt the backline too, right?
Yeah, he's not actually repositioning at all, so he's not trying to dodge the Shroud. And his Rise just gets shrouded and then ulted by Jarvan again, so it's the same problem. The second cast is going to come so late from the Rise.
All right, the front line has started to break down, but once again, I'm looking at that as here. How much damage can we do quick enough? And the answer is pretty much none when it comes to that damage. But also takes a big L and gets taken down. What a comeback. I am super intrigued to see how these standings look after this lobby.
Yeah, that is crazy. The entire lobby is going to be kind of flipped on its head now. The top 4 all finished in the bottom 4. A really impressive finish here, you know, from Demacia. We're seeing again that kill reroll. If you can get to 9, if you can cap out the board with legendaries, it is incredibly strong. He even had the GP2 in there for CC immunity, which is going to really help, you know, against the Jarvan, against the Rise. So definitely super strong board and a massive win for him. But Spencer, I think, is definitely the saddest person from this game with his 50 stack T-Hex that he didn't get to cash out.
You guys even brought the dinosaur luck. Come on now.
True, yeah.
Or did you guys cast
we
or
missed.
curse
What a
him?
missed opportunity.
I know.
Low-hanging fruit still tastes good. I said that earlier. Dang it.
Oh, that was so sad and like so hard to watch because I felt like he was just so close to being able to have such a strong board. But you guys called it out. You have to really go for those risky plays, and even towards the back end of yesterday, we were kind of saying Piltover just might be the way to be able to actually get those top 1s, top 2s, even just a top 4 to really turn things around. And that did lead to some very interesting lobby shakedowns as we look across the board, and I feel like one in particular was just how contested Shurima was. And now, okay, we know this is going to happen. Like, Cassiopeia is like a very good legend to have early on in the actual board state, and just like Noxus in general, just to be able to share that trait. But Azael, there were 3 players that were playing Shurima. Do you feel like that was okay for those players? Because usually when you see contestation like that, especially for like multicasters, that could be a death sentence.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, and that's kind of sometimes the risk that you run when you are playing Earth, right? Because they all pop their tome on 2-1, and that was their best option. So at least that's what they felt, right? So I think people generally, as I said, are going for Shurima, Noxus, or Demacia. Those kind of feel like the big 3 that people are going for. And so if they all hit Shurima, they all hit Shurima, and then you end up contested. You can play kind of different lines, but you know, if you have a Shurima emblem, you can't really not play Shurima, or you're just playing without an augment and you're probably screwed anyway. So I feel like at that point you're kind of just locked in and you just have to contest and hope that you hit.
I feel like it worked out for Clear just a little bit better because I think he did the best out of the bunch, especially when we ended up seeing the Talias actually get out of the pool as players got knocked out. He was able to pick those up and hope to make the multicasters work. But this is what we were all looking at and waiting for. And Upasaurus, I don't think I've ever seen a closer bubble in my life.
Holy mackerel. David, feeling great versus everyone else. Literally this is crazy. I do not remember the last time this was this close.
21, 20, 20, 20, 19.
Yeah, and even the 15 is honestly still in it. If you know, Spencer getting that 1 puts him in this position, but someone else doing the same thing, right? This is absolutely insane. And this is LCQ. This is what I meant by LCQ always gives us these opportunities. So I gotta say, this next lobby, the penultimate lobby, is gonna be insanely important for every single one of these players. David, the only one with any sort of cushion going into the last 2 lobbies. And once again, the stakes are the same for everybody, right? We're only 2 lobbies away from knowing who all of the representatives for the mid-set are going to be and get their chance at Worlds. And, you know, in 2 sets we'll know, and they're running out of time, and they're tied. The last thing you want is to lose out on a tie break in this situation, too.
Honestly, even David, he's 4 points up, but there's still 2 games to play. If you actually have a couple rough games, it's only top 2 that go, right? So even he has to be sweating, I think, a little bit, seeing how close it has gotten, because if you get a 7th or an 8th, even like a bot 3, then, you know, anyone can pass you. So it does get pretty dicey from that point. Obviously, you know, if he can play a controlled game, you know, maybe David can aim more for just like top 4 style comps and try to really play stable, because he could probably get a top 2, you know, and finish and qualify for regionals as long as he gets 2 top 4s. But there's going to be a lot of people that are taking big risks. And if people are hitting and you're playing a more conservative line, then sometimes you can get kind of just blown out of the water.
Yeah, and being contested is going to feel even worse for a lot of these players too, because we're scrounging for points at this point in time, right? Every position from here on out is going to be impactful. So you gotta keep the mental going too. It's been a long weekend. Like, the stakes are super high. You got to keep playing clean. You got to keep yourself ready.
I mean, you both even pointed out that, like, Spencer was 4th coming into this game, and then just that 1/8 dropped him all the way down to 7th place. And so with 2 games left, it really still is anybody's game.
Yeah.
And we're seeing this, like, interesting pendulum swing as well. Is multicasters going to be the way, or do people start to actually stray away from it or pick a different carry even for looking at that composition? We're going to have to figure that out. We've got 2 more games left to determine the 2 players that are going to be rounding out our NA Regional Final competitors. So don't go anywhere, because you're not going to want to miss this. Welcome back, everybody. We have 2 games left before we determine the 2 players that will be rounding out our competitors at the NA Regional Finals. This is day 2 of the Last Chance Qualifier, and we've got Crowan and Makes back on the desk to bring us through this 5th game. And Makes, when we look at the overall standings, that's close. That is close.
It is. It is absolutely close. I mean, David is still reigning up there with 25 points, but it has gotten closer to him as well. But then if you're looking at that 3rd, that 4th, that 5th, all of them sitting on the 20 points, all of them so close to Toronto, Tokyo, we are gonna go down a path where all of them will try to play as sweaty as possible, as risky as possible, to try and get those high finishes. And if you thought the beginning of the day was already exciting, I think there's more to come like that.
Yeah, definitely, especially seeing Piltover in the last game. You know, we might be seeing a bit more of that, although hopefully not exactly as Spencer had piloted in the last game. I gotta
leave him alone.
I know. I will be the bully here for a second. I'm sorry, but just going back there, right? If you're playing Piltover, the way the cash outs were changed a few patches ago, right? It's going to be not as much value, only getting that 7 or 8 cash out loss streak. So players like, okay, I can greed, I can go a bit further here. But once you're getting into stage 4, everyone's going to be upgrading their boards so much, right? So like the longer you delay, there's only so much for you to hit before their players are just going to always keep, you know, steamrolling over you fight after fight. So the kind of decision for Spencer to go 8 there instead of rolling on 7, I think needs to be taken into the consideration. And if we are going to be seeing more Piltover players, which we might because of how close these standings are, we might be seeing that kind of level 7 push and aggression and not try to greed it out quite as highly.
And I even wonder if Piltover becomes an option if you look at if we get something like a prismatic lobby. You know, that's where the power level of these compositions can get super high. And we've seen what the power of a prismatic augment can really do to accelerate a pace of a game, especially depending on what these players decide to actually pick. So I cannot wait to see what happens, because I feel like Makes 2, like, Clear is not even mathematically out of it yet either, and he's also made some changes in that legend choice.
Yeah, mathematically, you know, I think there might be a world where if he goes 1-1 and then Toronto Decree, Yunwolf, and Bossa all go 8-8, then yeah, maybe he's still able to make it mathematically into that 2nd spot. I think, unfortunately, because of how close the rest of it is, it might not work that way, but I love the enthusiasm.
Never say never. Never say never until we see what happens, because that 4th game flipped everything on its head. Let's see what this 5th game has in store for us. Corona Makes. We're going to God Willow's Grove. Let's go.
Thank you very much, Necker. Into game 5, the penultimate game. At least Clear's able to win something with the portal pick there at the beginning. You know, that's pretty good, Mix, huh?
Yeah. There are several players trying to go into the Sanctum, but it did not work that way. Both Clear and Basso going for the God Willow's Grove instead. That's really interesting for especially those Earth players. You can see that Basso is one of them, has picked up the Earth at the end of yesterday. We know that David has been running the Earth as well with the God Willow's Grove. It's just a little bit easier to hit some of those more varied comps, the comps that are just one step besides the meta, a little bit more niche. But if there's anyone in this lobby that's so good at kind of piloting them, it is David, no?
Yeah, 100%. David Ace has shown that skill throughout the past 2 whole days of competition, and especially as Necrod mentioned, you know, if the prismatic augments come through and you get that Ancient Archives 2 with 2 emblems and your Godwillow's Grove spot, you can reach these very vertical synergies, super capped out like the 9 we saw earlier between the Demacia and the Ionia. We could be seeing them even as quickly as like level 8, right? It's so insane. And the Ishtal is going to be ice, so maybe some rogues or some Nikos utilizing that, as we've seen throughout the course of the tournament as well.
Yeah, actually we haven't seen rogues a lot at all. They're not in a great spot right now, unfortunately. But I'd be down for somebody to bring them back and show us that they can still do things similar to how we saw that Demon Flare, Swain. You know, I don't mind a little bit of rogue action. Gonna have our augments come in though, and it's gonna be silver augments.
Okay, silver augments here branching out, still going to be considered, but rolled in favor of inconsistency just because of how powerful that is to bring your econ up in the early game. Get those extra break points is really, really valuable. Bosso's skills leaning towards the challenger, and Noxus, the challenger online, because of that God Willow's Hex kind of spot on the bench there, and considering what units he wants to keep on bench as well. But these item slams makes, I don't know if you'd want to be as aggressive as to slam anything with these items right here. What do you think?
I think with Noxus in particular, you want to get those stacks, right? So if you know that you want to carry this comp into late game, you kind of want to go for like a Mordekaiser, then I think you slam them, you try to get as many wins as possible, capitalize on that, get your stacks up. For now, it's going to be, yeah, there we go, the Jolt Gauntlet onto the Cassiopeia,
right.
and that will work in other comps as well, so it's not too heavily locked into the Noxus either.
Yeah, at least able to get a 1 unit kill. Did actually switch off the Godwillow's Hex away from the Irelia in favor of just the extra Cassiopeia, which doesn't do anything. But I think the thought process there was that if he wins the round, he could sell the rest of his bench up to 10 gold. But without that win, couldn't actually make enough econ and did not want to sell the Cassiopeia pair, especially with the item slam on it already, as Jewel Gauntlet is really strong in the early game. But makes rogues. I guess we're going to see it.
I mean, David is always good for a surprise, isn't he? Bringing us that rogue emblem. Right before that, when we saw the fight, I had a short moment of being stun locked because Toronto Tokyo already has a Twisted Fate. He got that off the PvE run, so we know that there's probably at least one person running down the multicasters. But talk to me how this rogue comp is going to come together for David now that he has an emblem.
Yeah, the emblem actually makes it really, really interesting because you don't need to run the Kiana. I think generally she's less favored as opposed to getting the Katarina 3 and Echo 3 online. But you could even get 4 Rogue on your kind of level 4 roll down when you're trying to hit Graves, right? You can put the Rogue emblem on the Jinx. I think we saw that once this tournament yesterday, as the you can even consider re-rolling her into that tier 3 as well. But the main power level is going to come out of getting that Graves 3 online early, even though it was nerfed coming into this patch, right? I think its comp is still going to be able to have some success. Toronto Tokyo, I believe, did play it in game 2 today and got second with it. So even though we haven't seen very much of it, it still can have success.
Yeah, I agree. I'm very curious to see this board come together. Now, there's some more interesting augments. We saw them on the left-hand side previously that have come through. Notably, Spencer is on a roll. He is looking for those extra rolls on the 1 cost, and that's always something you have to kind of keep in mind when you're looking at the right-hand side, and you will see him have a little bit less gold than some of the other players because a lot of his gold will be on his bench because he is trying to hit those 1 costs, and that is also a player that's maybe going for a 1 cost reroll, like something like a Kale.
Definitely. Lil Top, as we see on the board, played the Kale in a couple of games ago. It has been scaling all day in terms of placement. Started out with a couple of bot 4s, but has been getting the top 4s past few games. Again, we're blessed makes with the 1 singular spatula on the carousel. It literally always happens every single time.
Basso gets
that. Yep, real quick.
I mean, it's so nice to have, right? Especially, I think, in like a silver lobby, there's so many craftable emblems right now. Spatula is so valuable in the current patch, in the current meta. If you can have an emblem, most of the time it is going to make you much stronger than any of the components, so it's highly preferred by most of the players.
Okay, now I get to
Hopping
see...
over.
Yeah, Basso with the Cassiopeia 2 did get the emblem and already has a spare belt as well, so is going to be able to get up to that 5 Noxus here soon, as soon as we find just another one, maybe a Darius, maybe a Katarina coming through hopefully soon. But isn't leveling up, is okay taking some losses, it seems like, in favor of that economy.
Yeah, seems like it. We're going to be seeing how it goes. Right now, we do have a little bit of streak momentum going on for Unwolf and Toronto Tokyo. Both of them want to keep on winning. And then Degree is on a loss streak, and he wants to lose as well. Continue that run here. So hopefully that will work in favor of Degree and Basso both, because the inconsistency does want you to get a win again to try and not get any streaks. And I think it might be in the cards here. Down goes the front line. The Swain not getting that cast off, but the Cassiopeia is really strong here with that Jeweled Gauntlet and the upgrade.
Yep, inconsistency value here for Basso Skills. Even if winning the next round, it will be okay. Moving over to some of the win streakers here. Toronto Tokyo has Demacia online, has a solid front line, and 2 items on the Cassiopeia in the back. Blue buff and the Nashor's Tooth there, though. That's just slammed for this early game power.
And we love that, right? If you have a win streak and you try to do things like going to 6 whenever you can, or going to level 5 early, slamming any and every item that you can have, even sometimes we see players slam those components because you don't need them on the bench. You can often slam them on a replaceable unit just to have them there for extra board strength. And for Toronto Tokyo, this should be a very easy one. He's up against the loose streak player. His streak definitely goes on. Question is, can Wolf do the same thing? Hopping over here, he's up against Clear. This one might be a little bit closer, but with those items slammed and the Jin online, I think this is also a pretty clear direction.
Yeah, very well done by Unwolf to continue this streak, as well as Toronto Tokyo. There's been a couple times we've seen both, 2 players win streaking and fortunately not run into each other, right? For the player who would have been weaker in that situation. But now I get to see where the rest of the lobby is going, Makes, and I think Degree, yep, gonna be pivoting towards the multicaster line. Toronto Tokyo looking like maybe was considering that as well with the Twisted Fates on the bench. So contestation with the multicasters doesn't always end well.
I think it rarely ends well from everything we've seen, but we are going to be hopping over to David because despite many of these players not having gone to level 5 yet, we are looking over David's shoulder to try and see this roll down. Now he is looking to get that Graves, finds a Katarina off the PvE round, which is always going to be lovely when you're already locking yourself into the rogues. Has a Jinx with that rogue emblem, so bringing back the already familiar from yesterday, and also has the Echo on board as well. So lots of good units already, but the ones we really need is the Graves, and he is coming together slowly but surely. 6 copies already there. Do we keep going? Has to be the question, or do we actually want to save a little bit? Does keep going. 2 more copies for him to go and get that Graves 3 online. Hosh already slammed, which is really, really strong, and allowing that Graves to heal back is also going to put him on the Ice Ishtal.
Yes, the Ice Ishtal works so well with the rogues, effectively giving them, 3 lives, right? You get that rogue proc and de-aggroes, then you get the Ice Ishtal proc, and that's going to de-aggro again, slamming a Night Harvester as well. Already having a little bit of healing with the Hand of Justice, is going to want to turn that belt, I think, into a Sterix gauge that works well with the Graves and with the Night Harvester as well, right? Giving more effective HP to work with there. Even though he's still 2 Graves away, able to make 30 gold, I think is still in a pretty good spot right now.
Absolutely. Now, looking at the top of the leaderboard, it seems like the streaks, they just keep going. Toronto and Wolf have not met yet. We're entering 3-2. Augments are going to come around, and it is going to be another set of silvers setting us up here. The recomp getting re-rolled instantly. We don't want anything to do with that, but there is something else on the cards here to get us a little bit of item upgrades.
Alright, there's a Soyen 2 coming through, even though it's really level 7 that multicasters want to put that in. Is okay with it for now. We're going to have all the multicasters we need, just the upgrades, right, coming through. And Degree finally finds the TF2. Would love to find Galio 2 as well to upgrade that front line. See if he hits as soon as looking at David Ace. Did hit Graves 3, partly because of that misconnections.
Yeah, absolutely right, but it's also going to give you a lot of extra gold, which in a silver augment round is going to be nice to have. Can sell most of these units back. Nearly makes 50 here, does make 50 here, sells off the Katarina. It's a tough loss. We love Kata, but unfortunately the 50 is more important. We're going to find her back later again.
Yeah, wow, Clear on the other side here. Already has a Vel'Koz 2 with 2 good items, playing a lot of Voids here. Might be going for a Void re-roll. Not quite enough to deal with David A. Says the Graves 3 power spike was just a little bit too much. But go have to check in with that Void board a bit later, especially because all those Vel'Kozs are going to be contested by the multicaster players.
Yeah, that is true. Toronto Tokyo is on it. Clear seems to want to go there, and we will be seeing who else is making their way there. Here's Spencer, though, played that on a roll and has now found Samira 3, which we take those. She does a lot of damage.
Yeah, finally the Samira Casio comp is popping back up. On a roll is a great way to get there. Very far away from the Cassiopeias, however, and that's where, you know, some of the elite carry items are, right? Even though it's kind of a pseudo just shred support item. The Swain's the real tanky beast there, but even still, that's only 4 Swains right now for Spencer. 3 win streak, but I'm not sure how far this can go.
The good thing is that he has a lot of gold, right? The bad thing is you are already level 5, and so not as many one costs are coming into your shops anymore, giving you those rerolls. And when they come, usually they don't give you the upgrade, so that is going to slow down now, and he will be taking some losses as well, unfortunately. But maybe the carousel that is coming up can help avoid some of the additional pain that's going to come his way. Hopping over, though, we're going to see the Jin take out this Cassiopeia, and now Carousel is coming up. Toronto Tokyo on an 8 win streak.
8 win streak here, very well ahead of the lobby, which serves super well for them, especially thinking about the scores coming into this game, right? Toronto Tokyo faltered really quick with the 7th, and now all of a sudden there's 4 other players right on his tail, just 1 or 2 points away. So really needs to separate himself away from the rest of the pack, as well as David Ace, who, you know, had that kind of 4 or 5 point buffer. But this game makes is going to be really indicative of how the game 6 will go. If those 2 players have bot 4s again and other people are able to get some top 2s, right, they could be seeing those standings be flipping yet here again.
Right, you're saying it. It is so close. Toronto and David need to make sure they're placing as high as possible, but everyone else wants them to not do so because that would open up the playing field for them. So we might even see a little bit of holding if it gets to any, you know, any crazy techs, like trying to find a 3-star 4 cost. We've seen some attempts earlier. Unfortunately, they didn't work out the way they should have, but we are seeing that some players are pretty low on gold already. Basso rolling to 0 here.
Yeah, rolling to 0, but the board value only being 21 gold. A lot of that must be like, what, sitting on the bench right now? That's not quite what we expect to see from those 2 numbers in the story that they tell, but Unwilf is going to be just a bit richer and has leveled to 7, trying to find wins versus Spencer, but with the last whisper now on the Samira, going to just be a little bit too strong. Unwilf does sell the Kaisa on the bench to make that 40 gold breakpoint, but one of the richest in the lobby right now, just below Lil Top and Spencer, currently still both sitting at 50 gold. Well, finds a Zaya naturally in the shop.
Wow! All right, we take those. She goes in right away. Get to work, Zaya. We need you. And Wolf is going to be very happy about that, but I'm a little bit scared about Toronto Tokyo. Not for his sake, but for the sake of everyone else in this lobby.
Yeah.
He's still streaking. He's still on fire. He has won every single matchup in this game thus far, and you can see why. He found the Twisted Fate from the first PvE orb, essentially, and capitalized on it. Fully itemized, has the Galio upgraded, and is only looking for upgrades for now. The units are there. He just needs to roll and find them, and those rogues might pose a challenge later down the line, but are they enough to actually take him down now? Answer is no. The Aphelios will do nothing here. No items, no upgrades. David taking a loss, and Toronto continues his march through this lobby.
That's a big win for Toronto Tokyo, making sure to secure the streak into the neutral round, being able to generate so much more gold, especially because having rolled down to about 24 right now, as it shows, he's going to need to, you know, regen that economy back up to hit those multicasters. He started off so ahead, which is huge for that multicaster kind of line, but looking now towards Lil Top, this is going to be a big pivot here in the next turn makes, and we know where the direction's going, of course, with the 3 Bilgewaters in and with those double RFCs on the table as well.
If we see Anila come up in the shop, it's only because she was attracted by those double rapid fire cannons. She's like, it's for me?
For me, I think, hopefully, yes.
Alright, let's see. Level 7 roll down. Finds a J4,
Kai'Sa's.
finds a Kaisa too. This one's free. Do you want it?
Skips it.
You don't. You just want to find the Neela, and she will hopefully come around eventually. Lots and lots of forecasts making an appearance, but maybe the power
GP?
of the. Ooh, JP? Well, it's for
Okay.
me.
GP says no, it's for me, and Neela says no, not even the RFCs are going to bait me to join here, and even Neela doesn't like the TF meta, it seems.
I can't blame her. I can't. On the other side, though, is Spencer. Now finally itemizing this Samira 3. She should be having a little bit more pump going through this game here. And since the carry hasn't really been found on the top side, I wouldn't be surprised if this one he loses. Now, he does have that
close one.
legendary here, and the
Oh.
Threatway sails in and ends this one, but it was quite close.
Very, right? Toronto Tokyo, it's a close round as well, but oh, he does it! Continues the streak forward. Jin just needed to auto attack instead of winding up, and I think we've all been there where that
Here
happens.
we
But Prismatics!
go! It is going to be
For a
Prismatics, and
contract.
Lil Top never clicked as fast as this. Instantly
Whoa.
locking himself into the Infernal. Now the Neela says, okay, I will help you with this endeavor, and will come into play. Getting some extra upgrades as well. The Azir is going to
Yeah.
come in, and we will try to find some more upgrades.
I don't blame him picking the Infernal contract there. It's like, okay, if usually I'm going to be stuck on level 7 anyway, rolling down, so I might as well just have, 70 gold to do so, but only finds one copy of the Neela's. Like, maybe I can go for Nautilus 3, but even still, that's kind of 3 away. With as much gold as Lil Top just rolled, and Nasus 2 is really the only thing to show for it, it seems.
Yeah, that's pretty painful. The first roll down was already F, and now this
Yeah.
one similar. The Fortuna is not with Lil Top on this one. It seems like a
No.
little bit heartbreaking to see, but maybe he can still recover it. I think with the Infernal contract, though, you really would have liked to have the full power here. The fact that he loses this game spells bad news.
This has been the same story mix of literally the last 3 games. Last game, Toronto Tokyo played Neela, went 7th. It went 8th from Degree the game before, and before that, Spencer piloted to a 7th as well. So Neela is just not coming through today for people, and I think that's very worrying. If you're Lil Top, you really needed to high roll that spot to come back in it, but missed. Now, Toronto Tokyo, still 50 gold, still very healthy in HP. I think he's gonna hit everything, right? It's just a matter of time.
It's so funny that Lil Top, who we just saw, is on that Infernal, and Toronto Tokyo, who had been streaking throughout the entire early and the beginning of the mid game, also on the Infernal contract. His streak has been broken, though. Basso did that for, well, the rest of the lobby and for us to give us a little bit of diversity here in who's on top. So now Toronto is looking to get that back, but
Wow.
will have one loss, breaking that incredible streak.
Spencer level 5, but still winning rounds here. I mean, he lost the first 2 of stage 4, but even winning this one shows just the power of the Cassiopeia and Samira. Even before the Cassiopeia is tier 3'd, right? There's, I think, 2 Swains away and 2 Cassiopeias away from that upgrade. So Spencer's still in an okay spot. HP is not too shabby either, as the rest of the picks here come through in the stage 4 carousel mix.
Yeah, interestingly enough, there was an Aatrox. That's usually one of the legendaries several people like to pick up just because of how good it is, but we're also seeing the augments of everyone. I already leaked that both Toronto and Lil Top are on that Infernal contract, but notably, we're getting some more emblems coming into play. Clear picking up the Sharina emblem, and Basso picking up the Noxus emblem here.
Yeah, a lot of great emblems for people as well. Even Spencer's augment, right, giving the Deathblade and the IE over, making sure to be having the items for Samira. But as all these rolls are coming through, where are the upgrades?
Oh.
There's one. Cassiopeia's big.
1, 2, only needs to
Okay.
swing. That's at least we got something. Only problem is we're level 5 for Spencer. The rest of the lobby, you're seeing it on the right hand side. Every single player is already level 7. That's 2 more bodies on the field, and I'm not sure these golden units have what it takes to do their worst. They're getting knocked out and about, the Jarvan, the Talia, and they just cannot get any casts off.
Not being able to streak the rest of stage 4 like Spencer had hoped is unfortunate. That fight was definitely a Swain 3 diff, it seemed like. It may be positioning as well because both carries got stunned up by the Jarvan multiple times. But you know who is hitting? Toronto Tokyo, still with about 40 gold left over, level 7, has hit Sona 3, TF3. He's standing up, he's feeling good about this one. And I would be too, Mix.
For a second, I thought he was just gonna get up and walk away.
He probably could and still win some rounds.
I hit easy. Get a coffee, come back. You're gonna have an easy time now. And the other side is Lil Top, and after devastating roll downs, has at least finally found Danila too. She has come to him in times of need and times of struggle, but I think against Toronto Tokyo, there is nothing you can do. This board is too strong.
This is the high roll multicasters that we've been afraid of this whole weekend, Mix, and we're seeing near full power of it right now. David Ace of the reroller not quite hitting as hard, but still in a decent spot at 66 HP. Reroll is running away with this one. Unwilf did find Ionia Emblem, thankfully, with the 4-2 augment choice. It is on the Ashe, but still only Xayah 1. He is going to have a lot of gold to roll with at level 8 in just this next round, though.
Yeah, exactly. I was looking at the Xayah and I was like, ooh, but then we looked at the gold, looked at the level, and I think I'm feeling good about this spot. Yul's currently 3rd in the overall lobby standings, is going to get an extra component here from this PvE round, and also a natural Sejuani too. We take those as well, goes to level 8, and now he really wants to see that Xayah come alive, comes in one shot. I mean, that is exactly how we want those rolls to go. It's not even a roll down, it's just a roll.
Just hit. Sometimes players are blessed. They can just hit. Even getting a nice tank out of Sejuani as well. This is very, very powerful, Mix. Talking about what can do with the multicasters, maybe the front line is going to be enough. What do you think against this Noxus matchup here?
Yeah, the Mordekaiser hasn't really come alive yet. He is holding 3 items, which is good, but he's not upgraded, so he is gonna fall over a little bit earlier. He's gonna do a little bit less damage, and the Xayah found him instantly, so he's not gonna be able to do much here in this matchup. Basso is gonna take one more big hit here coming through from the Xayah, and it will knock him down to 22 HP, I believe? A little bit less? 16. There we go.
Oh, still, yep, 16. Oh, 10. Okay.
10?
We blamed it at 10.
It just keeps on coming.
Math is hard.
All right.
Okay.
Felius 2. This is the board from David. We were talking about this one early on, finding this rogue emblem, and we were kind of mentioning that maybe it's not going to be Kiana coming alive, but I think with this Ishtal, it's really good. You have the double ice hexes, you have them empowered, and you have your Graves as a main damage dealer, and now there's also a little bit of a fake Aphelios in the backline, but we're hopping over.
Noxus.
It is a death match between Basso and Clear. Can the 9 Noxes do their worst? Basso is on 4 losses somehow, some way with the 9 Noxes, and you can see his carry getting knocked out. He will fall due to Clear with 9 Noxes on the board, unfortunately.
Is 9 Noxus going 8th place, Mix? It is. What? And Basso needed this to be a good game. He was one of the players at that 20 point, probably hit that and was like, okay, I'm feeling good right now, but then just gets ran over by that insane board that we saw. That was Aatrox 2 with Shurima. This lobby power has accelerated far beyond what I expected here, Mix.
That was Clear's board too. If you look at Clear, he's been in the bottom for like the entirety of the early game. He's been at 4 HP for what feels like forever, and he has stabilized with this board. Ah, wow. color me impressed with whatever is going on with NA, because this LCQ is out of control. Spencer going up against Clear's board, and you can see the sheer power of it. It is Shurima, it is Azir, and it is that massive Aatrox in the front line.
And the Cassante getting kicks off of multiple key units. The Swain got kicked off, and then Cassante turned to the Cassiopeia and said, "See ya." Taking out Spencer right there. Being on level 6, he had to roll so long to get the Swain and get the Cassiopeia online, and it just wasn't enough. But wait a minute, there's a Shurima emblem here for Clear potentially. I think he already has 6 Shurima online. Yes, he does. So doesn't quite need it.
Doesn't he not have 9? I'm pretty
wait,
sure this is 9 Shurima. If my math is laughing, we're looking at a 9 Shurima board. It is got Willow's Grove, so there is one more unit that you're not seeing right now. But that's why this board is so crazy. It's a 9 Shurima, it is the Cassante, it's the Aatrox, it's a double Shurima emblem. Clear is smurfing this round.
He just hit Cassante 2 as well, and it had the blue buff and had the adaptive as well. Degree trying to find the Galio 3 upgrade over on this side, but just not able to make it happen. The multicaster that did not hit, unfortunately, in Degree. Another one of the players who needs a good finish here. He's at 12 HP. Is there any worlds where he can beat anybody in this game? Because everyone else is so strong. Runs into Clear though, so I don't think so.
I'm sorry, but this board is kicking people out of the lobby one after another. They should be renaming Clear to the Executor. He is coming, and he will come for you as well. The multicasters will get decimated here. The Degree will fall on the back of that and get knocked out.
That's not the matchup that Degree was looking for there. Gets taken out as Lil Top does as well, but just a few HP gap means Degree's out in 6th, Lil Top in 5th, and makes we have reached our final 4 here. But look at the HP, right? 66 on both Toronto and David Ace, excuse me. Unwil 42. But Clear's probably the strongest in this lobby, and he's only on 4. We might be here for a while.
In fairness, I love seeing this for Clear. He had such a rough day, and the fact that he's coming back with this out of all comps, I am delighted to say the least. Going up against Yunwolf, he's on 4 wins thus far. Those 4 wins are the 4 players that have been knocked out of the tournament. Well, not the tournament, but this round at least, and Clear doesn't plan on stopping anytime soon. He's moving through this board like it is nothing, and he will take a loss to Yunwolf as well. Now, in terms of overall points, this is pretty good for David and Toronto, though. Both of them were 1st and 2nd on the overall leaderboard. The fact that they have somehow made their way into the top 4 is going to be really good for them.
Oh, 100%. They had that little bit of lead, had the one game slip up, and said, no, that's not indicative of where I'm going to end up on the day. We're going to bring it back here right now, and they are doing that. Toronto Tokyo, such a fantastic multicaster game, almost like a class in how to pilot that. It was a little high roll, right? Because of how the early game went, playing the early TF, having 3 good items to slam onto it. But it is really good. He doesn't able to push levels here, right? Because he has the Infernal Contract. Level 7 is the max, but he still can't hit upgrades, right? Vel'Koz, the Jarvan as well, and the Galio 3 is only 1 away. Even finding some more items for this Vel'Koz.
There we go.
Galio online. Vel'Koz, there
online.
it is. Oh boy.
Just ask and you shall receive, apparently. Crown, can you come cast my games? You have a little bit of extra power there. But yeah, that multicaster board just got a little bit stronger. Let's see if Clear can actually do what he has been doing to Toronto Tokyo as well. In comes the Cassante. He is here to knock some players out, and that he does. Does fall in the meantime, but it's all over already. The TF has been sent flying. Toronto Tokyo takes a loss, and Clear hangs on.
I think that 9 Shurima Aatrox 2 with a Bloodthirst Night Harvester is one of the scariest units I've ever seen in TFT. I feel like players are gonna have nightmares over that unit, right? With the 9 Shurima buff. That's just way too crazy. I don't see how anyone really goes toe-to-toe with that composition. Even with David Ace being on 66 HP, still 11 streak, I think has dodged out on that clear matchup for a very, very long time. So they're surely gonna face each other here soon, but I do think David would fall in that matchup.
So the kind of copium that I have for Team David here is that the way the rogues work, they should be avoiding Cassante's kick. They can get to that Azir in the backline, and maybe that's just enough in order to save him, but maybe he sends Fly them out of the match before Rogue does not proc if they don't go low enough, of course, so those rogues will unfortunately do nothing. David takes a loss, and Clear does continue his run. Unwolf, however, gets knocked out in 4th.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo 1 up against Unwolf, gets knocked out in 4th, and not a bad placement. Unwolf, one of the players who was kind of in the running for those top 2 spots, but with David Ace and Toronto placing above him, that surely hurts here to go out where he did.
Yeah, I'm sure it did, but that's the nature of the games. You win some, you lose some, and I think he did really good today. We were so blessed to see a lot of the games that we've seen so far, and it's not over yet! There is more 9 Shurima Cassante action coming your way. Left-hand side, you'll see him do his thing one more time, going up against a Ghost. There's nobody he can eliminate here, but he already knocked out most of the players in this lobby, so that does make sense. Between David and Toronto, they both have enough health to still hang on, but David is gonna win this matchup.
Wow, even the good positioning, I think, from Toronto Tokyo with multicasters put TF in the 3rd row away from the rogues. Galio was hopefully going to buy enough time to wait for the TF to deal out enough damage, but it just didn't come through. The rogues dealt with the Galio rather easily, made their way to the TF, and still won the matchup. So David Ace and Clear now may be looking for a top 2 situation. Toronto Tokyo doesn't seem to be strong enough for either of them, even with as high roll as that multicaster's board was.
I personally love this gunner emblem here that David was just surfed with. That is gonna make your Jinx just a little bit stronger and allow you to get that going on. Now, there was a remake on the Jinx. He has slammed that rogue emblem from the Jinx to an Aatrox, but she's still here, and he's also buffing up that Aatrox in the meantime.
David Ace could even go 6 gunner as soon as Gangplank is found as well, so I think that might be some of the highest cap that David can go for. It buffs up a lot of good units, and of course that Graves, but 9 Shurima versus the multicasters.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo's on Infernal Pack. There's nothing you can do here with those 50 golds. He's saving it for the next time. He has hit most of the upgrades. Maybe could have rolled for a J4-3, but this is it. This is Clear coming through. The order has been given, and he makes his way to the top 2.
Clear with a statement game saying the rest of my day hasn't gone this well, but at least I'm gonna have one good one, right? David Ace winning out on his round as well, and again, Megs, we could be here well into round 7, it seems, if Clear is able to chain a few more wins together. Rolling, trying to hit some more upgrades, and he does. The Scion 2 comes through. Could even deny one Gangplank from David Ace to try to find, although David has already found that Gangplank, and it looks like, 6 gunner is on the board for him.
It is online, but is it enough against one Cassante with a blue buff?
Blue buff, adaptive Cassante, 9 Shurima. What more could you ask for?
Clear on 4 HP has been holding on. 9 wins down with the 9 Shurima and the Cassante, and you can see him just making his way through the board with some high kicks. There is a lot of damage that is being dealt to his backline, but he does not care because eventually this Cassante will come for everyone, and that is going to be the case, and I believe we're going to see a little bit of, I would call a TFT reverse sweep in terms of HP.
Oh yeah, about as good as you can get there in that regard. The Aatrox even just like solo tanked 3 rogues and actually just did not have a single care in the world. Cassante was just out there dealing with all the little weak units in the back line, but Aatrox says, I don't even need you guys, I can do it all on my own.
Dragon is gonna come through, and hopefully that is gonna give David anything to throw up here. The point for him is, though, Clear is so low in the overall standings, he doesn't feel threatened by him, and for him a second place is also going to be incredibly good in terms of overall tournament points. He is rolling a little bit to try and find any upgrade to GP2 coming into fruition. There's a Tarek 2 that he could also get if he sold the Soraka, for example. We might be seeing just that.
Is going to play the Rise instead, just play the Soraka in there for Invoker and 2 Targon. Is there any item that can save him? Probably not. I mean, GP needs to pull off a miracle, maybe. These rogues need to do something crazy. He's positioning everything in the back line. I mean, he needs to try something, right? So I like this, but I don't know if it's enough.
It's a little bit of a Hail Mary call, right? David has a little bit more health to try and figure this puzzle out on how and where to put those rogues to maybe do any damage, but the Cassante is still here. He is getting tied onto the Aatrox, knocks that one out, goes over to the Grace, and in the meantime, the rest of the board has fallen. There's just too many bodies for Clear with too much HP, and now they're both on their last life.
Admittedly, that looked better. The only units left alive there at the end or the Nasus, right? And the Cassante, the Aatrox got taken out, the Azir as well.
Right? Sure.
Yeah, so it actually isn't quite as unwinnable as I thought, but that might have been like exactly the best outcome for David Ace, and he still lost the round. Clear's 11 win streak is gonna look to make it a 12 and make it that reverse sweep. Even if he can't win out on the day for the top 2, he gets a statement game.
And a statement game this is. We were ready for those crazy comms when the God Willow's growth hit this matchup, but this is not something I thought I'd see. The Cassante making headway through this board in the backline, trying to do his worst, has fallen though, and it looks like the Rogues, they might actually do this one. David celebrating, rightfully so, with claiming this one back from Clear after an incredibly run from 8th to 2nd in this lobby. He showed up everybody here that he has what it takes, and Necra, you nearly got what you wished for.
Come on, why does the universe have to do it to me like this? I was watching that game and I saw Clear go up from 8th to 7th to 6th to 5th, and I was like, maybe he can do it. The back-to-back firsts actually could like put him in contention again, and a second is still very, very good. But David Ace, like a victory lap for him, it feels like, Crowan, because this has been just consistency on consistency. Even just going with something that I feel like a lot of people playing Earth wouldn't take, which is the branching out early on. Like, it's tough. You look at that silver augment and you go, that's not what I want to see playing Earth.
Yeah, David Ace, again, showing a masterclass on that Earth playstyle, finding the Rogue in the early game. As we talked about at the start of that game, Rogue has been played a little bit, but not that much. And it was actually such an important win versus Clear at the end there, because that win, actually, we got confirmation that qualifies him already for the NA Regional Finals. So now it's a fight for top 2, but congrats to David Ace. That was such amazing play in a game that at least I had written off as like, oh yeah, Clear is just gonna reverse switch this, win this 12 win streak, sure, but David Ace showing it's not over until it's over.
I think we all looked at that one and thought that Clear had it, and I think Clear also thought probably had it too in that spot. But the overall standings sure are going to be a sight to behold, because Makes, not only of course does that qualify David Ace, but everything else still kind of looks in flux right now.
Yeah, so David, congratulations for making it to NA Finals, but everybody else is still fighting for that second spot. The top 2 get to go there, and they all want to. You can see 25, 23, 23. I think the 21, in a way where the math is really mathing hard, he might even still make it in. I don't think so. I think Basso is probably out, but I'll keep the copium going, and maybe we'll see another really crazy game, because so far 5 out of 5 games have just been cooking.
It's just been incredible to watch because I feel like it has just been like so much great TFT. I thought maybe we would even just get like a full silver lobby. I don't know if that's possible, but I was like preparing myself mentally for it. But someone that is like a huge part of this conversation, Crowan, that I feel like we haven't really been able to spotlight as much is Yunwolf. That is a player that won the last LCQ and has a real shot at being able to get back to the NA Regional Finals as well.
Definitely Unwolf winner last LCQ. Like you mentioned, those bonus points coming into play today. A 2-point gap is very, very doable, right? Toronto Tokyo hasn't claimed any first places today, so even if they tie points, Unwolf would be able to perhaps win out on those tiebreakers, so it's definitely still doable. But for the, Degree Liltop, they're right there, kind of neck and neck. I'm definitely jealous of Azael and Boopkin to, cast this final game, because it's going to be absolutely crazy for that second slot. Unwolf, though, he did it once. Could not quite win again, but at least could get that top 2 that he's still looking for and earning himself a spot to the regional finals.
One thing's for sure, though, this LCQ has lived up to the hype, right, Crowan?
100%. This is way more like, this is my first LCQ, and I'm like, wait, this is lit. I'll try to cast more LCQs. This is way too much fun. The competition's insane. The games have been insane. We got 9 Demacia, 9 Noxus, 9 Ionia, 9 Shurima even, and that one's like super far of a chase trade. It's way too much fun.
Oh, it's been so much fun to listen to both of you as well. And Makes, thank you so much for joining us on the NA broadcast. What are you taking away to EMEA, huh? I feel like we've given you a few things, I think.
I already saw one of our former Worlds players in the chat just now looking at the scores, so best believe EMEA is watching and keeping an eye on whatever is going on here, but I will be taking away that some of these players are really crazy when it comes to these kind of one-off-the-meta comps, the comps that you can only reach if you identify the spot that you're in and go for the niche, and those are the comps that throughout this entire tournament, yeah, I know multicashes, but throughout this entire tournament, they've been doing so well, and I love seeing that. I love seeing the creativity, I love seeing the diversity in terms of comms and what people play, and I hope to see much more of it.
This 6th game has a lot in store for us. Crowan and Makes, thank you both so much. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we've got the final game of Day 2 of the Last Chance Qualifier with everything on the line for just one more spot at the NA Regional Finals. Don't go anywhere. We have one game left and only one spot left for our players competing today in the Last Chance Qualifier to see who will make it forward into the NA Regional Finals to join our very first qualifier, David Ace. Azael, how exciting is it that he's already qualified himself to the NA Regionals?
I mean, he has crushed this Last Chance Qualifier. Both yesterday and today played incredibly well. You know, finished in the top 3 yesterday, got a bonus point. But yesterday, you know, I was kind of looking at it, and it was pretty much always the same line he was playing. He was playing Noxus Shurima. He would either get one spat or the other spat and play the same line the whole day. Today, it has been something different every single time. He's never played multicasters. We've seen him play Rogues. We've seen him play Bilge Gunner. We've seen him play the Noxus lines, full Shurima. We've seen him play so many different things now. So you've got to give this guy credit. And honestly, you know, I thought there was no chance that he could get first place in that last game. Like, he was getting crushed by 9 Shurima, and then full puts all his rogues back line. Like, that was stuff that I think not a lot of players would have even thought of to try. So he's kind of on fire. Like, he's hitting, he's playing smart, he's kind of just doing everything right.
Oh, for sure, though. But we have a few players that are, like, right on his heels when it comes to being able to join them in that upper echelon. And so, Boop, we have to turn our attention to really the 4 players that still have a chance to be able to get that second spot.
Yeah, and 3 of them are super rooting against Toronto right now, right? Basically for a couple of them, because we do have a couple points separating them. The Toronto needs to finish, you know, 6th, 7th, and 8th to really open up that opportunity to guarantee that someone else might have it. And the other thing I want to point out is 2 of those players that are in contention are pretty much only there because of bonus points in their play yesterday, right? So that goes to show you got to play well the whole weekend, and David's a perfect example of that. In terms of complete play that we've seen in LCQ so far, he's definitely represented the best of that so far as well. So mad props to David.
It's been so exciting to watch him play, and just again, like, even just going for some of these lines that a lot of people would look at and just say, not for me. Like, I would never touch branching out. That is not an augment that I want to take. That is very uncomfortable. And even looking at just how he's navigated Earth, there was that moment in game 2 where he said, I don't know if I want to take the Prismatic Ancient Archives. I don't know if that's really the line that I want. And then he even didn't take the Earth augment that was offered to him, I think in like the 4th game or something. He just said, no, I see a better line here. And there are players that are still competing with that have gone for very similar strengths, but this last game is about consistency, Boop. What does Toronto Tokyo really have to do in this spot to maintain this 2nd place position?
Get top 4. Right? Like, this
like,
is
that's
not
it.
the
That's
time
it.
to
That's
be
the 3.
fancy, right? Do not play Piltover, right? those are the choices right now,
You
right?
could be a
But hey,
legend, though, if you go Belto.
I know. Exactly.
Could you imagine? Could you just imagine if that was what we ended up seeing? Only one way to find out, though. It's the 6th and final game. Let's see who is going to be joining David Ace. Boop and Azael, take it home.
Yeah,
This isn't your imagination, folks, right? This is the real deal, right, Azael?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're talking about, you know, who can steal 2nd place from Toronto Tokyo, but what we should be talking about is Toronto Tokyo stealing 1st place from David Ace, you know? So it's time to really double down on the 1st or 8th here. Go for the glory.
By playing Piltover in a top 4 scenario. Yeah. But yeah, we cannot understate how important this is for Toronto Tokyo. We've gotten through 11 lobbies, and this one is the one that is going to finish it out. You have one more opportunity if you're not in the top 2 to make it into regionals and potentially get yourself the opportunity to go to Worlds. And also remember that the prize pool for regionals, I think, is like $35,000. So you're also playing for the opportunity to make a good amount of cash. I think the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd places get a couple thousand, you know, dropping from there. But, you know, that's another awesome opportunity as well. But we're going to be riding along with Degree, someone who absolutely needs Toronto Tokyo to not do that well on this particular lobby. And the start is all right so far. Going Bruisers here is a pretty good pickup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you're going to play Cho'Gath, having a Cho'Gath for PvE phases to get a couple free feast stacks always does feel nice. Picks up a Darius, though, is going to instantly sell that. Just kind of keeps his options more open. But one of the things about this portal that makes it kind of interesting is that you don't have to get level 9 to play a prismatic trait, right? To actually play a 9 trait, because you can have that one unit on the bench contributing to it. So you just have to get to level 8. So it makes it makes Spatulas that much more powerful, because now you just have to reach level 8 with Shurima or Demacia or Ionia or whatever and have that double spat. So if you can play those kind of lines, Earth becomes that much stronger. We're actually seeing 3 Pengu players though, which is really interesting, because I feel like no one ever plays this, but Clear swapped into it. Now Lil Top and Bosso Skills are going for it. Maybe they're just hoping like I can go Pengu, hit Piltover, and try to go something really crazy. Metabolic Accelerator, if you're playing for like hyper late game, could be that angle, but he's definitely going to be re-rolling away from that. And he's going to go Gargantuan Resolve, which we do see have a lot of success, obviously, with some of the Bruiser lines, but I think it's actually really good with Nico as well. And
Same.
And I think that's kind of, to me, maybe more my favorite playstyle with it.
When we were at Noxus, the highest, I think, win percentage Nico comp always had the Gargantuan Resolve on it, and usually had 2 of them on that Nico with like a Hodge or a Hextech Gunblade or even a Bloodthirster. But that's just so many extra stats, 80 extra stats, right, on the end of that Gargantuan Resolve. So all of a sudden your tank is doing a ton of damage, and we're open for it, folks. Bazo, knowing exactly where he stands, not mathematically eliminated, but it's funny, our 3 players going Pango are the ones in the hardest positions to make it into second place.
But this is honestly a really good start for him. Metabolic Accelerant, plus he got an eco opening, so he's on 20 gold on 2-1, right? So he's going to open for it. He's going to hit 50 really fast, and because he has that Metabolic Accelerant, it's going to be really good. And he does actually RNG into playing someone that was, only level 3. So when you're open forwarding, you're always really happy about hitting those level 3 players instead of someone who's 4, or even maybe like pushing fast for a quick 5 in these early rounds, because it just saves you a lot of HP. So we'll see, how he's going to be able to get it done. Bosso Skills is 6 points behind Toronto Tokyo, so basically it would have to be like he gets a first and Toronto Tokyo gets a last. So obviously it is a low chance, but you got to play for every little bit that you can, because you never know what's going to happen, right? Toronto Tokyo could have an absolute disastrous game, and all of a sudden, it could be open to you.
Well, you also have to think about the fact that maybe some of our, eliminated friends have relationships, and it's like, hey, I want you to go, right? And all of a sudden, Toronto Tokyo's contested, right? That's something with these, final 8 lobbies that we have to think about. I mean, we know that Clear and Bosso Skills have that kind of relationship. Malala and him, Malala eliminated yesterday, were in the same study group, so it might not be a solo endeavor. I wonder how that would feel if that were to happen.
I would hope that players wouldn't do that.
Hate that.
I would hope.
I know.
I would hope, because that to me feels like that's outside of the spirit of competition, right? It feels a little bit icky.
Yeah.
If you're not, trying your best. If you're contesting and then you think that's your best line, that's completely different, right? If you're contesting someone purely to grief, so your friend goes through, I would not be a fan of that personally. But Toronto Tokyo, going to be the person who I think everyone has their eyes on in this lobby. Has to have a good game, and he is playing Sork start. So a lot of people do feel like Sorks with +1 is really, really strong, because some of the individual units are pretty trash. Having to play like an Oriana or Mal's sometimes on your board later on can be a bit rough, but from this position on this portal, you can get much easier towards those like 6 Sork marks and still have a strong front line to really be able to kind of have a solid overall comp.
Yeah, so we got a little bit of a pause on our hands, but before we get there, let's kind of just talk about how we got here in this specific scenario, right? We talked a little bit about David playing super well, but Toronto's also in second place. Can you tell us a little bit about how Toronto has gotten into kind of like the driver's seat? Toronto definitely in control of his own destiny right now in terms of qualifying.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's done a really, really good job. I think he's been playing much more aggressively towards reroll, so it's kind of 2 different styles. Like he's been playing, multicasters, he's been playing some different stuff like that. We saw him even go towards Infernal Contracts, so I feel like his has been more of a game of consistency, not actually grabbing those first place finishes, but he's going third, second, third, then he had a 7th and then another 3rd, right? So he's largely aiming kind of for a lot of those top 4s, and so if he is able to get one more top 4, he's very likely going to be in top 2, and I think it's just kind of maintaining that level of play style. Multicasters I do think works really well for top 4s, because even if you generally just like fully 2-star your board, you're going to be above a lot of people who kind of just go for higher cost units and don't hit. But this time he's going to be going Sorks, which I feel like Sorks is much more of a risky line personally. It is one of those ones that, if you're not hitting, can kind of fall flat because it really lacks front line.
Yeah, we got Magic Wand though for Toronto, so we're going to start on terms of base stats a little bit higher than some of these other comps have been. But another question I wanted to ask you is, you've been in their positions before, maybe not in TFT, but in other games, right? Like, what are they thinking right now, right? How do you handle the emotions and the nerves? And in TFT you're alone a lot of the time while you're doing it. So like, how do you keep yourself stable in these situations?
I mean, I think it's different for every player, right? The reality is, for me, I had almost all my nerves leading up to games and not in the games. I was kind of lucky enough to generally be pretty focused, and I think that a lot of these players, once you get in game, it becomes a kind of a muscle memory thing where you've played so many games and you've done it so many times that you can kind of get in that rhythm and start to get comfortable in that way. But also TFT is a very cerebral game, so that's not something that I had the same level of experience with. In the games I was competing in, it was more like of kind of just repeating mechanical ability, which is something that you've done so many times, so you kind of can, even if your brain feels like it's shutting down, your hands might still be working. So I think it's definitely a little bit of a different story in TFT, because these guys have got to really, not get emotional about how they're playing, make sure that they're really thinking smart and playing the best lines at every single situation, which is really tough.
Yeah, I mean, like, I've competed in smaller tournaments, and I've gotten nervous to where I've like accidentally clicked, right? Because I was like a little shaky, you know what I mean? I don't think these players are necessarily feeling exactly the same, but I mean, those emotions going from 12 total lobbies and having one more lobby determine your destiny when it comes to this set for North American TFT with Vegas coming up, right? Being around, especially for the mid for regionals, right, is a big deal in terms of what people are going to be looking at you for, in terms of getting your stream going, in terms of being known going into Vegas, right? This is a big deal for them.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the kind of stuff that people work towards their entire year, right? And that is something that you really have to put into perspective when people are dedicating themselves to a game like this. This is kind of their everything, right? And people are working towards it all year long, with the hopes of getting to regionals, of getting to worlds, of being able to be the world champion. Replay was able to do it, NNA, so people have got to kind of have that dream and be hoping for that same result for themselves. So I do think there is so much weighing on it that it really adds a lot of pressure to the players, especially if you're kind of focusing too much on that. And I can tell you, when you lose at these big events at the end of the year, it feels terrible, because it feels like you wasted your year. It feels like you put in all that practice sometimes for nothing. So it's definitely a situation that I don't envy them in, and hopefully everyone can kind of just keep themselves clear and kind of even keel and play their best games.
Yeah, and again, I mean, like, it's not even just a chance and opportunity to become something in TFT. I mean, you get cold hard cash, for regionals going. 35K, I think, is the prize pool. That's a lot of money. I know, even just as a caster, being able to tell my mom I'm making money off video games is like a huge deal, right? But yeah, as we kind of like move forward, right, it's Lobby 6. We know exactly like kind of the context and how this is going. How would you play if you were Toronto? I was asked the question by Necro earlier, but what would you do? I know we talked about multicasters earlier.
Yeah, I mean, I would really be playing, to go for more of like a top 4 type finish. If it was me, if I'm thinking about playing along the Sork line, if we're assuming that he is playing that, I would be heavily rolling at 7. I wouldn't be pushing for 8 Sorks. I wouldn't be pushing for like a fully capped, RE2 type luxury board. I would be, going for a stable board, trying to roll down for potentially like a 3-star Taric or something like that, and trying to get a solid front line and just stabilize to a point with like Silco 2 and a decent front line where you can kind of just guarantee that you're not going to be the first person out, right? You're not going to be those bottom positions, because I don't think you need to get super greedy here. He only needs, to guarantee himself a handful of points to really get to that top 2.
Yep, no need to assert your dominance right now, especially by winning. I mean, getting to top 2 is how you do that, right? You're going to keep playing TFT. You're going to go and give yourself an opportunity to become world champion, which is something that very few people in the world get to say out loud with the words in that order. But let's go ahead and get back into the game. Thank you for hanging with us for that short pause, folks, as we actually have a Quinn going up against the Graves. And I think after that last game, I wonder if people are going to be looking at Rogues a little bit, because that Shurima comp that those Rogues beat looked genuinely unbeatable for like 6 or 7 rounds.
I mean, that was crazy. The fact that 4 Rogue actually beats 9 Shurima was really, really insane. We have seen Rogues pretty rarely, but it feels like when they do pop out, they do pretty well. Largely for the same reason I feel like when we saw the Nico Soraka comp pop out, it did really well. It's because it's just no one's playing it, right? So if you're fully uncontested and you can cap out that board and you can get all the 3-star Rogues, it's a really strong board. So it will be interesting. David Ace does have, it looks like a Slayer emblem, if my eyes are not mistaking me, on that set. So he could be playing a full Slayer line. Again, this will be a bit of a different line for him. And with the Last Whisper already slammed, it's not going to be any sort of like a kill reroll. I think this is going to be looking for that 3-star Quinn, playing along that line, and going for heavy Slayers. So it's going to be another new composition for David Ace that we haven't really seen him play yet. We have Basso skills here, doing a bit of a roll down.
Yeah, this was our open forter, if y'all remember.
Is
so
he
we're
rolling
just
for
making
Piltover? This is
he
like,
is rolling
this
for
is like
Piltover.
an FF.
Why? What is the why there?
Well, I
Zell?
just feel like he just spent all his gold. He was full open for with an econ start, and now he's at 8 gold, starting on 2-5 with Piltover. Like, the game is over.
Yeah, he pretty much mulliganed his first 3 rounds and
Yeah.
didn't get anything out of them, right? That's rough.
I mean,
Yeah, I just think unironically, you're just 8th. That's just it. I mean, I don't blame him because I don't think this was him giving up on the tournament. I think this was him knowing he was 6 points behind Toronto Tokyo. The only possible way is both Toronto Tokyo has a horrible game and he gets first, right? That's the only way he's going to have a chance to get top 2. So in his mind, he's playing Metabolic Accelerant and he's going to roll for Piltover. And if he gets Tiny Titans as his next augment and he like gets a 50 cash out and he gets first and everything goes horrible for Toronto Tokyo, then
he's going to look like a genius.
then that's the only way he can win, right? And so it's
Yeah.
like, in his mind, it probably doesn't matter if he gets 3rd or he gets 8th in this lobby because the only way to win is to get top 2 in points, right? So I think that's what he was going for, and that's why he did that. But when you roll, he's 15 gold, level 4, 78 health, just starting his Piltover streak. So like, I can't see a world in which he doesn't get 8th in this lobby.
Yeah, he's running a marathon with cement shoes, is what it feels like right now. Piltover feels that way sometimes. You like get so close to the brink, and sometimes you never surpass it. Right? We saw it earlier with that 50T hex not making it through. And Piltover's just not been a very good luck comp so far. We actually, I don't think, have seen a successful one so far today. But yeah, we're gonna get some itemization now on this Rek'Sai. I mean, when you re-roll the Rek'Sai, these items are actually phenomenal on that unit. But let's see if that's going to be the case as we keep going forward. This is our Gargantuan Resolve comp, and I'm actually a little surprised, Azael, that we haven't really seen the Nico Soraka come back, especially since it dominated that lobby that we had it.
Yeah, it is interesting. You know, I'm not sure if the players just feel like you need an extremely specific line for it to be worthwhile. You know, maybe you need a super early Soraka 2 in their minds or something along that line to be able to really make it worth it. And Lil Top here, you know, sitting in a very good position. You know, he's up at the top. He's on a 4 streak. I feel like if I'm in this spot, I'm using my duplicator on the Rek'Sai if I don't actually hit a Rek'Sai just natural, because you want to secure your win streak. He's also playing Ishtal, and it is, I forget if it's called like Earth or Grass or whatever, but it's the one that gives you permanent HP every round. So he's going to be getting, you know, permanent bonus HP there. It's wood, excuse me, on the Rek'Sai. And that is going to be really, really good. Getting that in early, playing heavy bruisers, playing the Gargantuan Resolve, because all the resistances you get from that double Gargantuan Resolve that he's going to be playing with is going to be amplified essentially, you know, by all this free bonus HP that he's getting, and it's going to make you tankier and tankier and tankier. And this is a really strong spot, I feel like. So I would be pretty surprised if he doesn't duplicate to guarantee the win streak, unless he's scouting and says, I can't lose here anyway.
Usually we see Nico in this spot with those exact items.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
right?
maybe he is actually, that's the other option, is maybe he's not going to play Void. And he is just going to wait till swap to Nico, because he's holding the 2 Sorakas, so it could be that he's just wanting to actually swap over to Nico, and that's why he's not going to use the duplicator, because that makes total sense as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think we would hope, you know, we haven't seen the Rek'Sai yet. I think we'd be excited to see it. But I do think, based on what we're seeing here, the Nico's definitely still an option. Yeah. We're still at level 5, too. Going into level 6, going for this Nico comp on a win streak is a huge deal. But again, everyone's trying to take down Toronto Tokyo, who's chilling right now in the top 4. It's still the early game, so anything can happen. This comp is going to be fine, I think, for the next couple of rounds, even with the extra HP effective on the Rek'Sai, especially with a lot of the regen on that ult, with the Omni on the Bloodthirster is going to be just fine. Not any front line is going to be able to survive a lot of that damage. As we get to our second augment, it's going to be gold, Zale.
It's so interesting too, because like, at what point do you think that if you don't hit the Nico, you just kind of commit to this line? Because he has a lot of Sorakas, so he is hitting some of that. Like, he clearly wants to find the Nico here. He's going to dig. So he obviously doesn't want to play the Rek'Sai, but it's like, you're playing Woody Ishtal, so you would be stacking permanent HP if you don't get in the Nico soon. So now he's like, wait, am I actually playing Rek'Sai? And I think he's kind of having that crisis of realizing. And so now I think he is going to play the Rek'Sai now when you're upgrading that. But we'll see, like, if he wants to actually still commit to this. because this makes it way more confusing, right? If he hit the Nico here, I think he pivots for sure. But this is a much more difficult decision tree now, because he's rolled to 10 gold. He's going to be able to maintain his win streak for now, but he has 0 Nikos, and every round that Nico isn't in, you're missing that permanent HP that you would be stacking on it.
Yeah, I mean, you're pretty much just giving away a stat advantage on the rec side just by pivoting here at this point, right? But you're kind of, actually, it kind of works the same. And Nico's going to be a little bit better at this job, but the way this ult works, it's still going to give you that vamp right at the ult and then keep you going, and so you can continue doing it into the back line. Jesus, and the Quinn decides to say, screw that win streak. You're gonna have to reset here, little top. That's almost worst case scenario, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, David Ace hit double Slayer spat, so he just seems to be the spatula king. He does have his second Slayer spat. He got one, the Slayer crest, and he also had his his Earth emblem that he popped a chome, took that. So especially on this portal, he's gonna be playing for 6 Slayer, like guaranteed now, because you can just have a Kale 1 sitting on that hex to give you the additional Slayer trait, and then play towards 6 Slayer, which is gonna be really, really strong. And he can go in towards that Quinn reroll, which is pretty deadly if you can get up to those high level of Slayer traits. Now this is going to be interesting. So Bosso skills is obviously playing Piltover. He's at 9 stacks now. Going to take another loss, of course. And did go Shimmering Inventors, I believe it is called. So really heavily investing into just basically gold, right? Like you're getting additional gold. Your Piltover units deal a little bit more damage, and you have a chance to drop gold at the start of every round. So this is just like full on send it. Hope you can get a massive amount of stacks on Piltover and somehow bring it back. But his economy was pretty shattered by that roll down to try to even get Piltover in, so he's still in a really terrible spot.
Yeah, he's leaping off the edge of the cliff, and he does not know if there's safety on the bottom,
Yeah.
right? It might happen, but we don't know yet. We won't know for a minute with that Piltover comp as he's going to develop it. He's built items on Jinx, so I think Balso completely understands that we have to take down a unit or two on these rounds because that's how we survive to get to these higher stacks of this state hex. Let's take a look at everywhere else. A lot of Gallios. Demacia has probably been our most successful vertical trait so far today, and we're moving on over to Degree, who is in the running. Again, needs to finish a couple spots over Toronto, Tokyo, and is running Demacia. And we have another Quinn. We have long distance pals, right? So the stats are going to be moving back and forth, and this is a pretty easy line to see where this is going so far. But is there any surprises here for you?
No huge surprise. I think with the rapid fire slam, he is looking for that kind of Demacia Mordekaiser that people do like to play. But without a Demacia spat, that comp is kind of harder to fit, because if you get the Demacia spat, you can play 7 Demacia with that Mord. If not, it's a lot harder, because you need to get towards 9, I believe, to actually fit in the kind of full comp. So maybe he's going to play some sort of a different angle, or just kind of hope for that Demacia spat as his third augment. It also makes things potentially a little bit trickier for David Ace if he's going to commit to what I'm kind of expecting, which was the Quinn reroll, because he did slam that last Whisper, ran on 2-1. So, if you have additional people playing Demacia and pulling out some of those Quins from the pool, that can just make things a lot tougher to actually hit towards that Quinn 3.
Exactly. Did Basso just get griefed? Yeah, he did. He cashed out. No. So, yeah, Basso's going to cash out here. It's a 12 T-Hex. Oh, we get a book.
Man, I just feel bad
and a
for
Gunner
him.
emblem.
This is a rough spot. I mean, you get a Gunner emblem. It's not bad. You're on 4 Gunner, but still, now you're just level 6 on 50 gold without a good board at all, right? So it's kind of weird, because you can't really go back into losing again. He's at 44 health, so you can't try to revert back into it. But yeah, again, I just felt like after he rolled down on 4 to try to get Piltover in and didn't hit until he was basically broke, he was pretty dead. Lil Top's in a really weird spot, though, because he was on this big win streak, obviously wanted to try to pivot out of the Rek'Sai into, this Nico comp, never hit any Nikos, so he's just stacking up HP onto the Rek'Sai, but he doesn't have his second Gargantuan resolve in yet, and he also, doesn't have a lot of bruisers to pair with this, so it's like he's now holding an extra Rek'Sai on his bench. Does he actually commit to trying to play this Rek'Sai reroll and try to pivot out? Because he didn't have a lot of the accompanying units. It's not like he was rolling for 3-star Cho'Gath and Renekton and so on and so forth, so it's going to be kind of a weird spot. Like, he committed pretty heavy to that level 6 roll to keep the streak and hit Nico and try to start stacking up those wood stacks, but just didn't get it. And I feel like that's kind of been par for the course for a lot of the games for Lil Top. I feel like he's been in some pretty good spots at times, but often when we tab over to him and he's rolling down, he just kind of isn't hitting.
Yep, 100%. I call that a smorgasbord. Right, just like a bunch of stuff, right? And we see a little bit of direction, maybe a couple ways, but it's not locked in just yet. But yeah, these rogues. I mean, Wood on the Graves also going to potentially give a couple more auto attacks, but we're behind on this Graves. We don't have any tier 3 units on this board either.
Yeah, this is another rough spot, right? Where he clearly is trying to roll heavily. He's 30 gold. Only has 2 Graves, and he's level 5, so he's basically just full sending it. I think you're kind of in that spot at this point where you're like, well, I have to hit or I'm dead, right? And he does hit the Graves, so that's really, really big. And he's playing double trouble, so you absolutely needed to hit, right? He needed to get that Graves 3 online. We'll see if this is enough to actually get him going again. But when you play double trouble rogues, it is an absolute must that you get these 3 stars, right? Because that is where all the power comes from. You get that free 2-star off of that augment when you do 3-star it up, and your power just goes up massively.
Yeah, huge difference already in that round. And, you know, we have Godwilla, so we can only put the 3 in there and potentially put in a little bit of support on other aspects of this comp. But I do have to say, when I see Double Trouble, you got to pick up those tier 3 costs as well, as we're seeing the biggest Rek'Sai in the history of TFT right now. We don't really get to see that all that often. Bigger than the Baron right now. But here is the last augment. It's been a triple gold day for us, and it's going to be kept going here. Magic Wand, Capricious Forge, and Portable Forge here. So a lot of items available, and it's going to be Capricious.
Okay. Yeah, I actually like that quite a bit. I'm a pretty big fan when you're playing Double Trouble of Thieves Gloves and Capricious Forge, Lucky Gloves, all that kind of stuff, because you're going for a lot of 3 stars, you're going for these kind of double units that itemization is pretty powerful on. So having that second Graves too with it is going to give him a lot of power now. He does hit his Kiana too and has an extra Kiana, so Double Trouble is now active for both the Kiana as well as the Graves, and he has the Echo just playing as a trait bot on the bench. So yeah, it is going to be that 4 rogues still active, which is really, really nice. 3 Ishtal now being played by Little Top, and this is just like such a weird position now because he does get 3 Ishtal in, so he is stacking HP on the Nico now as well, and he has hit a Soraka 3, so he has Soraka 3 and 1 Nico at that point, and I think Nico's entirely uncontested, so it's truly bizarre that he only hit 1 Nico in that time, but it's like this is a weird spot for him to be in.
Yeah, I think every TFT player can empathize with that position. I mean, we have best-in-slot items for Nico on another unit right now, right? And so, I mean, we're seeing how strong this Gargantuan... I think what we're seeing here, Rek'Sai is good, but we're definitely seeing how good Gargantuan Resolve is, right? Even it's on a secondary type of unit. Lil Top feeling very good about that one. It's streaking potentially into the carousel. So we might get bailed out. We worked hard to the possibility of getting bailed out, and it might end up happening. Moving on over to Degree, things are starting to tighten up here. Basso on the bottom side of the leaderboard at 31, Lil Top at 93, so also functioning with a good amount of HP. David absolutely crushing it right now, already in, but looking at Toronto doing exactly what he needs to do, because look at the difference in HP there. That might be the difference. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, Toronto Tokyo sitting up towards that top. Basso skills, it feels like, kind of has a date with 8th place after his start. So, if Toronto Tokyo isn't getting 8th, if he isn't getting, those bottom spots, he's feeling really, really safe. So people are kind of hoping that Basso's skill is clear. Spencer, all the people below him can kind of pull something together to get their game rolling. And I'm just going to be so interested to see, how long does this Rek'Sai stay on the board? Is he going to ever swap over to the Nico? Is he going to go 7 and just like roll forever? If it's like stage 5, stage 6, and you've been stacking Ishtal like wood HP onto this Rek'Sai the whole time, do you even swap it out? Like it's kind of really interesting how Lil Top is navigating this, because I know if it was me and I was trying to go and I didn't hit any of those Nikos on that roll down, I probably would have just bailed out and played full bruiser, and maybe I would have gone the fastest 8th, right? But like that would have been my mindset is, oh, I didn't hit enough Nikos, I can't play this comp anymore.
Yeah, totally. I mean, something that it goes understated a lot is I think a lot of TFT players like think about a choice, right? And it's up to them whether to make it or not. And I think most of them end up not doing things with those ideas. I think that's why David's been playing so well. He's identified certain situations and has made correct calls on whether to interact with them or not. And so Lil Top is doing the same thing right now in Toronto, doing exactly what we suggested. Top 4 comp, multicasters. Hopefully someone for the lobby, someone else is contesting this. I'm not sure if that's the case right now. now,
haven't
but
seen
we're still
anyone
only on tier
contesting.
2,
Yeah.
right? So like this is still vulnerable.
But he still has 50 gold, right? So I think he's totally in a fine spot. He's got 6 TFs, 50 gold, and he's at 56 HP. So I think he's kind of chilling right now. We'll see if anything does happen, but obviously he started with the Stork start. We haven't looked back at his board in a long time, but he did pivot out, and he's not playing Pandora's bench, and he has double blue buff, so he has pretty darn good items. It's not like full Biss where you have the gunblade and everything on the TF, so he doesn't have lifesteal, so this can make you a little bit more vulnerable, especially to comps that do have backline access to kind of splash that AoE damage back there. Because he doesn't have any sort of healing augment, there's no like healing orbs or harm assist or anything to kind of make up for that. So that's the one thing I would say he's missing. But from his spot, I really think he is very, very safe right now with how much gold he has, with how many copies of TF he has. If he hits TF3, I just don't see him going anything below like a 5th at worst case.
All right, it does seem like a lot of our players have pushed for some opportunities. I don't know if we've gotten there. Degree 1 gold, Spencer 6 gold, Clear 17 gold on their boards, and they're all in the bot 4 right now. Really curious how this is going to shape up because the bot 5 right now, super close in terms of HP. Toronto actually, I think, could be attached to that. Our top 2 doing quite well so far, but looking at the board right now, we've got the Adaptive Helm on the Sejuani along with the Crown Guard, so that's going to be pushing some potential opportunities for our backline. We have the RFC already on the Neela, and if anything's been able to break through and punish some of these multicasters, just when something like this, Neela has that backline access, like you had said, Azale being able to swipe the whole board, but just no damage quick enough. It does seem like what we've learned today is comps that require time to ramp up have struggled a bit.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a lot of the comps that have that upfront burst are just dominating, and David Ace is really strong right now as the double Slayer spat and kind of just easily breezes through that round. Liltop going to be able to win one here. Spencer getting very low. Bosso skills is really low as well. So 3 players down towards that bottom. I mean, Spencer is, if one bad loss could be the end. Degree as well, you know, sitting down near the bottom. Honestly, kind of impressed that Bosso skills has seemed to stabilize a little bit because I just felt like his spot in the game was so horrible.
I agree.
And he's level 7, sitting at 46 gold. He could maybe make a game of it, and if he's able to claw that back, like even if it doesn't end up getting him top 2 and qualifying him to regionals, I just think that's an impressive game to end on because I know I would be feeling so defeated having seen, you know, what happened with his roll down. If I was in that spot, I would have wanted to FF.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those situations where, like, sometimes a 6th feels great.
Yeah.
Right? Like, he's pulled a couple spots forward because, again, like, I don't think it could have gone worse for Bosso. Not only did he get to Piltover late, someone got him to cash out at 12 super early, so there was no opportunity to even get stronger for Bosso. So this has all been pure pretty much skill getting him up there. And so we have the Echo 3 for Bosso, and we have a Rogue player with double trouble in this lobby as well. So they're probably really upset about this. And Yaski shall receive Azale. We have the TF3.
Yeah, got the TF3. He's one off Felkaz 3 as well. So with those 2 hits, I just feel like he's almost guaranteed to be going to regionals. We'll see if they would get anything done about this. This is a really strong bruiser board, though.
Yeah, the Cassiopeia in the back line is able to take advantage of the fact that the bruisers in the front line kind of butter him up so the Cassiopeia can take him down. We've got that backline damage, but the TF takes it down so quickly, and this is a D-Claw difference if I've ever seen one. We're going to get a couple stacks on this Cho'Gath. I really want to see this Cho'Gath against the Rek'Sai when we do get to see those together if the Rek'Sai is still around, because it's going to be like Godzilla versus Mothra at that point in time. But yeah, these bruisers doing well so far on a couple boards.
Yeah. Spencer obviously really, really low, though, so he's got to get some levels, got to get some more backline damage. Bruisers, at least in my experience, generally have a pretty bad matchup against those multicasters, especially if multicasters have just enough of a front line, because there's so much AoE damage that your bruisers just kind of get shredded through. And so here's Bosso skills. He's sitting pretty low on life. You know, it does have 6 additional stacks to cash out on that TF, or on that T-Hex rather, if he can win. But on this 3 loss streak right now, you know, doesn't want to be having a bad loss here. He's 13 health, so he's going to have to full send it for sure after this round, but he's feeling confident enough that he won't die even if he loses this round. And again, here's the bruiser board, and it's so interesting that it's a level 6 bruiser board, but it has an Ahri with a blue buff because we're that late in the game.
We're getting some final lobby shenanigans right now. So this is exactly what happens. It's like, well, I got to put power somewhere, right? Like every spot is a big deal. So let's just put that blue buff on Ari right now. I don't know if I'm going to have access to a better unit later. Is he dead?
Yep.
Yeah, that was a brutal loss. And honestly, 8th place was, I think, the expected result for Basso. The fact that he was able to fight potentially for not that, I think it kind of rings true on a 6 would have been huge. But unfortunately for Basso, his day is over. Had a great start. Unfortunately, could not finish good enough and is going to be eliminated and will not be joining us for regionals.
Yeah, it's tough end for him there. You know, especially, you know, he thought he had enough health to go one more round and then, you know, then maybe level up. And now we have Rek'Sai 3, so he just hit the Rek'Sai way faster than Nico. You know, this is a full roll down from Little Top, and all of a sudden we just have a new comp, right? And why not?
Right.
You know, you're playing 3 each stall. You're stacking wood HP on both the Nico and this Rek'Sai, and it's a Rek'Sai 3 with just the Bruiser splashed in with the Cho'Gath. So this is a pretty cool board that he's cooked up, and I want to see how far it can go.
Oh, I think all of us are on board, Azale. I mean, like, with these Nico items, double Hodge, that's going to be a lot of Vamp. I mean, like, and honestly, the Rek'Sai gets backline access a little bit easier than I think some people might expect, and now we've got Gargantuan Resolve fully stacked. We're taking absolutely no damage. This is what you call innovation, my friends, and it's innovation by accident, but it's still innovation, and I like to see it. Little Top, I mean, by the end of this,
cool.
Little Top definitely gonna, like, feel very, very good. You got to give Little Top props here to not go with the stats, right? Like, not just to commit to the Nico. We kept with the Rek'Sai.
My man is cooking. He is cooking. this is pretty cool. Like I said, I would have bailed out of the Nico line 100%, right? So, and my board
like
probably,
2 stages ago.
Yeah, my board would have been probably trash with just like 2-star, you know, Renekton and whatnot in there. But the 3-star Soraka that he hit, you know, still obviously has a lot of value. And it's a really interesting board. There's so much sustain coming through. He does hit a Shiv now, so he gets a Shiv. He has the Archangels. You can see him in his chair kind of laughing about his spot. It's a really interesting one.
Unfortunately, 2 of our players have also been eliminated, and one of them was in contention Degree, unfortunately. And Toronto does get to the top 4, so it does seem like this is the case. I'm curious if Unwolf gets first and Toronto gets 4th, if that will
Unwolf
affect
is
anything.
2 down, so if he gets first and Tokyo gets 4th, he could still win. Still pass
so
him.
it's pretty much a 1v1 at that point for Unwolf, because Little Top is, I think, not able to get enough points to make it in at this point. But yeah, it's going to be between David Ace, Toronto, Tokyo, and Unwolf, which has kind of been the whole day when it comes to those 3 players. And due to a very good standing in that last penultimate lobby where we have 3 people tied at 20 points in 3rd place, Toronto, Tokyo came in with a little bit of an advantage. And this Kaiju is terrifying, man. Is this Cloverfield or is this TFT?
It's like, oh, he didn't even get to. But I've seen some 1700, 1800 heals when it actually gets the XU. It is crazy. And Unwolf looking for that final cat. Can't find it, unfortunately for him. Does have a decent board here with the double trouble, but just not in the 3 stars. When you play this sort of line, you really do need the full 3-star board to be challenging for the top positions. And Unwolf on his last legs here. He's really the last person that could actually unseat Toronto Tokyo from that top 2. So Toronto Tokyo praying that Unwolf gets knocked down here, and we'll see if it happens.
Yeah, and also just getting word that Toronto loses the tiebreakers against Unwolf. So this is a big deal. So Unwolf has a little bit more breathing room, but he's got to survive. 5 HP is what separates him, and he's going up against the big Rek'Sai. You know, this was these rogues were a comp I didn't think could take that Kazante down a little bit earlier today in that last lobby, but they did just fine. But it's not looking good so far. Rek'Sai is going to be the last thing that Unwolf sees, and I think we know who's going to make it, but I'm really intrigued to see Lil Top finish out. But we have to say congratulations to David Ace and Toronto Tokyo for assumingly making it into the North America Regional Finals. Look at Toronto. Look at him react. You know, you live this right now, right? You got to finish the game, but really feel what this success feels like, because you're going to have an opportunity to become world champion.
Absolutely. I mean, incredible stuff from him and David Ace. They have been playing consistently all day long. They're still in the top 3 here of this lobby. And I think Toronto Tokyo played it out really smart. You can play that more conservative game in this final game. Just need to make sure he get it in the top 4. And he just stayed at 6, full sent all his gold to try to upgrade that board as much as possible. Make sure he wasn't one of those first people going out. And honestly, if he gets knocked out now, who cares? He has already earned his spot at regionals. and that is massive for him. Likely is going to be getting knocked out, I think, with this level 6 board. Didn't hit the Galio 3, and it's going to be David Ace and Little Top battling it out. And we'll have to see how far Little Top can go with this board, because David Ace is going to cap out so high with his composition.
And they've not played each other for a really, really long time, both on a 6 and 7 win streak. So Toronto, yeah, and so let's see if Toronto's going to be able to survive another round. It is the Ghost board, so we do have a little bit of an advantage here. Really, I mean, this Rek'Sai has been on that Wood Hex this whole game. Pretty much. And if this is insane. I love watching this. I'm so glad to share this moment with everyone because that is absolutely hilarious. But go ahead. Honestly, if I'm Toronto, I'm kind of happy that I lost there so I could be in my feelings a little bit. Get ready for that interview coming up, as Lil Top and David Ace are going to be here for a while. We're most likely going to get to stage 7. 74 and 64 HP did lose against David Ace. Yeah. You said the top level for this is going to be better than that Rek'Sai, and you were telling the truth.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, 6 Slayer does so much damage. He has the Quinn 3 now as well. And when you're talking about like luxury capping out, you can push 9, you can get Aatrox 2. There's a lot of things you can do to make this comp super, super strong. We are going to see Lil Top do a little bit of pivoting. He does get 4 Bruiser in, so he found a Sejuani as well as that Scion. So teching in 4 Bruiser here is going to add some power to this Rek'Sai. But we have to see, can the Rek'Sai get the backline onto this Quinn? Because Quinn is just going to do so much damage.
Yeah, is stuck on the Jarvan right now. Actually turns around to try to get into that Jarvan. Not enough healing just yet. Does get the execute. We get our Gargantuan resolve. Is Rek'Sai going to be able to make it into the back line? We lost that last round. It's going to be Rek'Sai versus the world. We're just waiting for that opportunity. But this Quinn is being able to deal out damage unabated right now and is going to win out once again. That's a 2 in a row for David Ace, who's going to finish in first place with the full prize money. Let's see if Lil Top is going to be able to end the day on top before he releases his album, The Roll Down. Sorry.
Yeah, he's digging for these Nikos. He's one off Nico 3, which would be really nice, but he doesn't have those kind of tanky items on the Nico, so it can definitely get burst down by these Slayers. And David Ace has so much health. He's on a 9 win streak. He's not even spending his gold, so he's going to be able to go 9. The board is only going to get stronger. And I think, this may be the end for Lil Top. I just don't know if he can actually get his board strong enough to really contest what David Ace has built up.
Yeah, I think we're seeing the effect of, finally, it took a little while. It took until stage 6 of having these items on Rek'Sai versus the Nico. Curious if we got, maybe another sneaky Gargantuan Resolve or Titans onto the Nico instead of the Death Harvester, if this might be a little bit different. But, I mean, HP is nothing for this comp right now. And Demacia 100% has been the most successful comp today.
Yeah, it's been really, really strong. And I think also smart to grab the Edge of Night. When you're playing against kind of these one-shot type units, like when you're playing against a fully Gargantuan Resolve stacked Rek'Sai there, then the reality is it can just fully one-shot a unit. Lil Top does grab that last Nico that David Ace was considering denying, so that will be Nico 3, but I just don't think it's really going to matter. The Edge of Night is going to, eat one of those full hits from the Rek'Sai, so Mord doesn't get one shot. He kind of gets stuck on a couple of these units, and it really slows down that Rek'Sai from pushing in towards the backline, which is where he needs to get. This position is also really smart. You notice how David Ace is actually stacking all his units towards the middle instead of having them spread out along the side, because if you had units in front of that Quinn, what can happen is he can position the Rek'Sai alongside those, it can one-shot that and then jump to the backline and kill the Quinn. But with this giant clump in the middle, the Rek'Sai is pretty much always going to get stuck on those units and never really be able to get backline access. So it's another example of really smart positioning that I feel like we've seen from David Ace. He's just been on point all day long.
Yeah, and you actually saw it was really cool how they fanned out into a U to protect everyone behind them, right? That was very interesting to see. Actually, our Lil Top doing a little bit better than in the previous. We get to the back line, so are we going to be able to take this win? I think we are, especially since we're in at the back line, so we're going to see some breakdancing probably here from that Rek'Sai. Stage 7 looks like more of a possibility, especially after Lil Top is going to take this round.
Yeah.
Aatrox comes up, surprise, and I'm going to die anyway.
The Nico 3 made a big difference there. Nico 3 actually, got through a lot of those frontline units. Yes, it isn't as tanky, but it does have a lot of burst damage, so was able to actually make a really big difference in that last fight. I didn't think the Nico 3 was going to be as big of a deal in this situation. Does find a pair of Scions, so would love to hit that Scion too. But again, David Ace, 50 gold. He's, you know, about 50 to level, but, you know, he can afford to sack another round, you know, potentially level after PvE, roll for some 2-star legendaries, add in like a Heimer and things along those lines, because, you know, he has the time with the HP that he's built up to just kind of wait and play for that perfect board. So I am still expecting him to win out, even if Lil Top can take some of these rounds, but we'll see if he can keep doing it.
Yeah, something else to mention about David Ace, this is not his first like good tournament so far. He played really well in Noxus, in my opinion. I think came pretty close, at least to making the final lobby. I think maybe did, but we'll get those numbers to you soon. But we have to start thinking about the fact that David Ace has been playing this particular patch really well. I don't think you can sleep on him when we do get to regionals. I think sometimes the LCQ players, everyone kind of writes them off because they're the last to qualify. But I think David, especially near the end of this set, has been absolutely proving himself.
Yeah.
To be someone to research and study against and react against when we do finally get to regionals.
Yeah, I agree. And I mean, especially if I'm someone who's already in regionals and I'm watching the game today, I think it is a lot harder to prepare for a player like him who's playing so many different lines, right? Like he is really focusing on emblems. He's clearly a big believer in Earth. Like he just wants to go towards, you know, these high tier traits. You know, he's going 6 Slayer this game. We've seen him go 9 Demacia. We've seen him go like 9 Shurima, I even believe, this weekend. So he plays towards stacking emblems. He plays for these high tier traits, and he's really flexible in how he does it. So I think it's very impressive. Edge Knight, another great grab there, because again, this is going to kind of stall out what we can see from this Rek'Sai, who really wants to get through those frontline units. So he does go 9, puts in the Fury for the Darken trait. It is a Sejuani 2 hit on the other side. Don't know if that's going to be enough or not. We'll see what Lil Top gets from his Anvil.
Yeah, we saw the Rek'Sai get into the back line a round ago. That's why you 2 rounds ago. So we know it's a possibility. Let's see if the Sejuani is going to be a differentiator if we're going to be able to do that. The first ult from the Nico is also super important to see. We haven't quite gotten there yet. And we're going to take down the Jarvan during the ultimate. So the Nico does not get that last ultimate. That would have been a huge difference maker. It would have made that Mordekaiser a little bit more vulnerable. And David raising the roof because he's going to finish on top of the lobby, on top of the day, get all the prize money and a trip to regionals as well. Played so well today.
Absolutely. Congratulations to David Ace. First overall today. Finishes the final game with another first. His third, I believe, out of the 6 games that he got first place. So really incredible run from him. You know, 3 firsts, a second, and a third. So pretty incredible stuff from David Ace. Absolutely dominated today.
It was his day. It was his day, it was his weekend, it's been his patch so far. Boopasaurus, you're right that he was so close. He was like 2 spots away from making the final lobby of Noxus, and so I feel like that would have just been the icing on the cake, but he really has set himself up for success when it's come down to just the LCQ and preparing for what's going to be happening in a few weeks at the NA Regional Finals. And major congratulations to Toronto Tokyo as well, because that's another player that we have to celebrate right now, because what a fantastic performance from them too, Boop.
Yeah, I think, you know, David, to be honest, I think you're right. David played exceptionally, I think, today, and coming with the momentum from Noxus. I wonder how much that helped, actually. But we also have to say good job to Toronto. I mean, coming from that, you know, going into the penultimate lobby, it was 2 points separating 2nd through 6th, and there's 2 choices you can make as a player. You can let the nerves handle it for you, or you can make that decision. And, you know, he did what he needed to do, and that's a lot harder, especially in TFT, to do that. It's easier said than done, right? So congratulations to Toronto Tokyo. Not the Dota player, by the way. I know people are wondering, but is going to be one of our going to be potentially one of our representatives in Worlds if he does well during regionals. But yeah, both players should be very happy with how they did today, especially in an up and down game. Toronto did play multicasters and David didn't, and I think that's another reason why we're kind of talking about David a little bit more. That goes to show, if you know what's good and you can play vanilla well, there's nothing wrong with good vanilla ice cream, right? And that's what he took. That's what he took to regionals.
It's about all like the sprinkles and the caramel sauce and everything else that you put on top to actually zhuzh up the vanilla ice cream for sure.
Love that. That's actually a really good metaphor, Necra. Really
I'm
good.
So glad. Thank you for setting me up for that one. Well, let's take a look at the graphical representation of our 2 players that will be making it through to the NA Regional Finals. Once again, just a congratulations to David Ace and Toronto Tokyo, because they do stand just up top of those 8 players that we got a chance to see today. But Azael, across the board, this was a tough day of competition, and these 2 players had to really fight for these spots.
Absolutely. I mean,
Maybe David didn't. He was making it look easy, but everyone else was fighting.
I do think it was extremely competitive. We see, third, fourth, only 3 points behind. Degree only a little bit behind as well. Degree came in with the 3 bonus points from day 1, but that 8th place in game 3 really did hurt him. That probably is the biggest difference, separating him from that top. And a lot of these guys, were on a good start. Spencer had a pretty good start. His first 3 games, game 4, he was in a spot with that massive built over cash out where he could have maybe turned that into a first place, but couldn't make the cash out happen. So I think a lot of these guys all had their opportunities and showcased some pretty great play. And we saw a lot of varied lines, which was fun.
So a lot of players also have to go for the gold in a lot of ways too, just making those risks, hoping that they get that high reward. But one of those players that stuck to the tried and true and has earned their ticket to the NA Regional Finals, please join us in welcoming Toronto Tokyo and congratulating them on a fantastic day and a fantastic weekend. Hey, Toronto, just congratulations. How are you feeling after your performance this weekend?
Thank you, first of all. Hello, everybody. I feel just really relieved. I was really, really stressed out, especially going into Game 6, because, I feel like it's really easy to go 8th on this patch a lot. If you play, multicasters and you get contested, you can go 8th really easily, and it's kind of out of your control. So I just got lucky, I think. Luck was on my side today.
We did see a little bit of a high roll game from you, I think, heading into game number 5. You definitely hit the multicasters, but I want to talk a little bit about what it would mean to you to just make it to an NA Regional Finals, because this is your first one. So how does it feel to be able to compete in one?
To be honest, I feel like my end goal is to make it to Worlds. I think that's every single person's end goal. So this is it's a good first step, but at the end of the day, we all want to just be the person to represent NA and do well at Worlds. So it's a good step. I feel like it's a good sign of progress for me, just in general, as a demonstration that I'm getting better. But as a player, I feel like I can't lose focus on what the end goal is.
Absolutely. So how did you come into this tournament preparing, and how do you reflect on what you thought the meta in the tournament was going to be versus what it actually was? Because obviously multicasters you talked about were really popular, but David Ace ends up coming out first. I don't think he played multicasters once in the whole tournament. So do you think you had the correct read, or do you think that there's other lines that maybe you weren't considering?
No, actually, I don't think I had the right read. I think David Ace was a step ahead of every single person in the entire tournament, basically, because I think it was either today or yesterday, the Chinese people played their own LCQ, and then they played a lot of Earth. So in my opinion, playing win streak, playing around normal lines and these really strong verticals, which is what David Ace basically did this entire weekend, it was the strictly superior way to play. And I think a lot of people that took the TF Legend into this tournament, they kind of thought, well, I can play multicaster or I can play Nyla, which is another really popular comp, but then on ladder. But then from my own experience and from what I saw from everybody else, if you play Nyla, you just went, it was just way weaker than we thought it would be. So after that, it kind of just felt like if you play TF, you're almost locked into only rerolling and maybe some other, if you're a beast, you can find some other lines that are more standard. But it felt like David Ace definitely had a way stronger read on the meta. As to my preparation, I have to thank, first person I have to thank is Boston Skills, who also played in this tournament, because I feel like he really helped me a lot in terms of preparing and just getting better for this tournament. And Wage and Everson also, I have to shout him out as well. He helped me a lot. Just some tips here and there.
All right, I actually kind of want to follow up a little bit because the format for LCQ is different, right? You're not going through a ton of lobbies, hundreds of people, right? It's just 16 to start. Did that change any of your prep? Did you specifically research anyone coming in here, especially on the last day when it's the same 8 people? We really don't do that all that often. Did that change anything for you?
It kind of did, because I felt more confident that I could play multicasters. Because one thing is that David Ace and Boston Skills are both playing Earth, so I feel like if there were more people that had a reputation of hard forcing multicasters, I think I would have had to change my plan, either go Israel or something like that. But I thought that if I played TF, I'd have a good chance of being relatively uncontested multicasters, which I was. relatively, because I think multicasters can support 2, kind of, but it can't support more than 2. So yeah, it definitely did help to know who I was playing against, more or less, especially the last day.
How did you feel about, in some of the games where it was getting contested, like Effect, for example? I remember there was a couple games where there was 3 people playing multicasters, and he went for the line where he just pushed fast 7 and played for the 3-cost multicasters, where, you know, you and some of the other players were more staying at 6 and playing for the full, you know, TF and Galio to 3 stars. How do you kind of like look at those 2 different lines and maybe some of like the pros and cons for people who are thinking about it on ladder? Because obviously a lot of fans are going to be playing these comps and wondering, okay, when am I actually supposed to give up and level? When should I contest? What did I do?
Yeah, I think the biggest thing to focus on is whether you think you can even hit TF3 or Galio 3, because sometimes you get on 6, you rolled, you hit everything, and then you don't have any extra copies, and you see like all these units are out of the pool, then you just have to push and push levels. And other times, I think like if you're really low HP, like if you open forward into multicasters, it's also kind of hard to push levels because, like, let's say you're 60 HP going to 3-2, you kind of need to 3-star your board. Otherwise, like, you're just going to slowly bleed out. Whereas, like, if you have a lot of HP, you're win streaking into multicasters, you have more ways to like, I don't know, just kind of bleed out, but you have the HP buffer, I suppose. So you can more easily push levels and just add, like, these mediocre traits, like, more strategists. And then it's just, like, I'm praying that everybody else dies before I go buff war, basically. Yeah.
Yeah, so we've talked a lot about TFT, right? You've played a lot of TFT. I'm going to give you a question that's not TFT related, my friend.
Sure.
How are you going to celebrate today? I mean, it's a big deal. Only you and David Ace were the only ones to top 4 every lobby except for one of them, and it happened to be the same lobby somehow when that happened. But yeah, how are you going to celebrate today? How are you going to tell everyone how awesome you are at TFT?
First thing I have to say is I have to take out my girlfriend because I feel like I haven't done anything with my girlfriend in the last like week and a half. So
if there is a correct answer, it's that one. Good job.
I want to say sorry and thank you, Nicole, for supporting me. And other than that, after we go out to eat something, I need to prepare for the DSG term, which will be, I think it's tomorrow.
Oh, good luck.
If I'm not mistaken.
Good luck.
Yeah, so
what a great warm up this is.
Yeah, hopefully I can keep the high roll going for sure.
Well, Toronto, Tokyo, congratulations once again. I hope you enjoy that date with your girlfriend, and we look forward to seeing you at the NA Regional Finals. Wanted to just give you a chance to give any more last shout-outs before we let you go.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, I just want to say congratulations to David Ask because I think he was the best player in the tournament. He played really well. I want to say thank you to my girlfriend. I want to say thank you to all the people that helped me prepare, mainly Boss of Skills, Wajan Everson, Philip. There's a lot of people in our call that really contributed to me being able to even make the LCQ in the first place because I qualified in the last 20 minutes and then afterwards being able to do well here. So I just want to say it was a group effort from all the people that supported me. And thank you to my parents and my brother. And that's all. Thanks for having me, guys.
Yeah, thank you so much for chatting with us too, and best of luck in the next few weeks. We will definitely be looking forward to that performance as well. And one more person that we also have to congratulate here alongside Toronto, Tokyo is the points leader of the day, the weekend, the one and only David Ace. Congratulations on your NA Regionals invitation at this point. I feel like you... I don't even know what else to ask you because we have so many questions, but just how are you feeling about being able to compete in your first NA Regionals?
It's really crazy. I'm very happy. I did a lot of tournaments before and I always failed like on day 3 or at the tiebreaker like at the 27 points or 26, and finally I'm able to do well in the tournament, so crazy.
What do you think was the big breakthrough for you then? Because you didn't just qualify, you crushed, right? Like you were dominating.
Yeah,
it wasn't even
I
close
know.
to you qualifying.
I feel like there was a lot of TF players, and I'm a win streak players. Like I always leveled 4 on at first stage, so I just try to save HP and win streak. And in this lobby, I think I managed to do it well, save HP and like streak early game like a lot of games. And these TF players like don't really slam their items and wait for this, so I can win streak already and maybe the stage 3 and just fiddle out and top 4 from there. Yeah.
Cool. So, you know, I've actually been casting you for a minute, I feel like. I've seen you make day 3s. You said this earlier.
Yeah.
You make day 3s a lot. You make it to day 4, but you finally broke through. You finished on top, and we were actually saying it during the game, and you probably didn't hear this, but we actually thought your play was so good that you are going to be a threat at regionals, right? How does that feel to hear after all of that hard work that you've put in, to hear that it's being recognized? You're considered one of the best players in North America right now.
I don't know, man. It's quite crazy. I don't know if I'm the one of the best, but I will try my best. Indeed, yeah.
Nice. Absolutely. I mean, I think one of the things that made it so fun to watch you today was that you played so many different lines, right? Obviously, you played Earth pretty much the entire way through. You know, do you think that, you know, that is kind of like key differentiator of knowing that you can play so many different lines? Because I think, to me, that's the difficulty of Earth, is that, you know, you pop your tome, you get an emblem, and you have to know how to play that line, right? You can't force something that you're comfortable with.
Yeah, but my tomes was quite good in my opinion. But I know a lot of lines, and this game, just the game 2 with Bilgewater and Gunner, I didn't know what I was doing, but it worked out. I thought through this game, but the other games I know the lines. Rug, Shurima, are really powerful start in my opinion. So yeah, it worked out. It worked out well. Yeah.
All right, man. Oh, you have another
Quick
one.
follow
Go
up.
ahead.
Had you ever played that Builds Gunner comp that you played before? Because that
No,
comp was like
That
so
was
random
sick.
to me.
Yeah.
Yesterday in my chat, someone said to me like, Nila Gunnar is broken, and I just I saw Bilgewater and Gunnar. Let's go, and I just played
So
it.
Twitch chat MVP. They're the real reason.
Yeah. I didn't know what to pick, and I got Bilgewater Gunnar. Graves is the Bilgewater Gunnar, so let's go. And unfortunately, I never hit GP in that game, so it's quite sad because it was a big spike, but I still managed to top 3.
Yeah, so your strategy was shrug your shoulders and go for it. Was kind of what I saw. Hey, okay, so this might seem silly, but I've heard your name said about 50 different times, even though it's just David and another letter combination. How would you like to be referred to on cast, my friend?
In theory, it's David Days because it's house in French, and house is like
Gotcha.
a good person. Yeah, house in English, it's ace. Yeah.
Cool. Well, thanks for letting us know. But like one question outside of that that I wanted to get you. Like, what's your prep gonna be like going into mid-set? Are you gonna take a little bit of a break to celebrate a little bit? Like, how good do you think you're gonna do?
I will just play a lot, I guess, and play with my my friends, Discord, and that's
Nice.
it. Check stats and everything.
We're so excited to watch you at the NA Regional Finals. You and Toronto Tokyo have definitely over-earned your spots here to be able to compete alongside the rest of our regional qualified players. But I gotta ask, you know, who were you working with, and would you like to give them any shout-outs? And also, we'd really like to meet the person that's sitting behind you too, that was giving you support all of today, if you wouldn't mind.
Yeah, it's my girlfriend. She was there to support me. Yeah.
Aw,
So
we love
I
that.
thanks her a lot. She's very supportive, and that's cool. But shout out to Aneko and GS. It's my two people that I train the most with, and and some viewers that are always on my Twitch. So Checo, Glad 999, and a lot of others on. Always there to support me on stream and say some bad things or good things about my game.
What would a TFT player be without their Twitch chat flaming them at some point, or providing them with that support? The dichotomy of a Twitch chat. Well, David Ace, thank you so much for joining us on the broadcast. Congratulations once again, and we can't wait to see you at the NA Regional Finals.
Thanks a lot.
I love that. Girlfriend support. I hope they both go on great dates this evening or weekend or something to celebrate their success. And also just like the props that they were giving to each other as well. Like David Ace and Toronto Tokyo, both incredibly deserving players and had to fight so hard through the 16 incredible players that we had joining us this weekend. I mean, just... Azale, what like a great competition we had, honestly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, I think it's really fun when things are hard to predict, right? And I know when we were talking about, who might win at the top of yesterday, at the top of the tournament, no one was really predicting that it was going to be David Ace. That was not a name that I heard people talking about a lot. So I think it's really impressive to see players, really grinding hard, working hard, figuring out a different way to play, right? Everyone's read was that it was going to be a TF multicaster spam type lobby, or flex with TF into Neela and Mord and Nazir. We didn't really see those lines be very successful, to be frank. And David Ace played a completely different playstyle, played his own strategy, apparently even got some winning strategies from Twitch chat with the Bilge Gunners, and was able to crush it. So I just think that's really, really fun, and it kind of showcases some of the beauty of these tournaments, where with TFT you can qualify straight into these events through ladder, right? And you can have your opportunity, if you're good enough, if you grind hard enough on ladder, to get into these events and to be able to be in the position that these guys are in today, which I think is awesome.
And that was something that we brought up even just to kick off the LCQ, was that there's sometimes study groups, but even if you're a ladder warrior, that can be plenty of practice to be able to get you accustomed to these more high LP lobbies that you're going to be facing down in a very narrow tournament setting. And so fantastic for both of them. And again, credit to Toronto Tokyo here, Boop, because the dichotomy of, well, you have this player that went for all of these obscure lines, and then on the other side, multicasters. That still worked out great, huh?
Yeah, and hey, Toronto actually did something in his interview that I super respected, which was give David his flowers, right? Even in his interview, I think he said 4 or 5 times that David was the best player, right? And that kind of humility is amazing to see amongst a lot of the players that, do well. I think sometimes they'll say things like, I sucked, and that's why, this happened. And it's good for them to see, hey, this other player played their, butt off, right? And they deserve this opportunity. But you got to give it, you got to give props to both. Right, the only 2 players to top 4 in every lobby except for one, said that earlier. It was the same lobby again, which is super interesting, and that's TFT for you. You got to get that win. That's why David was able to finish in first place, and then you got to be consistent the rest of the day. And these 2 players were by far the best at doing that.
They did an amazing job, and now the 2 of them get a chance to compete in their very first North America Regional Finals ever, alongside these other 22 players that have already qualified. Azale, this list is absolutely stacked.
Yeah, I mean, it's the who's who of NA TFTers. They got the best ladder players, the best tournament players. Have such an incredible mix, I think, of players and names across this, that it's going to be such a fun tournament to watch. And I'm, really, really excited to check it out.
Oop, I'm going to put you on the spot here, because yes, this is a stacked list of players, but who's going to win?
Setsuko. I think Setsuko is going to win. I think Setsuko is the best player in the world. Personally, I think the Dish Soap Setsuko debate is one of my favorites. I think North America might literally have 2 of the top 3 arguably better players in the world. So we'll see what happens when we do go up against, the other countries at Worlds. But we have to get through regionals first. I think Setsuko is going to do great. And I also have to remind everybody, only 2 people won cups throughout this entire set, which is Kurum and Setsuko, right? So if you're not saying that those are their favorites, you haven't been watching TFT, honestly. So that's who I'm going to say.
It's really cool for me seeing Kurum be so successful in TFT Esports, because I used to play WoW with Kurum for years back in the day, and he was like,
what a crazy detail.
He was a really high level arena player in WoW for many years.
Interesting.
So when I started playing TFT and I was looking up, you know, TFT streamers and people who are good in tournaments and stuff to learn from, and I saw Kerm, and I was like, what the heck?
It's Kerm, and
That's crazy.
so I hit him up, and I was like, oh, you got some tips for me, you know, and trying to leech some knowledge out of Kerm. But it's cool to see him doing so well, because that was a big throwback for me, and this is a guy that's just been involved in competitive gaming forever.
We're getting all of the strategy game lore crossover right now. I'm totally here for it, and it has been such a treat, especially knowing that Kermex is one of the players that's already qualified for North America's representatives at the Set 9 Championships. And so who else can join him? That's really what we have ahead of us looking forward. October 27th, that's right around the corner. We don't have much longer to wait to see which other 4 representatives will be joining him. But that's it for the weekend. I just want to get final thoughts from both of you, though. Azael, did you enjoy your stay at TFT?
Absolutely.
Snaps, Azael, that was fun.
I had a blast. It was so much fun. Loved working with you all. And love working with everyone behind the scenes. I think, you know, all the observers, the producers, ever working behind the scenes, absolutely crushed it. It's definitely one of the easiest remote shows I have ever done, and I've worked a lot of different games, a lot of different companies. So kudos to you all. It was an absolute pleasure getting to know you and getting to be a part of it. And hopefully I will be back doing some TFT someday soon.
It was so nice to have you, and what a great fresh perspective you're able to bring into this game. And so, yeah, hope we get a chance to hear from you again. And Boop, it has been a pleasure like always. And your final thoughts as well from the weekend.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an absolute awesome weekend, and you know, regionals is going to be another opportunity for North America to show how good we are at this game. And just personally, it was sick to cast with Azael. Like sometimes even just like hearing my name come out of your mouth, I was like, what is happening? TFT is like the vehicle to how this all happened. And you know, I say that because TFT is important to a lot of us, right? For some of us it's through play, for some of it's through casting, and for a lot of it's the friendships as well. And we all have to be very thankful that a game like this has been able to provide so many different kinds of positive experiences for people, and this is just one of them for me, and hopefully they keep on going. So thank you everyone for watching, and just like Azael said, everyone behind our ears and in front of the screens and playing the games, thank you so much.
I'm just so glad that we got a chance to show Azael that North America can be good at a Riot game.
That's messed
I'm about to fly over worlds, just got twist the knife one more time.
I know, he's got to go on a flight, and that's the last thing he's going to hear.
Hey, in all seriousness, it has been a fantastic weekend with both of you, with Crowan and Makes, everyone behind the scenes. We thank you so much to all of you viewers for tuning in, for cheering on our players, and for enjoying the show. Thanks for everyone for tuning in, and we'll see you guys next time, October 27th, North America Regional Finals. See you then.